Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Lily never died and raised Harry herself? There will be 5+ parts of this. Please like for more, join Patreon for early access and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400+ content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. There were very few things that shook Sirius Black, but standing at the entrance of the ruin that was his best friend's house, this was definitely one of the biggest. He had gotten an emergency message from James Potter, and to arrive at the house to find it destroyed, it was his nightmares come true. He slowly stumbled into the house on trembling legs, avoiding the debris that Voldemort had caused. Almost immediately, he saw James' body sprawled out across the floor. Familiar brown eyes stared into nothing. A frozen look of anger, fear, and determination etched onto his face. Sirius fell to his knees, chest spasming with pain and blinded by tears. Shaking, uncaring for the ugly sobs echoing around the once beautiful home, he reached down and gently closed James' eyes, bowing his head in grief. Moments passed, and the painful sorrow erupted into monstrous rage. This shouldn't have happened. Dumbledore had promised that they would be safe, that Voldemort wouldn't find them. The Fidelius charm was supposed to prevent this unnecessary slaughter, especially with Remus being the secret keeper. Remus Lupin. Sirius felt his canines elongate, Padfoot howling at the betrayal. He had known there had been a mole within the order, but Remus? No, Sirius had never expected it to be him. He had trusted Remus, loved him, and yet the proof was undeniable. The echo of a soft cry ripped Sirius from his thoughts, and he sprung to his feet. He raced up the stairs to Harry's bedroom, the sounds of the crying getting louder. The door was hanging off its hinges, the door cracked, and there was Lily on the floor, her dead eyes also open to the world. And yet, there was also another body. Sirius drew his wand, but Voldemort was clearly dead, charred and smoking. Sirius fired a killing curse at the body, just for good measure, just as a garbled babble came from the corner of the room. Harry, his godson. He was alive, unharmed. No, not entirely unharmed. Sirius picked Harry up gently, smiling softly at the 1-year-old. There was a lightning-shaped scar on his head, and some dried blood. Carefully Sirius wiped it away, confusion taking hold. What had happened? How had Voldemort been killed? Holding the wriggly toddler, all his anger, all thoughts of revenge melted away. Only one thing mattered now: protecting Harry. First things first, leaving the house before it collapsed. Sirius didn't want to risk Harry being buried alive in the rubble. Holding his godson close, he conjured a large bag and made his magic collect as many of Harry's belongings as possible, mind buzzing with the things that needed to be done. He needed to let Dumbledore and the Order know what had happened, if they didn't already know. A funeral for his best friend and his wife. Get Harry checked. Remus. The house groaned in warning, and Sirius waved his wand to make the bulging bag follow the two as they quickly made their way outside. As they walked out of the house, Sirius saw the familiar, large silhouette of a friend. Hagrid. Sirius greeted him, feeling Harry turn in his arms to see the newcomer. How did you find out? Professor Dumbledore told me. It's true? Hagrid asked, distress etched onto his hairy face. Sirius narrowed his eyes. How did he find out? He got a message from Lily, begging for help, Hagrid replied, holding out a finger for Harry to take. Are they? They're dead, Hagrid. Lily and James, and so is Voldemort. Sirius looked at the large man for a reaction. He wasn't sure who to trust now, but the look of shock was real, mixed with relief and sadness. Dead? But how? Sirius wished he could answer that question. I don't know, Hagrid, but I'm getting Harry out of here, Sirius said. Hagrid shuffled. The thing is, Sirius, Professor Dumbledore sent me to get Harry and bring him to his relatives. Sirius shook his head, automatically stepping back from the man. Not happening. He's my godson, Hagrid, and right now, I don't trust anyone to keep him safe but me. Harry needs me, Hagrid, And I need him. Professor Dumbledore gave me orders. Sirius? Hagrid squirmed as he spoke. Sirius knew why. Hagrid didn't like to fight, and he didn't want to fight with Sirius. They were friends, after all. Hagrid, I know how much you respect Dumbledore, but I'm not letting anyone take Harry. I've got a house other than Grimmauld, and I'll raise him there. You can come with me and we'll send a message to Albus. He can come and see me himself, Sirius said, steely determination lacing his voice. To his relief, Hagrid nodded. Sirius looked at his flying motorcycle. Take my bike, will you? It will take you to the manor. Hagrid nodded again, a small smile on his face despite the grim circumstances. Sirius grinned in return. Hagrid had always liked riding that bike. Sirius enchanted it so it would be strong enough for Hagrid, before operating away from the house with a final glance. As Sirius finished putting Harry down to sleep in the hastily conjured crib, domestic magic, who knew he would one day have to use it, there was a knock at the door. Sirius nodded to Hagrid, who opened it. Professor Dumbledore, sir. Sirius heard Hagrid greeting Albus. Professor McGonagall. That surprised Sirius. What was she doing there as well? A show of force, perhaps? Sirius tensed up, his wand ready in case he needed it. As Albus and Minerva walked into the lounge, Albus's tired but pleased face broke into a smile. Damn that man, he could always put people at ease with that smile. Good evening, Sirius, Albus said. Or perhaps a good morning. Regardless, thank you for your message. After Hagrid came, I knew you'd want to see me anyway, Sirius said. Drink. That would be most welcome, thank you, Albus replied, still smiling. May I? He indicated to the rickety crib and, when Sirius nodded in permission, went to see the sleeping boy. Sirius went to the bar and pulled out a bottle of fire whiskey, as well as a large bottle of oak matured mead for Hagrid. A soothing magical energy caught Sirius' attention, and he returned to the room to see that the crib had been fixed, a mobile with a stag, doe, dog and a rat playing with each other floating above it. With a tight throat, Sirius finished pouring the drinks while everyone found a seat. Albus, I know what you're going to say, but I won't let anyone else raise Harry. I'm his godfather. Sirius started quickly. Right now, with no offense to you, I don't know who to trust, not after what happened. No offense taken, Sirius, I assure you, Albus said with a nod. I can understand your feelings perfectly, especially after Remus. Minerva started, but couldn't finish. Me either, Sirius agreed, taking a sip of his drink. Out of everyone, Remus is the last person I would ever have suspected. He kept us all sane at Hogwarts. Yes, he was the voice of reason in your group, Albus agreed. Before Minerva and I left to come here, I received an urgent message from Alastair. It seems that Remus has been caught, but it came at a great cost. Peter Pettigrew obviously heard and tracked Remus down. He attempted to bring Remus Lupin to justice, and according to some Muggle witnesses, he demanded to know how Remus could betray Lily and James. Remus sadly killed Peter, but he was arrested by Cornelius Fudge. I believe he is on his way to Azkaban right now. Then it's over? Sirius asked, frowning. Albus shook his head. I do not believe so. You see, Voldemort has been defeated. Albus started, with Hagrid and Minerva flinching at the name of the wizarding world's most hated enemy. But he will return, and perhaps stronger than before. I do not think it will be soon, but it will happen. How? I saw his body, Sirius said. Hell, I fired another killing curse at it, just to make sure. What you must understand, Sirius, is that Voldemort, another shudder rose from Hagrid and Minerva, has used magic unknown, and I am sure he will return. My plan was to put Harry with his Muggle relatives, to give him a normal childhood, but to also prevent anyone from finding and harming him. After all, whilst Voldemort is gone, his supporters are many, Albus stated. They are probably swarming Godric's Hollow as we speak, looking for answers and revenge. How would putting Harry with the Muggles help? Sirius asked, his eyes narrowing. He would die before he let anyone take Harry away. Petunia hated Lily. What makes you think she would want to protect the boy? There is an ancient form of magic that is formed through blood, though family, that can be used. It's similar to what we used to protect James, but stronger, Albus stated, stroking his excessively long beard. Petunia Dursley is his aunt and his mother's sister. That blood bond is strong and would give the protection needed to protect Harry, regardless of any misplaced animosity. Then do the magic here. James and I were cousins, and we have a blood connection, Sirius said. You want Harry to have a normal childhood? Fine. We will live like muggles, especially if it protects Harry. This property is in a muggle-rich area, mostly out of sight, and everyone who knew about this manor is dead. Nobody will know we are here, present company excluded, of course. There will be no magic, nothing, until he attends Hogwarts. Sirius saw the contemplative look on Albus' face, who finally nodded. Yes, I believe it can be done, and perhaps this is the better place with someone who will truly love him. But he must not know of the magic world until the time comes. Albus stood and returned to the crib, looking at the sleeping baby with a small smile. Everyone will know his name in our world, and such a childhood would not be healthy for him. To live as a muggle is not going to be easy, but it will give him a true childhood. Hey, I can live as a muggle without a problem. Harry is what matters most to me now, Sirius said. I'm magically strong if we are ever found, and I can protect him. Albus hummed in agreement and took out his wand, beginning to walk around the house, muttering several spells. Are you sure about this, Sirius? It won't be easy, Minerva asked. Sirius nodded. I've never been surer of anything. Harry is my godson and I love him. I'll teach him about Quidditch and everything when the time comes, but we can live as muggles, and comfortably because of my wealth. He gave his old professor a cheeky grin. The knowledge that he wouldn't have to flee with Harry again, and the soothing effects of the alcohol helping him relax. You're always welcome to visit, of course. I'll take you up on that offer, Minerva told him. She finished her drink just as Albus returned to the lounge. The magic is in place. I have done all that I can, Sirius. The rest is up to you, Albus told him. I wish you luck. Thank you, Albus. No one will ever harm Harry, and I'll do whatever it takes to keep him safe, Sirius promised. Hagrid got up and walked over to the crib, looking at Harry. He'll be a great wizard, Hagrid stated. One day, yes. For now, he's just a young boy who needs to be loved, Sirius said, smiling. Tomorrow, I'll redecorate and make the house perfect for muggles and for Harry. Sirius, the fate of the wizarding world may one day rest on Harry. Should you need anything, you have but to ask. Godspeed, Sirius, Albus said, tipping his hat before leaving. As Minerva and Hagrid followed suit, Sirius knew that Albus was right. Voldemort would return one day, and when that day happened, he would be by Harry's side, no matter what. Whatever the cost, no one would ever harm Harry Potter again. Harry's 6th birthday was promising to be an exciting one. His uncle Sirius was taking him to the circus, along with his Aunt Minnie. She only ever visited on his birthday and during summer, as she was busy during the rest of the year at her special school. Harry was fascinated by the stern-looking woman, with her tight bun and strange clothes. She always had fantastical stories about the students she taught, though Harry probably wasn't supposed to laugh as much as he did when she spoke of the troublemakers. As the three of them walked through the circus grounds, Harry was so excited, watching the bright lights, the smell of all the food and the music and performers entertaining other people. Aunt Minnie, please can we try the games? Harry asked, taking the older woman by the hand. Minerva gave one of her small smiles, nodding, leading the way to where there were bottles stacked up and balls on the side to be thrown at them. Sirius paid for Harry to have 3 balls, which he accepted and threw, one at a time. The first struck the table itself, the second missed, and the final ball struck the bottles, knocking a couple of them down but not enough to win. Harry looked up at Sirius with his practiced pleading eyes, who fondly rolled his eyes in response as he paid for 3 more balls. This time, Harry threw them harder, but as he did, he could have sworn he heard Sirius mutter something. The balls hit the mark perfectly, striking the bottles and knocking all of them down. Harry cheered as he jumped up and down excitedly, choosing a large teddy bear as his prize, which the stall owner got for Harry. Minerva held it for Harry as he hugged it, the bear almost as big as him. "Well done, Harry," Sirius said, placing a proud hand on his shoulder. Harry grinned, not noticing the glare that Minerva gave to Sirius. "What do you want to do next? Can you try the shooting one?" "I'm not good enough, but you could do it," Harry replied, eyeing up the dress-up clothes for the winner. Sirius nodded. "Oh, I think I can manage that," Sirius agreed as they walked to the stall. Harry watched proudly as Sirius managed to get a perfect score, winning more toys and clothes for Harry, all of which went into a bag that Sirius had brought. It seemed like everything could fit in there. As the three of them went ahead towards the big top, Harry heard whispers between Sirius and Minerva. "Don't you think you were reckless?" Minerva hissed softly, not angrily but in a frustrated tone. "No one saw I was good and careful," Sirius whispered back. It wasn't the first time Harry had heard such arguments, but he never wanted to talk about it because he knew they wouldn't tell him anything. He had tried once, but Sirius had dismissed it as grown-up stuff. As they neared the big top, Sirius brought Harry a large candy floss, as well as buying some snacks for himself and Minerva. Harry loved the circus show, his attention never wavering. He didn't even notice when Minerva muttered a few words to help one of the acrobats after it looked like she was going to miss being caught. Everything looked amazing to Harry. It was the best birthday ever and he didn't want it to end. As the show came to a close, Harry tried to hide his yawn, but Sirius caught it. "Come on, Harry. Time to go home and get some sleep," Sirius said, ruffling up Harry's permanently scruffy hair even more. Harry nodded sleepily, leaning into his uncle as Sirius picked him up, carrying him from the tent. As soon as he was put in the back of the car, Harry's eyes closed as he fell asleep. "That was close. Good thing you saw it," Sirius said, as he and Minerva sat in the kitchen. At least Harry enjoyed himself. "I must admit, I've grown fonder of coming here than I expected. At first, I was making sure Harry was safe, not from you obviously, but Professor Dumbledore wanted to make sure that none of you know, whose supporters wouldn't be able to find him, and yet watching him grow, it really struck me. I never had children, and yet watching Harry made me wonder about how I'd have been as a parent." Minerva's confession surprised Sirius, who understood the feeling. "I know what you mean. I wanted children one day, but after James and Lily, I wasn't sure what to do. I knew I had to raise Harry, but being a parent to him, it made me think of so much that I've missed. I've been out a couple of times with some girls, but I've not met the right woman. I mean, I loved Remus, but you know what happened there," Sirius said with a sigh. Minerva nodded. "I can understand that, Sirius. Everyone, myself included, was surprised. Remus was so supportive of you at Hogwarts, and he kept all of you in check. I mean, you and James were quite the double act," Minerva exclaimed with a small grin. "Sadly, I agree. I just never imagined. I mean, maybe I should have been the secret keeper. Then we'd all be together still. Sirius, you can't blame yourself for what happened. Strange things happen all the time, especially in our world. The strangest thing is that a part of me has seen you like a son as well, and I've grown fond of you and Harry," Minerva said. "Well, Mom, you're a lot better than my actual mother, so you're already top of my book?" Sirius joked, laughing softly. They fell into a comfortable silence for a few minutes. "Minerva, have I done a good job?" "You've done an amazing job. Harry is a wonderful young man, very polite and kind and sweet. He definitely has your cheek, but you've made sure he is a great boy," Minerva told him. "Much better than the Muggle relatives ever would have been able to do." "Thank you for saying so. I know he's been having some trouble with something, but I think it's his magic. I've been trying to keep his powers suppressed, but he's powerful, more so than anyone suspects." Sirius sighed as he leant back on the sofa. I want to tell him everything, but I know I can't. Not yet anyway. I can only imagine how hard this is, but it's for his own safety." "You remember what happened to the Longbottoms?" Minerva asked, her face wincing with sadness. "How could I forget? I knew Bellatrix was deranged, but what she did goes beyond." "How's their boy handling it?" Sirius asked. "From what I know, he's being raised by his grandmother. Poor boy still hasn't fully recovered, but I'm sure he'll get there," Minerva answered, looking thoughtful. "At least most of you know whose people are gone. For the moment, perhaps, but I'm not convinced they're all gone. Lucius Malfoy is still out there, and I don't buy for a second that he's a good guy. Sirius snapped angrily. I understand that, Sirius, I really do. Please trust in us and in the greater good. Minerva's plea was so heartfelt. Sirius could hear it in her words. I guess, Sirius said softly. I just hope Harry can handle the truth when the time comes. With Sirius busy the next day, Harry was left to his own devices in his room, and he decided to sort through the things that Sirius had won for him at the circus. He pulled everything out of the surprisingly large bag and began to put everything in its proper place. He no longer saw himself as a boy, but as a young girl. Felt nice and so right somehow. My name is Harry Potter, and I'm a girl, he said softly, carefully scrutinizing his reflection. The pink dress fell to his knees, somehow a perfect fit despite looking a little too small when he first saw it. He smoothed down some of the creases before patting at his short hair, saying again, My name is Harry Potter, and I'm a girl. As he stared into the mirror, he watched his eyes fill with tears. Was this why he always felt so strange and different from the boys at his school? Because he liked girl dresses? Because he felt like he should be a girl? If only his hair, he loved it. Harry quickly pulled the dress off and shoved it under his bed before putting on his boy clothes. He looked in the mirror again, seeing his hair back to its normal state. He shook his head. He clearly had a wild imagination to have seen himself with long red hair. He made sure to smile as his uncle knocked on his bedroom door. Yes, Uncle Sirius? Harry asked, opening it to reveal his sweating uncle. I just had a message from your Aunt Minnie. She's coming to visit for lunch. So do you want to go out somewhere nice? The three of us? Sirius asked. She goes back to Scotland tomorrow. Harry nodded. Yes, please, he said, grinning. It sounded wonderful going out for lunch. He loved his Aunt Minnie, especially since she would always bring his favorite biscuits. Then get ready while I have a quick shower, and I'll meet you downstairs soon. My name is Lily Potter, and I'm a girl, Harry said. His voice even sounded feminine. He began to dance again, smiling as his hair swayed with him. He had never imagined himself being so happy. He wondered how Sirius would react to him being a girl. Would he still love Harry? Of course he would, Harry knew. His uncle would love him no matter what. But was it right? Could he be a girl? No, Harry knew it wasn't right. Boys would always be boys, wouldn't they? He knew this was just a dream, and it would never be real. He looked at himself. No, she looked at herself in the mirror. My name is Lily, she exclaimed softly. Lily smiled happily, trying to wipe the tears away as she touched the mirror. She closed her eyes, wishing this moment would last forever, just before everything turned to black. As Harry opened his eyes, with the morning summer sunlight pouring into his bedroom, he yawned, sat up and stretched. Remembering the dream, he scrambled out of his bed and ran to the mirror, but he was back to his normal self. His hair was messy and short and dark. His scar was there, and he was wearing his pajamas. He looked like Harry Potter. What a weird dream, Harry concluded as he went to the bathroom to wash and get ready for the school day ahead. He could hear Sirius preparing breakfast downstairs. As he went through his morning routine, the thoughts of him dancing the night before began to fade into memory, like it had never happened. After all, it had been a dream, hadn't it? A Truth Revealed. Chapter 3. A Truth Revealed. Harry, now nearing his 11th birthday, was breathless but smiling as he returned from playing football with his school friends. His smile turned into a grin as he saw Sirius and his Aunt Minerva sitting at the table, talking over coffee. Aunt Minerva, Harry exclaimed, racing to give her a hug. I thought you were coming over at the weekend. I thought I'd surprise you, Harry, Minerva said, smiling slightly as she embraced Harry. I have something for you. Presents? I love presents, Harry said, dropping his bag onto the kitchen floor. Harry! Sirius' question was as much a statement, so Harry grabbed his bag and hung it up on the coat rack. Sorry, Uncle Sirius, Harry said when he returned, sitting down at the kitchen table. What did you bring me? Well, we need to tell you something first, Harry, Sirius began, looking at him in an uncharacteristically serious way. He took Harry's hand. You asked once what happened to your parents, and I said they'd been killed by a madman. You need to know now the rest of the story. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. He had asked and accepted Sirius' story when he was told it, but he knew there was more to it. However, he was taught to be patient, so he had agreed to wait. There's something important that you need to know, Harry. You're different from the other kids at your school. You're a wizard, Harry, Sirius said. Harry blinked at him before bursting into laughter. Good one, Uncle Sirius. You almost had me there, Harry replied, wiping away a tear of mirth. His laughter died down, however, as Minerva took a wooden stick from her pocket and turned her teacup into a mouse. Harry froze. He didn't know what to say or do. His Aunt Minerva had always been a part of his life, but seeing what she had just done, it was like he didn't know her at all. Harry had always thought magic was just something on TV or books, but now he was being told that not only was it real, but he could do it. I can't be. I'd have noticed, wouldn't I? Harry asked, hating how panicked his voice was becoming. Sirius and Minerva looked at one another, and then at Harry again. We've done what we can to stop you from noticing, Harry, because you needed to have a normal childhood. You see, in the wizarding world, you're famous, Minerva told him, her tone softer than usual. The soothing tone eased some of the rising alarm in his chest, and he took a few deep breaths as Sirius squeezed his hand in comfort. Harry listened with surprise and amazement as he was told all about how his parents had actually died, killed by Lord Voldemort, the most evil and powerful dark wizard in history, and how he alone had somehow survived the curse that killed everyone else it struck, leaving him with nothing but his lightning bolt scar. By the time Harry had been told the whole story, he had so many questions, and there was so much he wanted to know. He thought of the time he grew his hair long, not a dream, but magic, and how he always felt slightly different from his fellow peers at school. It all made sense now. He was a wizard. Why didn't you tell me before? Harry's first question was going to be his most important one. Professor Dumbledore wanted to protect you from the wizarding world until you were old enough to attend Hogwarts, because everyone in our world knows who you are, Minerva explained kindly. Harry thought carefully. He remembered instances where strange things happened, including the days where he could have sworn he had seen owls in the garden during the day, or heard his uncle talking at night to the fireplace, or even when randomly dressed people had bowed to him in the streets. Uncle Sirius, did you go to Hogwarts? Harry asked, turning his attention to the older man who had allowed Minerva to do most of the talking. I did. I was in Gryffindor House, Sirius said proudly. If you get sorted into Gryffindor, your Aunt Minerva will be your head of house. So, I won't live with you anymore? This will always be your home, but Hogwarts students stay their weekends, but they can come home at the holidays if they want. Whatever happens, I'm only an owl away if you need me, Sirius explained. Now, Minerva, if you would do the honors? The woman had a rare look of excitement over her face as she handed Harry his Hogwarts letter. He opened the fancy-looking letter and read it a few times, and then looked at the two of them in amazement. The letter made him have more questions, not less of them. So where do we get all of this? Harry asked, indicating to the list of necessary items. I doubt the local supermarket will sell a cauldron. Sirius grinned his usual cheeky grin. Diagon Alley. It is a special place in London that only witches and wizards can go to. We'll have to go to Gringotts to get your money, though, Sirius said, looking excited. You see, your parents were very wealthy when they died, and left you a lot of money. I didn't need it to raise you. As you know, we're also rich, so we've lived comfortably, but I think it's time you started to use your money for some things. That way you can treat yourself, plus it'll teach you how to use money wisely. I have money? Harry had never wanted for anything with Sirius, but he had never been spoilt either. He had his games consoles and television, but he had earned them by being good, doing chores and showing that he was a good boy by treating others properly. Yep, your grandparents invented something in the wizarding world called Sleekeasy Hair Potion, and it's the most popular hair product in our world. It's even used in the Muggle world sometimes, although under a different name, Sirius explained. It never really did anything for the Potter do though. Okay, I didn't expect that, Harry said, feeling surprised. I'll make sure I check with you before buying anything, Uncle Sirius, I don't want to be silly with money. You won't be. I taught you about money for this reason. Just be cautious, and if you think something is too expensive or extravagant, ask yourself why you want it. Sometimes, rich people want something expensive just because it is expensive, Sirius said. Harry noted Minerva's look of surprise. Aunt Minerva? Harry directed towards her, frowning. I don't think she expected me to say something so wise. When I was younger, I could be a little silly with money, Sirius chuckled. A little? Minerva chided, with a small smirk as she raised an eyebrow. Sirius sighed, rolling his eyes. Yes, if we're done embarrassing me for the day. Anyway, Harry will be going to Diagon Alley on Saturday. You'll be able to keep in touch with your friends whilst you're at Hogwarts if you want. But if they ask, you're going to a private school. Muggles aren't to know about the wizarding world for the safety of everyone involved. Okay, Uncle Sirius, Harry agreed, reading his letter again. Go and get changed for dinner. We will talk more about what you need to expect and know about our world. Sirius ruffled up Harry's hair affectionately, and the boy grinned before running up the stairs, possibly more excited than he had ever been in his life. The weekend could not come quick enough for Harry, and as he, Minerva, and Sirius stepped out of the house, he turned at Sirius. Uncle Sirius, how are we getting to London? Won't it take us a few hours even with your crazy driving? Sirius lightly nudged Harry in protest, laughing as he did so. We will be taking a wizarding bus called the Night Bus. Only witches and wizards can use it. We'll be in London before you know it, Sirius said, as they walked to the end of the driveway of their house. As they reached there, Minerva held out her right hand. Harry frowned, but jumped as a large purple bus appeared out of nowhere with a bang. Welcome to the Night Bus, for the stranded witch or wizard. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I'll be your conductor. A man standing on the entrance of the bus recited. 3 to go to the Leaky Cauldron, Minerva told him as Sirius led Harry onto the bus. As the three of them took a seat, Harry looked around, seeing a few people all reading a newspaper which had a picture on the front. Where people were moving. Are those pictures moving? Harry gasped in awe, pointing to a paper. Sirius slapped a hand to his forehead. Oh yes, I knew there'd be something I forgot to say. Pictures taken with magical cameras allow for moving photos. Harry had been told a lot about the wizarding world over the last few days. It was fascinating. Sirius showed him simple spells with his wand and had laughed heartily at Harry when he complained that it wasn't fair that he had been made to tidy up manually over the course of his life. All you have to do is wave your wand. Why did you put me through the unnecessary torture of cleaning? Sirius seemed happy to be able to use magic freely again and spoke often about the trouble he used to get to in school, claiming that he was the reason why Minerva always looked so suspicious of him. Harry turned his attention to his Aunt Minnie. He had always known she was a teacher, but to understand that she was a transfiguration professor piqued his curiosity of the woman even more. She had summoned one of the newspapers from the front of the bus and was flicking through the pages with a furrow developing at her brow. Anything interesting, Aunt Minnie? Nothing too exciting, just news about the latest defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. He used to teach Muggle studies, then he took a year off for study. He's a good teacher though, if not a little nervous about everything, Minerva said absently as she closed the paper and set it aside. Muggle studies? Harry repeated, confusion in his voice. He couldn't remember being told about that class. Sirius answered the question. When you start year 3, you get a choice of certain lessons. Muggle studies help those who aren't Muggle-born to understand how Muggles live, to help them blend in better. You won't need those lessons since you grew up in the Muggle world, but they can offer an interesting insight. So, I'm a Muggle-born? Sirius shook his head. No, Muggle-borns are witches or wizards that are born to Muggle parents. Sometimes magic can skip a generation or two, and sometimes magic just appears in a family line. No one really knows how or why. Then there are half-bloods who have just one parent and grandparents who are a witch or wizard. You're known as a half-blood, because although both your parents were from our world, your mum's parents were Muggles. Some people, some really nasty people, think of anyone who isn't a pure blood, someone with only magical parents and grandparents, to be nothing but a virus or disgusting. Your mother was a Muggle-born, but she was one of the best witches who ever lived, Sirius explained. I'm a pureblood due to my parents and grandparents being magical. Racists exist in our world? Harry could not hide the disgust in his voice. Sirius sighed. Sadly, yes. My parents were racists, as was my brother. Your dad was my best friend, and we were in Gryffindor together. My brother and the rest of my family were in Slytherin. No good witch or wizard ever came from Slytherin, Sirius quoted in a bitter tone. So, will people like me at school? Sirius let out a bark of a laugh, momentarily distracted. Harry, they'll love you. Look at you. You're smart, you're brave, and you're sweet. You care about people. Look at the friends you had at your last school. You'll make friends easily, Sirius promised. Just be mindful of some people, okay? Some may only want to be your friend due to your name, others might just want to get close to harm you. Some of Voldemort's followers have kids around your age, and they would have grown up to hear negative lies about you. The Slytherin students are children, McGonagall interrupted. In Hogwarts, we carefully monitor for any sort of discrimination or bullying. It is a safe space for all who attend, no matter their history, their blood, or their family. It is an institute for learning, and for a witch or wizard to discover who they are and what they want to be. Sirius, you remember the mistrust the other Gryffindors had in you when you were first sorted, and how upsetting that was. I can't believe I need to remind you that times are different now. We aren't at war, and you don't need to fill Harry's head with obnoxious ideas. You're right, Sirius agreed, looking suitably apologetic. There are good people and bad people in each house, just like there are good and bad people in the world. You've got to listen to your gut. Stay safe. Learn as much as you can and don't forget to pull some pranks. It didn't take long to get to London, and as the trio stepped off of the bus, Harry walked into someone he could only describe as a giant. He looked up in shock as he saw the man. Harry started, but Sirius butted in. Hagrid. Harry, this is Hagrid. He's groundskeeper at Hogwarts. Blimey, I haven't seen you since you were a baby. You've grown a bit. Hagrid greeted Harry with a back-breaking hug. Harry was surprised but found it welcoming. Felt like he already had a friend. You saw me as a baby? Harry asked when the larger man let him go. Hagrid nodded, a beam over his bushy face. I was there when your uncle adopted you, he replied. Made sure you were all settled in that lovely house of his. What brings you to Hogsmeade, Hagrid? Minerva asked. Professor Dumbledore asked me to get the you-know-what, Hagrid said, puffing out his chest with a sense of pride. Rumors going around and all that. The headmaster figured it will be safer at Hogwarts, after the professors have added their extra security measures. Well, we're taking Harry to get his school supplies. Why don't you join us? We'll make a day of it, Sirius suggested, cutting off Harry's inquisitive noise. I'd like that, Hagrid said, grinning again. No problem with that, is there, Harry? No, it'll be nice, Harry replied, ignoring his curiosity. It's really nice to meet you, Hagrid. So polite, Hagrid commented happily. You did an amazing job raising him, Sirius. I did what I could. It's hard to raise the child of a marauder. Harry is cheeky and mischievous, just like his father, Sirius said fondly. And the splitting image of James, too, all except the eyes. He has his mother's eyes. Shall we get going? Minerva broke in, indicating to a nearby tavern that Harry saw was called the Leaky Cauldron. Harry noticed that none of the busy muggles even attempted to go near the place, almost like it didn't exist. Sirius had told him how this was the crossover from the Muggle world to Diagon Alley, charmed so that non-magical people would never see the place and end up wandering where they shouldn't. After meeting Professor Quirrell and being enthusiastically greeted by several people, Harry was told he was famous. But to see people reacting in such a way to him was shocking. Harry was astonished to finally see Diagon Alley. It was bustling with adults and children, and his eyes couldn't take in all the magical shops. Their first stop was the bank, Gringotts, where Harry met several goblins. Griphook took the group into the catacombs for Harry to get money from his vault. Sirius had gotten some from his own, and Hagrid had retrieved a small package from a third vault. Their next stop had been to get fitted for robes, where Harry had met a blonde-haired boy who had been quite rude about Muggle-borns. Harry made a mental note to not hang around that boy at Hogwarts, He was exactly the type that Sirius had warned him about on the night bus. As Harry left the store, he was greeted by Hagrid, who had brought him a white, snowy owl. With help from Sirius and Minerva, he named the owl Hedwig, a name from wizarding history. He loved how soft Hedwig was, and Hedwig quickly bonded with Harry. One thing did catch Harry's eyes: a broomstick called a Nimbus 2000. Unfortunately, he was not allowed one in the first year. "I'll make a deal with you, Harry. You do well in your first year, and I'll buy you one for your 12th birthday," Sirius promised. "You can try out for Quidditch then as well." Their final stop had been to get Harry's wand. He wasn't too comfortable with the shop owner, Mr. Ollivander, and was initially a little uneasy when he found out that his wand had a core that was twinned with Voldemort's. But to have his own wand, and to feel the immediately connection to his magic, was intoxicating. He was so excited that he almost set the shop on fire, which Minerva, Sirius, and Mr. Ollivander put out with a wave of their own wands. Sirius and Harry had their dinner at the Leaky Cauldron that evening. Hagrid had declined the offer to join them, saying that he had delayed delivering the package to Dumbledore long enough. "But see you in a few weeks, Harry." Minerva also bade her goodbyes and left with Hagrid. The pub became more crowded as the evening went on, and eventually the landlord of the establishment, Tom, authorized the use of magic to set up privacy barriers so that the two would stop being disturbed. "Uncle Sirius, I met a boy whilst I was being fitted for robes. He said that they shouldn't let non-pure bloods into Hogwarts." Harry told him while halfway through the main course. "I see what you meant. I think he was really rude and nasty." "Sadly, Harry, people like him do exist. If they were smart, they'd be like you, kind and accepting of everyone," Sirius said. "Just because someone is different, it doesn't mean they're not good people." "Exactly. One of the teachers at school was in love with another man, and they were the best teachers I had," Harry remembered. Sirius grinned. "Exactly my point." He paused for a moment. "I was once in love with a man, but that didn't work out," he added, his smile fading. Harry knew that Sirius dated a lot, but they were mostly casual flings. He had never heard that tone in his uncle's voice before, and to use the term love as well, that was new. "What happened, Uncle Sirius?" Harry asked delicately. Sirius looked at Harry, eyes full of pain. "He did something unforgivable, and he hurt me. I haven't seen him in years, and I doubt I'll see him again," Sirius replied. "But don't go worrying about me. You're all that I need, and I'm so incredibly happy to have you in my life, regardless of the circumstances." "I love you, Uncle Sirius." Harry got up from his seat and walked around the table to give the man a hug. "Thank you for everything you've done for me, and for always being there." "I love you too, Harry," Sirius said, smiling and kissing Harry's forehead, right on his scar. "I am so proud of you, for the young man you're becoming. You're very smart and you care about others. I think that's so wonderful." Harry ignored the uncomfortable squirm that ran through his spine. "Thank you, Uncle Sirius," Harry replied, grateful to have his uncle in his life. He knew that his life was changing for the better. But whatever happened, he vowed to be the good person that Sirius had taught him to be. He would miss the man while at Hogwarts, but at least he would have his Aunt Minnie. Or rather, Professor McGonagall. He couldn't wait to begin his lessons. Harry found it hard to contain his excitement as he and Sirius made their way through King's Cross Station. After all, he was about to go to Hogwarts. "Come on, Uncle Sirius. We don't want to miss the train." "Calm down, kiddo, we have plenty of time." Harry had barely slept the night before. Ever since he was told the truth of his heritage and the wizarding world, he began to read most of his schoolbooks, especially Transfiguration. After all, his Aunt Min, no, Professor McGonagall taught it, heard spectacular tales of Quidditch and itched to try out magic with his wand. Magic could do so many spectacular things. The two were walking past hundreds of muggles with a beautiful snowy owl in a floating cage beside them, a large suitcase following suit, without any of them batting an eye at the unusual sight. Through the crowds, Harry could see either Hogwarts students also heading towards Platform 9, 3/4, most with some form of animal familiar. The noise of the various owls should have caught the attention of the non-magical people. Magic was amazing. The duo went through the solid-looking wall to the platform, and as Harry gaped at the magical steam train, Sirius called him over. "Harry, this is Molly Weasley. She's a very good friend." Sirius introduced the shorter woman, with shocking red hair and a friendly face. "Molly, this is Harry. It's so lovely to meet you, dear." Molly greeted Harry with a warm hug. Harry smiled. "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. It's lovely to meet you too." Harry returned the greeting. "These are my children." Molly turned to introduce Harry to Percy, Fred, George, Ginny, and Ron. "It's Ron's first year as well." "Nice to meet you, Ron," Harry said, holding out his hand. Ron grinned, accepting the hand. "The Weasleys are some of the nicest people in our world, Harry," Sirius explained. "You're too kind, Sirius." Molly lightly shoved Sirius, though the blush on her face conveyed how she didn't really mind the compliment. Sirius laughed just as the train's warning horn blared. "Right, let's get you aboard. Molly, how about we catch up after? Maybe Arthur can join us." "Wonderful idea," Molly agreed. "It's been far too long. Letters just aren't the same." Sirius and Molly used their magic to direct the suitcases, Hedwig and another owl to their assigned carriages before bidding the group goodbye. Ron and Harry found a carriage for themselves. Percy was with the prefects and Fred and George went off to look for a friend, after they had a quick chat and Harry had shown them his scar. "This is Scabbers. Bit pathetic, isn't he?" Ron indicated to a pouch Harry had noticed on his side as they settled down into the carriage. An old rat poked his head out, sleepy dark eyes observing the area before the pet climbed out and lay claim to the more comfortable area of his owner's lap. Harry held out a finger for the twitching nose to sniff. "He's cute. I always liked rats," Harry said, gently petting the gray fur when the plump rodent settled to sleep. "Does he do anything? Some rats can learn tricks, sleep and eat. He used to be my brother Percy's, but now he's mine because after Percy got named a prefect, he was given an owl," Ron said, a little bitterly. "Fred and George gave me a harmless spell to turn him yellow, though." "Yellow? Can you show me?" Harry said, grinning. Ron cleared his throat, but as he went to say the enchantment, the door opened, and a bushy-haired girl came in. "Have any of you seen a toad called Trevor? A boy called Neville lost one," she said, before spotting Ron's wand. "Are you doing magic? Let's see then." She sat herself down, staring intently. Ron's spell was either not a real spell or it failed miserably. "Don't worry, Ron. You'll get the hang of it at school," Harry said encouragingly. "He's right. I'm Hermione Granger." The girl introduced herself. "Ron Weasley, and you're Harry Potter. I've read all about you in A History of Magic," Hermione said, before Harry could introduce himself. "I know my uncle told me I was going to be famous, but I don't think I like people knowing more about me and my family than I do." Harry sighed with a self-conscious shuffle. Hermione's interested expression shifted. "I'm sorry for what happened, Harry. I can't imagine it was easy to live with," she said kindly. Harry smiled at her. "Thank you, Hermione. That means a lot. I wonder what my parents would think of me sometimes. I love Sirius for everything that he has done, but I'm sure they would be really proud of you. Not only did you defeat the greatest evil of Wizarding England, but you seem really nice as well." Hermione told him. "She's right," Ron chimed in. Harry flashed them both a brighter smile. It faded, however, as the door opened to reveal 3 students, one of which was the blonde boy he had met in Diagon Alley. "So it's true. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts," the boy said. "This is Crabbe and Goyle, and I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron snickered at the name, which caused Malfoy to glare at him. "No need to ask your name. Red hair and hand-me-down robes. You're obviously a Weasley." Malfoy smirked at the clear insult. "You don't want to make friends with the wrong sort, Potter." "I can help you there," Malfoy said, holding out his hand. Harry didn't even budge. "I can figure out the wrong sort by myself, thanks," Harry said, narrowing his eyes at Malfoy, who glared before leaving. "Thanks, Harry," Ron murmured. "Malfoys are known for being judgmental, manipulative, and used to getting what they want. Pretty sure no one has told the Git no before. My Uncle Sirius taught me to spot a bully a mile off." "You're definitely someone I want to be friends with," Harry told them. "That goes for you too, Hermione." "I'd like that," Hermione said, smiling as well. Well, I never had many friends. Her smile faded as she made the admission. Why not? Ron asked, frowning. Hermione sighed. People don't like the fact that I'm smarter than most of them, Hermione explained with another sigh. And apparently I talk about it too much. If you're clever, be proud of it. Clearly Malfoy isn't, otherwise he'd be nicer, Harry said. At least we'll have someone to help us study, right? I could use the help. I've got all my brothers to make fun of me if I don't do well, Ron expressed glumly. I'd love to help you study, Hermione exclaimed brightly. I read all the textbooks and studied what I could. My parents couldn't help me much as their dentists, but they were so proud of me when Professor McGonagall came and explained to them that I was a witch. Aunt Minnie came to your house? Harry inquired. Isn't she amazing? Aunt Minnie? Ron repeated, looking at Harry with both shock and admiration. Professor McGonagall was always there for me when I was growing up. She brought my books, and a few extra ones, and told me to study hard, Harry clarified. She also said she'll be tough on me at school as she wants me to be the best wizard I can be. An older witch pushing a food trolley knocked on their door. Anything from the trolley, dears? The woman asked. Harry immediately treated Hermione and Ron to sweets, pasties, and drinks. Thanks, Harry. Hermione began to read some of the packets carefully. Thank-o-o-o, Ron added, his mouth full of pumpkin pasty, causing the other two to laugh. The train journey was very pleasant for Harry and his new friends. They spoke about magic, Quidditch, and the Muggle world. By the time they arrived at Hogwarts and were lined up for the sorting, Harry was feeling confident but nervous. Hermione was sorted first from the group and she was put into Gryffindor. When Ron was sorted, the hat audibly told him he knew where to put Ron and put him in Gryffindor as well. When it came to Harry's turn, his confidence had faded and he mentally whispered, "Not Slytherin," as the old hat was placed on his head. Difficult, very difficult, plenty of courage I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent there, and a thirst to prove yourself. But where to put you? The hat said. Harry continued his whispers of not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, eh? Are you sure? You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head, and Slytherin will help you on your way to greatness. There's no doubt about that, the hat said. No? Well, if you're sure, better be Gryffindor. There were roars of delight from the Gryffindor table, and Harry grinned self-consciously as he sat in between Hermione and Ron. It didn't take long for the sorting to finish. Of course Malfoy is sorted into Slytherin. All of his family has been from the very beginning of Hogwarts, Ron muttered, and Harry made sure to make note of the other new Gryffindors. Not long after, the famous Dumbledore stood up from the head table and began to speak. He introduced the head of houses, spoke of the main rules, the Forbidden Forest, and gave a warning about how the third-floor corridor was currently out of bounds. Magic gifts us with great ability, but we must remember we are also at its mercy, the headmaster warned the students. Treat it well, and it will become our greatest ally. Misuse the power and, well, the third-floor corridor happens. It will settle in time, but classes have been moved to accommodate for the unstable magic. Make sure to refer to your timetables tomorrow morning and remember, Hogwarts is your home. From further along up the table, Harry could have sworn he heard one of the Weasley twins proudly claim that they were the reason the corridor was malfunctioning. Testing out things there. Must be good of Hogwarts is freaking out about it. A few hours later, Harry was in his dorm room with Ron, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and Neville Longbottom despite not sleeping well the night before. He still did not feel tired. As the others slept, he sat on the window seat, looking out across the vast grounds for a while before gazing up at the stars, wondering of things yet to come and how things might be for him in the future. Harry's days at Hogwarts quickly became routine. He would get up, get washed and go for breakfast, and after breakfast in the Great Hall he would be ready for classes. Transfiguration was his favorite, followed by defense against the dark arts despite Quirrell's uniqueness. Professor Snape made potions intimidating, and Sirius's tone in a return letter sounded frustrated after Harry mentioned the rather unfair questioning that had been fired his way during the first class. Thankfully, the professor left Harry alone in the succeeding lessons. Charms was difficult for Harry and Ron, but Hermione showed them how to do the correct wand actions and pronunciations. On top of that, in his first flying lesson, Harry had proved himself to be an excellent flyer after stopping Malfoy from destroying an item belonging to Neville. Professor McGonagall had spotted the altercation while grading homework and had shrieked at Harry for being reckless while they were alone, but for that skill, he had been given a place on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. 2 days after, he had been sent a Nimbus 2000 by Sirius, who said he was very proud of Harry. "You're the youngest Hogwarts seeker in a century, Harry." And that pride grew even more after defeating the Slytherin team in his first match. Before too long, Halloween had arrived, which had all the students excited. The celebration had always been a rather solemn one for him and Sirius. It was, after all, the night where Harry lost his parents. Seeing the usually placid ghosts of Hogwarts become more animated distracted Harry from his thoughts, and the usually manageable peeves became unbearable. The poltergeist was able to throw small objects and random students were pummeled by food. Ron and Harry were waiting for Hermione to return from the bathroom, who had fallen victim to some of the flying food, when Professor Quirrell barged into the Great Hall. He screamed about a troll in the dungeon, Turban Askew, before collapsing out of shock. Dumbledore and the other professors quickly gave out orders, and as the students were guided to their respective dormitories by pale-looking prefects, the two realized that Hermione hadn't returned. With no professors available and their fellow dorm mates looking frightened, the two ran to get Hermione themselves, only to find the troll in the bathroom that she was occupying. It had trapped her inside and the girl was clearly terrified. Ron and Harry managed to knock the creature unconscious just as the professors arrived, nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, having alerted them to the true location of the troll and what was transpiring. Minerva took the three of them to her office when it deemed the troll was out cold, pale and shaking. "What do you think you were doing, Harry?" Minerva demanded, looking at the boy with a confusing mix of pride, fear and disbelief over her pale face. "A troll? Don't you realize how dangerous and stupid they are? You could have been killed." "Aunt Minnie, we went looking for Hermione. She had gone to the bathroom before Professor Quirrell came running in, and when she hadn't returned as everyone was heading to the dorms, we wanted to make sure she was okay," Harry explained. He did not regret his decision, but he felt bad for making the older woman look so stressed. Minerva pinched the bridge of her nose. "Professor, we couldn't let our friend be hurt, and when we reached the girls' bathroom, the troll was going in there," Ron added. Minerva sighed. "I don't know why I'm still surprised by how Gryffindors act. What you both did was very foolish, and very brave. I don't know if anyone else could have done what you did. However, I don't want any of you to do anything so reckless again. You were incredibly lucky tonight." "No kidding," Ron agreed, breathless. "Honestly, if Hermione hadn't helped me learn the right wand movement for the Wingardium Leviosa spell." "Indeed. Miss Granger, you seem to be an excellent influence on Harry and Mr. Weasley here," Minerva told the girl. 50 points for Gryffindor, for bravery and sheer dumb luck." "Thank you, Aunt Minnie," Harry said. He blushed as she glared at him. "Sorry, Professor McGonagall." She rolled her eyes at him. "Go back to your dorm room and enjoy the food that's been sent up. And may I suggest a shower as well? The quicker you get rid of the troll stench, the better." As the three students went to leave, McGonagall called out to them. "You three have an inspiring bond. It's rare for such a connection to forge so quickly." She smiled at their confused expressions. "Friends for life. Come hell or high water. It's clear that the three of you will always support each other. We need more connections like that in this world." As the three arrived at the waiting fat lady portrait, nearly headless Nick following them from behind under McGonagall's instruction, Harry paused. "Harry, no matter what, I will always be here for you both," he told the two fiercely. Hermione began to sob. "You two are the best friends anyone can ask for. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for being there. I always felt so alone before, but now we're friends for life," Ron finished. He looked mildly uncomfortable at the crying girl, but he pressed his shoulder against hers in a show of comfort, resting another on Harry's shoulder. Hours later, sitting alone in the common room, stared into the fireplace, watching the flames crackling and burning the logs. He remembered the guttural sound the troll made as it went to attack them, and anxious thoughts raced through his mind. What if he had been hurt or died? What if he lost his new friends? What would Sirius say to him for taking on a troll? Would he be proud? Would he be angry? There were so many things he wanted to ask Sirius. Something not entirely unrelated also occupying his mind. Being in the girls' bathroom felt somehow right. He usually tried to be the first up in the mornings so that he could have the boys' bathroom to himself, and even then, he had this underlying sense of being an intruder. He hated being there when another student stumbled in, half asleep, and he had been trying so hard to ignore the uncomfortable sensations. Yet, going into the female bathroom to rescue Hermione, not to mention the dream he first experienced when he was 6, had also been reoccurring with increasing frequency. Why did he keep thinking of himself as Lily Potter? Why did he feel so wrong? Trouble sleeping? A kindly voice asked. Harry looked up and saw Minerva standing near the entranceway. Harry nodded. I didn't want to disturb the others. Minerva came further into the dorm, sitting down next to Harry. What's on your mind? Minerva questioned softly. Harry sighed, his eyes being drawn back to the orange glow of the fire. I guess I was worried about what if we hadn't been lucky tonight, he confessed. Minerva placed a hand on his shoulder. When Nick came and said that he had seen you and Mr. Weasley go after the troll, I was scared of the same thing, she told him. I had never run so fast in my life. I'm sorry I made you worry, Aunt Minnie. Ron and I didn't want to lose Hermione, and you and Uncle Sirius always taught me to stand up for our friends, Harry said quietly. I know we did something stupid, but it felt like the only option at the time. Minerva chuckled softly. Reaching to pull the blanket Harry was cuddled in closer around his body. Standing up against bullies and prejudice, yes, but a troll? I know, but I don't know what I was thinking. You were thinking of your friend, and you were brave. As foolish as you were, and you are never to repeat this, I am proud of you. You were wonderful, you and your friend. You chose your friends well, Harry, Minerva said. I spoke to your uncle. He'll be writing to you, but he wanted me to say that whilst what you did was foolish, he was proud, and you're exactly like your parents. They were just as brave and would have done the same thing. The two sat in silence for a few minutes. Lily and James would be proud of you. I miss them, Harry confided, his voice barely a whisper. Everyone seems to only care about Halloween because of the sweets and the ghosts. But it's the anniversary of when they died to protect you, Minerva finished. It would be strange if you didn't miss them, Harry. But Sirius, how you feel doesn't invalidate all that Sirius has done for you. The professor cut him off. Listen to me carefully. People can be thoughtless. They can see holidays as a time to let loose, to spoil their loved ones and even themselves. It's a break from real life. They're so caught up in their own holiday that they don't recognize that there are others who don't have the same experiences. Countless witches and wizards celebrate today because it's Halloween and tradition. While only a few will remember, it's also the anniversary of the downfall of the Dark Lord. She placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. And only a handful, yourself and Sirius most of all, remember today as a time of sorrow. Sirius wouldn't trade you for the world, but I guarantee you that he also misses James and Lily dreadfully and thinks about how life would be different if they were still around. Sirius once mentioned how he lost everyone that night. He lost his best friends and his lover too, Harry remembered. I understand Voldemort wanted to cull those he didn't deem worthy, but why go after purebloods that defied him? Why did he think it would be okay to destroy so many lives for such selfish reasons? McGonagall sighed. It's a question that has kept many people awake for the last decade. However, not everything was lost that night, as he gained you as his son. I never knew anyone who grew up overnight as quickly as he did. You make him proud every day, and you do the same for me, too. She quickly raised a finger at him. Don't tell anyone I told you this. I have a reputation to uphold. Harry laughed, trying to fight off a yawn. Off to bed with you, Harry. As he settled into his soft bed a few minutes later, he found his thoughts were less tumultuous. Harry felt better now he had spoken to his aunt, although he still had a lot of questions about his dreams. Why did he think of himself as Lily? Why now? And what else was going to happen to him this year? With his Aunt Minnie watching him, and with Ron and Hermione backing him up, He felt confident that he would be able to face it. Christmas Day had arrived, and Harry was already overwhelmed with presents. He was given a broomstick cleaning kit from Sirius and a wand cleaning kit from Minerva. He also received a large bundle of homemade mince pies and a sweater from Mrs. Weasley, as Ron had written to her and told her what Harry had done for him. After all, Harry had volunteered to stay with Ron at Hogwarts since his parents were away for the holidays. When Harry had been told that Ron's parents were going to Romania, his first question was why weren't they all going? Ron had explained about wizarding ports, which were where wizards had to go to visit other countries, either using a port key, flu powder, or apparition. The reason they needed to pay at a wizarding port was because they couldn't have wizards just appearing in other countries. What if a muggle saw them? What if they appeared in a crowd of muggles? It monitored the flow of traffic and kept everyone involved safe. But it did cost a pretty penny, and with Ginny alone with all of her brothers either at Hogwarts or working, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley decided to take her to see Charlie as a Christmas gift. It's going to be strange, not celebrating the holiday with my family, but at least Fred and George won't prank any of us this year. Ron laughed with a look of relief on his face. Harry liked the Weasley twins. They were mischievous, funny, and cheeky, and somewhat reminded him of Sirius. His uncle had originally been upset at hearing how Harry wouldn't be coming home for Christmas, but understood when Harry explained the situation to him. Opening his last present, Harry gasped in shock. It was a cloak, a beautiful one that seemed to shimmer. He held it up and Ron gasped as well. "I know what that is. It's an invisibility cloak," he exclaimed with awe. "What do you mean?" Harry asked, confused. "Put it on," Ron urged. Harry nodded and swung the cloak around, putting it on. He was shocked as he saw his entire body vanish.
"I'm invisible."
"That's wicked. Those are really rare," Ron explained. "And expensive. Who got it for you?" "Your uncle." "I don't know," Harry said, taking off the cloak and folding it up neatly, before looking for a note. Ron, however, found the note first. "This belonged to your father. It was in my possession when he died. Use it well," Ron read out. "Use it well," Harry repeated, feeling more confused. "What does that mean?" "It means you can go anywhere without being seen. You know, we could check the restricted section for any information on Nicholas Flamel," Ron suggested. "Give us some headway to find out what the thing is that Dumbledore is hiding on the third-floor corridor." Harry grinned. "Good idea. I'll check it out tonight," he said. "I wonder who had it all this time, though. Are you sure it wasn't your uncle?" Harry shook his head. "He'd have given it to me sooner," Harry replied. "Whoever it was, well, I'll thank them when I can. The fact that the cloak has kept so well after all this time shows it's of fantastic quality. Most begin to fade for 10 or so years. So, whatever you do, don't tell anyone about it, otherwise everyone will want it. With that, we can go anywhere we want to," Ron exclaimed wishfully. The day went by quickly for Harry and Ron, enjoying Christmas dinner and stuffing themselves to the point of nauseousness with sweets. They played magical chess, practiced flying in the bitter wind, Ron having a go on the Nimbus, and Harry even got to spend a little time with his Aunt Minnie. By the end of the day, Harry felt tired, but simultaneously excited to sneak into the restricted section of the library. Ever since finding out that Gringotts had been robbed, and Hagrid slipping out that the item that was to be stolen was already being kept safe at the castle with the permission of Nicholas Flamel, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had been intent on solving the mystery. Harry had thought about asking Sirius, but something told him Sirius wouldn't be able to help. Now, with the few remaining students in bed, Harry quietly left the common room wearing his new invisibility cloak and made his way to the library. He thankfully didn't run into anyone on the way there, and after an hour or two passed of looking through books of famous witches and wizards throughout history, Harry was gripped by a jaw-aching yawn. How had he managed to not find anything? Final book, and then he would go to bed. As he went to pick another book, Harry heard a noise and spun around. In his surprise, he accidentally knocking over the lamp that he had been using. Quickly, Harry put the books away and covered himself with the cloak, seconds before Argus Filch came around the corner. "Who's there?" Filch demanded, holding up a lamp of his own. The caretaker looked around, seeing the remains of the lamp on the floor. Picking it up, he walked out of the library, with Harry quickly following suit. What Harry saw next bothered him. Snape was talking to Quirrell about something, and it sounded like Quirrell was afraid. He knew Snape had it out for him after the events of his first Quidditch match, and only Hermione's intervention had saved his life. When Filch explained there was a student out of bed, both professors began to help Filch search. Knowing it would be stupid to return to the library now, Harry quietly backed away from the area, entering a room behind him. He listened carefully but, upon not hearing any sign of the professors nearby, he let out a sigh of relief and took off the cloak. Realizing he had never been in this room before, Harry let his curiosity get the better of him and began to look around. It was empty, aside from a large mirror. Harry approached the mirror, and as he did, he froze. What in the world? He had been shown a picture of himself as a baby with his parents, and in the mirror, his parents were standing there, smiling at him. Harry looked behind him, but he was alone in the room. "Mom? Dad?" Harry whispered, turning his eyes back to the young adults in the reflection. He tried to memorize their faces before turning his attention to the person standing behind their legs. It was Harry standing there, but he wasn't Harry. He was a red-haired girl, and he knew her name. He had dreamt of her often enough over the last 5 years. "Lily," he murmured as he reached out and touched the mirror. The reflection smiled at him, making the same movement. He couldn't believe how right it felt, seeing himself like that. The mirror Harry Lily was him, not the Harry standing in an abandoned room in the middle of the night. He did a twirl in the mirror, imagining himself in the pink summer dress his reflection was wearing. Lily did a twirl as well, smiling happily at Harry. The dress she wore would change periodically, as would the hairstyle and length, and Harry ignored the longing in his chest as he stared at her and his parents. Sirius often appeared as well, the love and pride on his face as he watched after the female Harry, causing the longing to become intense to the point of pain. All tiredness had gone, all thoughts of Flamel chased from his mind. Harry stayed there all night. It wasn't until the rising sun began to shine into the dusty room that he was teased out of the mirror's reflection, the sun's rays warning him that he should leave. It took extreme effort to look away from the mirror, and after one look back, everyone waved at him. He pulled on his cloak and ran back to the common room. Nobody was awake, and Harry crawled into his bed, grateful he could sleep all day since it was still the holidays. As sleep quickly claimed him, he knew he'd return to the mirror again when darkness fell. A concerned Ron woke Harry up a few hours later. Harry told him all about the mirror, or rather about seeing his parents in it, and had insisted Ron come with him. Would Ron see Lily? What did it mean? Ron, curious but cautious, agreed to go with Harry. When the last of the Gryffindors retired to their dorms that night, the two left the common room under the cloak. As they reached the abandoned room, Harry noticed what was written on the mirror's edges. Eris stra eru oid ube kafru oid on wosi. Although he had no idea what it meant, he figured he'd ask Hermione about it when she returned from her holidays. "Can you see them? My parents?" Harry asked excitedly as they stood in front of the mirror. "No, I just see us," Ron replied slowly. Harry stepped out of the way. Maybe it only worked if one person was there. "How about now?" Ron's eyes widened. "Bloody hell. I see me. But I'm taller. And I'm Quidditch captain and holding the cup," Ron exclaimed, grinning. He looked at Harry hopefully. "Do you think this shows the future?" "How can it? Both my parents are dead," Harry replied glumly. Why could Ron only see himself and not Harry's parents? Ron stepped out of the way, and Harry took his place. As clear as day, he could see his parents again, and himself as Lily. They were right there. Harry gave Ron a pleading look, but his best friend shook his head. "I just see you, mate," Ron said. It didn't take long for Ron to convince Harry to leave, and Harry, still sleep-deprived from the previous night, allowed himself to be dragged away. As the next night approached, Ron pulled Harry aside. "Please don't go back there, mate. There's something weird about that mirror." "It's a mirror, Ron. It's not cursed or anything," Harry said, rolling his eyes as he retrieved his cloak from his chest. "I dunno, it's kinda spooky, showing us whatever we want. You could go mad just sitting there." His voice was pleading, and he spoke with reason. Harry thought of what Sirius would say and, after an internal argument, looked at Ron. "One more time, Ron? I just need to see them one more time," Harry promised. To his relief, Ron agreed. As he later sat in front of the mirror, seeing his female counterpart looking so joyful and free, Harry wished again that he was she. "So, back again, Harry?" a kindly voice said from behind him. Harry jumped up in panic, turning to see Professor Dumbledore standing there with a warm smile on his face. "Professor Dumbledore, I didn't see you there," Harry stammered, feeling a flush crossing his face. Dumbledore chuckled softly. "Strange how blind being invisible can make us," Dumbledore replied. He approached Harry and put a hand on his shoulder. "You, like many before you, have discovered the joys of the Mirror of Erised." "I didn't know that's what it was called, sir," Harry said. I never imagined. No one ever does when they first find it, Harry. But I presume you already know what it does?" Dumbledore asked, a twinkle in his eye. "It shows us what we want, whatever we want?" Dumbledore looked at him warmly, a look of empathic understanding over his old face. "Yes and no. Let me try it this way. The happiest man in the world could look into it and see only his own reflection," he explained. Harry looked at the letters around the edge of the mirror, thinking about what Dumbledore was saying. "I show not your face, but your heart's desire," Harry recited. "It shows what we want most in this world." "Exactly, Harry," Dumbledore said happily. "You see your parents, whom you have never known. You see your family. Your friend Ronald, who is the youngest brother, visions himself as being elevated above them all. His parents. How do you?" Harry's voice trailed off, rising anxiety making it hard to talk. Could he see Lily as well? Dumbledore chuckled softly. "I do not need a cloak to become invisible," the headmaster informed him. "I can understand your wanting to see this and stay here, Harry. However, tomorrow the mirror will be moved to a new home, and I must ask you not to go looking for it. People have gone mad staring into the mirror, wanting what they can't have." "Ron said the same thing, sir, asking me not to come again as I could go mad sitting here. But I needed to see this one more time," Harry struggled to explain, but Dumbledore looked like he understood regardless. "Your friend is wise and correct. Remember, Harry, it does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live," Dumbledore told him. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Your parents would be proud of who you've become and who you will be. You are a kind and caring friend to those you care about. You're adapting to this world like a duck to water, as the Muggle saying goes. Not only that, but you're also smart, rational, and curious, most of the time." The headmaster stroked his beard carefully. "Life will not be easy for you, Harry, but it is through the hardships that we become who we are truly meant to be. You will never be alone so long as you allow those who love you to be there for you. Do you understand what I'm saying?" "Aye," Dumbledore chuckled. "Forgive an old man's rambles. To clarify, family is who we choose. Don't shut out those who love you because they aren't blood." Harry nodded slowly, still feeling confused. He resisted the urge to look back at the mirror. After asking the headmaster what he saw, "A new pair of socks. One can never have too many socks at my age." Harry bid Dumbledore good night and made his way back to the common room, lost in thought. Where was the mirror going? Oh, and what was Flammel hiding at Hogwarts? Why was Dumbledore able to see Harry's parents but Ron couldn't? Did the headmaster also realize that the preteen Lily was Harry? So why didn't he say anything? Was it weird? Harry didn't know of anybody feeling the way that he did. It must be highly unusual. That's why the omniscient wizard didn't mention it. Harry tried not to cry as he fell into his bed, the snores of his fellow dorm mates blocking out the sounds of his struggle. He desperately wanted to talk to someone, anyone, about these thoughts and feelings, but he was scared and confused, and thoughts about how his desires were wrong bombarded him. Maybe he could have one last look during the day, before the mirror was moved? No, he mustn't. He needed to focus on Nicholas Flamel. If only to distract himself. An unexpected showdown. Chapter 6. An unexpected showdown. Harry, Ron, and Hermione raced from seeing Hagrid, after learning the most horrifying news. Snape knew how to get past the three-headed dog, Fluffy. I knew Snape had to be up to something, Harry panted, the three of them running to Dumbledore's office. They weaved in and out of the other students, robes billowing out behind them. Do you think Dumbledore will be able to stop him? Ron asked as they skidded around a corner, narrowly missing a collision with some older Hufflepuffs. They barely halted to yell out an apology. They needed to see the headmaster now. Harry could see the panic in his friend's eyes. He felt the same way. If anyone can, it's him, Hermione reassured them breathlessly. As they neared Dumbledore's office, Harry saw Minerva leaving through the doorway. Perfect timing. Aunt Minnie, is Professor Dumbledore in his office? Harry asked as the three came to a stop, sweating and chests heaving. No, he received an urgent message from the ministry and has left to go there, Minerva replied with a raised eyebrow. Why, what's wrong? Aunt Minnie, someone's going to get the Philosopher's Stone, Harry exclaimed. Tonight, Minerva froze and looked between the three. Harry, I don't know how you learned about the stone, but I assure you, it's perfectly safe, she said quietly. Aunt Minnie, please, it's not safe. It's in trouble. Someone knows how to get past Hagrid's dog. Minerva began to pale. I was told that was impossible. Hermione quickly summed up what Hagrid had absently told them about the dragon egg, the masked person, and using music to put the beast to sleep. An expression of increasing worry bloomed on the Transfiguration professor's face during the conversation. How? Minerva spluttered, frowning. The three of you go to my office now. I'll go and get help and check on the dog. She straightened her posture, a look of determination on her face. You three will tell me everything when I get back. How you discovered about the stone and the Cerberus and what you know about whoever is after it. If it were any other student, well, I know you wouldn't say anything unless you believed there was a real risk. Thank you, Aunt Minnie, Harry said, wiping away some sweat from his forehead. As a sense of relief began to wash through him, he shared an accomplished grin with his best friends. Minerva put a hand on his shoulder. Thank you for coming to me. Stay in my office and I'll come to you afterwards, Minerva said, before swiftly walking in the direction of the staff room. Do you think she'll make it in time? Ron asked as they watched her leave. I hope so, Hermione replied. She was biting her lower lip, hair even more frizzy than usual. And if she doesn't, you know who will be back. Harry nodded, no longer able to see the professor. He turned to Hermione and Ron. We can't wait. I'll go to the third-floor corridor and meet the professors there, Harry told the two. It's what my dad would have done, and what Sirius would do. You think you're going without us? Let's go, quickly, Hermione urged, already leading the way. Harry and Ron followed her quickly, again ignoring the students around them as they pushed their way through the stragglers. The sun was already down, and curfew was close. They didn't have a lot of time before Snape went after the stone. Are you sure about coming with me? Harry called to them as they ran to the corridor. He could almost hear Ron rolling his eyes. Not like I'm letting you go down there alone, mate, Ron replied. Friends stick together, Hermione added. The three quickly reached the door leading to Fluffy. Taking a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart, Harry nodded in determination and opened the door to the soft music of a magical harp. Snape's already here, Harry hissed in anger, seeing the hatch that Fluffy had been guarding lying open. The three of them looked at each other, then leapt down into the darkness and inhaled sharply. Leaping down, Harry was grateful that the three of them landed on something soft, before they realized that they had landed in a massive patch of Devil's Snare. Whilst Ron began to panic, Hermione managed to get them out by telling them to remain calm. Ron and Harry knew better than to disagree or ignore Hermione, so they stopped struggling, and the three of them fell through the Devil's Snare and let them down on the floor. Good thing you remembered herbology, Hermione, Ron said, looking up at the creeping vines. Thanks. Let's hope that's the worst thing we'll be facing, Harry commented. The professors added their own protection, right? So, it's not likely, Hermione reminded them as they walked away from the Devil's Snare and into the next room. Be careful. It didn't take long before they were halfway through a game of giant wizard's chess, with Ron directing them. He was an expert at the game, able to adapt to the opponent moves on a whim and come up with a retorting strategy. As it came near to the end, Harry could no longer ignoring the niggling sensation that something bad was about to happen, and it didn't take him long to realize what was about to happen.
Ron, no.
Harry cried out, cutting off a command from the redhead. What's wrong? Hermione asked, looking close to tears. He's going to sacrifice himself, Harry explained. No, Ron, you can't. Harry watched Ron close his eyes and take a breath. Do you want to stop Snape or not? Harry, it's you that's meant to go on, I know it. Not me, not Hermione, but you, Ron exclaimed, looking scared but resolute. Trust me, you can do this. Knight to H3, he added. Harry and Hermione watched with horror, the rules of the game rendering them unable to move, as Ron put the king in check. Seconds later, he was attacked. His horse was destroyed, and he was thrown from the giant piece, screaming as he hit the floor. Hermione cried out his name from across the board, heart-thumping, praying that his best friend wasn't dead. Harry moved forward several steps. Checkmate, he declared shakily. The king's piece dropped his sword in submission, signaling the end of the match and allowing Harry and Hermione to run to Ron. He's alive? Hermione sighed in relief, tears cutting through the dust on her face. Her fingers left his neck to rest on his back, shaking him softly. Go back and take him to the hospital wing, Harry instructed. I can delay Snape. Just look after him. You're really brave, Harry, you know that? Hermione sniffed, looking at him through watery eyes. I'm so lucky to have you as one of my best friends. You're brilliant, Hermione, Harry told her, smiling. We wouldn't have gotten here without you. I'm book smart. There's more than that to life, like bravery, kindness, and you have all of that too. You got to go, okay? I'll be fine. I just have to keep him distracted long enough for Aunt Minnie and Dumbledore to get here, Harry said, feeling sick. No silly stuff, be careful, Hermione told him. Harry helped her get Ron to his feet, an arm slung over her shoulders, and he stared after the two as she began to drag him away. I wish I was like you, Hermione, Harry said, knowing what he wanted to say, but unable to say the actual words. You're better than me, Harry. Just come back to us, she insisted over her shoulder. Harry winced at the misunderstanding before vowing to talk to her later. The final puzzle was a riddle, but it didn't take long to solve, and as he passed through the final door, he saw something he never expected. He saw the Mirror of Erised, in a long room, lit by candles and beams of light coming from somewhere. And standing in front of the mirror, not Snape, but Professor Quirrell. Quirrell explained that it was he who had tried to kill Harry at the Quidditch match, he who let the troll in, and he who Harry and Malfoy had seen in the forest, drinking unicorn blood. A blood-curdling voice came from Quirrell's direction, demanding that the professor use the boy. Quirrell yelled at Harry, look into the mirror, and as he did, he saw his parents, and he saw himself as Lily, who was smiling at him. She was wearing the same clothes as he was this time and held a crimson stone in her hands. It was beautiful, and Harry immediately knew that what she was holding was the Philosopher's Stone. Harry watched as Lily did a little dance for him, before putting the stone in her pocket. He almost flinched in surprise as something heavy materialized in his pocket. Somehow he had gotten the stone. What do you see, Potter? Quirrell demanded, a crazed look on his face. I see myself. I'm Quidditch captain. I just won the cup, Harry lied, remembering what Ron saw when he had first stared into the mirror all of those months ago. Tell the truth, Potter, Quirrell bellowed. A sharp pain shot through Harry's scar just as the disembodied voice came from Quirrell's direction again. He watched, disgusted and horrified, as Quirrell removed his turban and revealed the back of his bald head, which had the face of Lord Voldemort on it. Come, Harry, see what I've become, the Dark Lord began, eyes cold and empty. You and I need not be enemies, Harry. I, who mastered death, know all, and I can help you become powerful, maybe powerful enough to bring back your parents, or even to be who you want to be, Voldemort said softly. His voice was gentle but dangerous. It was hard to look away from the grotesque scene. What do you mean? Harry asked, feigning ignorance, a million thoughts rushing through his head all at once. This was the person who murdered his parents, who tried to kill him, who was infamous for being evil, who was supposed to be dead. What did he mean, Master Death? Bring back his parents, be who he wants to be. Voldemort allowed himself a small chuckle. Come, now, Harry? Or is it Lily? Yes, I know your secret. I also know that the world would not understand. But I do. Voldemort continued quietly, a persuasive element to his voice. It can all be yours, Lily, and you can be yourself. You don't need to do much, just help me. Stand by me, and I can help you. Harry's eyes widened. Voldemort had called him Lily. How was it that he knew his dreams and what he saw in the mirror? Did that mean he knew Harry had the stone as well? He couldn't deny that a part of him wanted to say yes, because it meant getting everything he ever wanted. He could be free to be himself, or rather, herself. But Harry knew it was just a fool's dream. His parents were dead, and as much as he wanted to be his true self, he wouldn't pay just any price to make it happen. Sirius had taught him a lot better than that. Liar! Harry exclaimed, knowing Voldemort would just kill him anyway. You fool! Kill him! Voldemort hissed. Quirrell lurched forward and grabbed Harry, but screamed in pain before backing off. Harry watched as Quirrell's hands burned. Kill him! Kill him! Quirrell, yelling in pain, tried again, but upon touching Harry, his hands turned to dust and crumbled apart. The professor was sobbing, pale with shock, as Voldemort screamed at him to try again. Stay back! I don't want to hurt you, Harry begged, taking a step back from Quirrell. He didn't know how it was happening, but contact with him was killing the man. Kill him! Voldemort shrieked in rage. Quirrell took a trembling step forward. Professor, look at yourself. Every time you touch me, you burn. Please don't do this. You're not a bad man, Professor. I was told how good a man you were. Please, Harry pleaded to the man. Quirrell stopped, looking at Harry with an expression of agony distorting his face. Potter! Quirrell started, and Harry could see the struggle. Professor, you're stronger than he is. Please, fight him. Help me? Harry continued, making his voice stronger. He could see tears in Quirrell's eyes. Harry!
I'm sorry, Quirrell whispered softly.
Help me! He pleaded himself. Before Harry could do anything, Quirrell let out a chilling scream, his body falling apart as Voldemort's face was torn from it. Harry cried out in fear, stepping back as the ghostly image of Voldemort sped towards him. Harry held onto the stone in his pocket, wanting to keep it safe, but screeched in agony as the specter passed through him, a burning, pulsating pain ripping through his frame. He fell backwards and could have sworn he saw a flash of fire just before passing out, his hands still firmly around the stone. As Harry opened his eyes, he let out a soft moan of agony, trying to get his vision to return. Before he could see clearly, he felt strong arms around him and knew they belonged to Sirius. What were you thinking, Harry? Sirius demanded, his voice full of pain and anguish. You could have been killed. Why didn't you listen to your aunt? I couldn't let him win, Uncle Sirius, Harry mumbled, his voice muffled as he let his body slump against his uncle's chest. You'd have done the same thing. I probably would have, Sirius conceded, pulling back and holding Harry's face in his calloused hands. He looked deep into Harry's eyes, the relief and pride, anger and panic shining bright. Harry, you're my godson and I love you. I can't lose you, Sirius told him before kissing Harry's forehead, soothing the residual ache in Harry's scar. You reckless, brilliant boy. Someone cleared their throat and Sirius pulled back from Harry again. He looked to the source of the sound, and it was then that Harry noticed all the sweets and chocolates around his bed. Dumbledore smiled, as if knowing what Harry was about to ask. Tokens from your admirers, Harry. What happened between you and Professor Quirrell in the dungeons is a complete secret, so naturally the whole school knows, Dumbledore said with a chuckle. Naturally, Sirius said, rolling his eyes with a grin. I'm sorry I was not here for you or your friends, Harry. I received an owl asking for my presence at the ministry, but when I arrived, I found that the person I was meeting had not sent it, Dumbledore explained. I returned just in time and went straight to the dungeons with Minerva and the other professors. We were barely in time to save you. Are Ron and Hermione? Harry started, but Dumbledore held up a hand. Both fine, they are both fine. Sirius took Harry's hand again. And you should thank your lucky stars you are too. I came as soon as I was told you were injured in a fight with Voldemort. The man took a controlled breath. What happened in there, Harry? Sirius asked. Harry explained what Quirrell had said, but he kept out the part of Voldemort calling him Lily. As he finished the story, Dumbledore was nodding thoughtfully. Yes, Quinius was always a good man, and it gladdens me that you were able to save his soul in the end. When Voldemort left his dying host, he tried to take over your body, but he was unable to do so. That was when we arrived, Dumbledore explained. The stone, what happened to it? Harry asked. When he was told it had been destroyed, he felt more confused. But without it, your friend, Nicholas Flamel, won't he die? Dumbledore looked pleased and proud. You know about Nicholas? You did do the thing properly, didn't you? He praised. He then explained that it was for the best, and how Nicholas and his wife were ready to die. As he stood up to give Sirius and Harry some time, he picked up a box of Bertie Bott's every flavored beans. I was unfortunate enough to come across a vomit-flavored one in my youth, and I lost my taste for them. But I think I'll be safe with a nice toffee, Dumbledore said, popping one in his mouth. He then chuckled. Alas, earwax. Harry wasn't sure what the best part of the end-of-term feast was. The fact that Sirius was still there, sitting with Ron, Hermione, and himself, or the fact that the food was the most amazing ever, or how Professor Dumbledore gave out last-minute points, 60 to Ron for the game of chess, 60 to Hermione for getting past the devil's snare, or 70 to Harry for facing Voldemort, or how all of them combined made Gryffindor the winners of the House Cup. There were cheers from the other tables, minus the Slytherins who had finally lost their winning streak. Standing at Hogsmeade Station the next day, the Hogwarts Express ready to return them to London, Harry was called back by Hagrid. The man blabbered about Fluffy's new home and about Norbert the dragon. He's a she. Can you believe it? Before thrusting a untidily wrapped gift in Harry's arms. To thank you for saving us all again. Armed with his new photo album, stuffed to the brim of photos of his parents and baby Harry, summer homework and promises to stay in touch with his best friends, Harry and Co. boarded the train. From the window of one of the carriages, he took one last look at the magnificent castle, sad to be leaving but excited for the second year. After all, he mused as the horn blew and the train began to pull away. It couldn't be worse than the one he'd just had. Unhappy Holidays. Chapter 7 Unhappy Holidays. Sat in his bedroom and staring out at the colors cast by the setting sun, Harry stewed in a growing sense of insecurity and loneliness. His birthday was fast approaching, and he had not heard from his friends since they had left Hogwarts for their summer holidays. A part of Harry didn't blame them. Could they fear him because of Quirrell, and how he would have died if he kept trying to grab Harry? Could they think him dangerous because of all the times they had been at risk in their first year? Harry wanted to speak to Sirius about it, but giving a voice to his fears felt intimidating, especially if it turned out to be true. He wasn't even seeing his Muggle friends, wary of harming them. Instead of enjoying the temperamental sunshine, he spent a lot of time in his bedroom, petting Hedwig and thinking about how to become Lily. He kept telling Sirius he was working on his schoolwork, but he knew Sirius was not buying it. As he took a sip of the ice-cold pineapple juice that he had next to him, he sighed. He needed to speak to Ron, try and assure him that he was not dangerous. He came off the window ledge, turning to go get his quill. Harry froze. There was someone, or something, standing quietly on his bed. "Who are you?" Harry demanded, looking at the intruder. His hand instinctively flexed to grab his wand, but it was on the opposite side of the bedroom. "Damn it, Harry Potter, sir. My name is Dobby," the small creature said, bulging yellow eyes staring at Harry in awe. "It's an honor, sir, to meet you." "Nice to meet you too," Harry slowly replied, unsure of what was happening. Do you want to sit down?" Dobby has heard of Harry Potter being kind, but Dobby has never been asked if he wants to sit down. "Dobby's masters," Dobby began before he forcefully cut himself off. He dashed to the chest of drawers and began to bang his head against it. "Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby! Dobby, what are you doing?" Harry cried in alarm, rushing to pull Dobby away. Dobby almost spoke ill of his masters. Dobby must punish himself, Dobby explained, wringing his hands with distress. You punish yourself for having an opinion? Can't you find new masters and run away? No, sir. Dobby is a house elf, sir, and Dobby must stay with masters unless Dobby dies or is presented clothes by a master, Dobby said sadly, his eyes wandering towards the chest of drawers again. Please don't hurt yourself, Dobby, Harry begged. Come sit down. Why are you here? Did your masters send you? No, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby is here on his own, and Dobby will need to punish himself harshly later. But Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts, Dobby exclaimed dramatically. He had this expression across his face which made him look almost constipated, and he hopped awkwardly from one foot to the next, hands twisting together in frantic energy. What? Dobby, I must go back. I'm a wizard. I belong there. My friends are there. Harry frowned at the house elf, confused. Friends who don't write to Harry Potter? Dobby pointed out. I expect they're busy. Wait, how did you know they haven't been writing to me? Harry demanded. Dobby purposely avoided Harry's gaze, guilt written all over him. Have you been stopping my letters? Dobby did it for Harry Potter's own good, sir, to stop him from going to Hogwarts. Dobby hears things that means Hogwarts will be dangerous this year, Dobby confessed, pulling out a bundle of letters from his dirty rags. Harry could see Ron's handwriting, Hermione's, and even Hagrid's. Part of Harry wanted to launch at Dobby and grab them, but the stronger relief at not having been forgotten won out, and he sank into his bed with a weight lifted from his shoulders. Dobby, what kind of dangers are there? Harry asked kindly, patting the bed next to him. Please talk to me. Harry Potter is not angry, sir? Dobby questioned, tears welling up in his eyes. Dobby, you were trying to help me without being seen. I'm not angry. I'm grateful, but I would like my letters, Harry said. Dobby nodded and handed the bundle over to Harry, who accepted them. Dobby, what's going to be happening at Hogwarts this year? Something bad, Harry Potter, sir, but Dobby can't say what, other than he who must not be named is involved. Dobby's voice dropped with anxiety. Dobby will have to punish himself for saying that much. You don't need to hurt yourself for wanting to help me, Dobby, Harry insisted. Dobby burst into tears. Listen, now that you've warned me, I can be careful, can't I? I can't just not to go Hogwarts. Please, sir, please don't go back, Dobby pleaded in a chalked-up tone. In the brief moment of silence between the two, they heard Sirius coming up the stairs. Dobby's watery eyes widened before he disappeared with a loud crack. There was a knock on Harry's bedroom door and Sirius opened it. Harry? Who were you talking to? Sirius asked, frowning as he looked around the room. I was speaking to a house elf, Harry said, before explaining the situation. That might explain why Molly, Ron, Fred and George are in the lounge, wondering why you haven't answered any of their letters, Sirius told him. I didn't think they had a house elf, though. Wait, they're here, Harry interrupted, excitement lacing his voice. And worried about you, Sirius replied. Let's go and see them, shall we? Harry nodded and ran downstairs, grinning as he saw Ron and the twins. Molly approached him and hugged him. Hello, Harry dear. It's so nice to see you again. Thank you for the Christmas presents, Mrs. Weasley. They were wonderful, Harry said. Molly blushed as she pulled away. Oh, not at all, dear. You were kind enough to keep Ron company when he and the twins were at school for Christmas. And Ron can't stop telling us how wonderful a friend you've been. Why haven't you been writing back, mate? We've all tried writing, but we didn't get a response, Ron complained. Harry began to explain about his conversation with Dobby. But why would a house elf warn you? I've never heard of one who can go anywhere without their master's permission, Fred commented. He did try punishing himself, Harry added. I think he wanted to explain more about whatever might be happening at Hogwarts, but he couldn't. Could it have been someone's idea of a prank? George asked. Someone not wanting you to be at school? Like who? Malfoy. Smarmy little git. His family are rich enough to have a house elf. And he hates how we won the House Cup, thanks to stopping you-know-who, Ron suggested. That's another thing, why not say you-know-who, and say he who must not be named? I thought everyone used the former, Harry asked. Most do, only a few don't, Sirius answered. You and I and Dumbledore are among the few who still use his actual name. Maybe you should come and stay at ours. Sirius? This Dobby won't be able to find you there, right? Molly suggested. Oh, I don't want to be a bother, Molly, Sirius said. Molly laughed softly. Nonsense. You're never a bother, your family. Sirius looked at Harry. What do you think? There's a few weeks left of the holidays, and we can all go to Diagon Alley to get your school stuff together. Sounds good to me, Harry agreed with a smile. All right, well, let's have tea now, and then we can sort out Harry's stuff, Sirius said. It might be worth telling Dumbledore and Minerva what's happened as well. I can show everyone around, Harry offered. As Molly and Sirius went to the kitchen, Harry began the house tour with the garden. Are there muggles nearby? Fred asked, seeing the massive garden. This would be perfect for Quidditch. Uncle Sirius has recently put some sort of invisibility spell around the garden whenever I want to practice flying. If we don't go too high, we should be fine. Not bad for a muggle area, Ron commented, looking back at Harry's home. I've never seen a muggle house before. It's not a bad place to live. Okay, so we don't have moving staircases or talking paintings, but it's home, Harry said, leading them back into the house. He showed them the living room, his bedroom, and the games room, which had his Super Nintendo set up in it. All three, the Weasleys, were fascinated by it. That's wicked, Ron exclaimed, as Harry showed him his favorite game, The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past. So, I have to save the princess using a sword, a bow and arrow, and some of what the muggles think is magic? George asked, trying it out. George proved to be a good player. Might have to try and get one of these ourselves. I never knew the muggles could come up with some fun games, Fred commented, watching his twin from over his shoulder. Harry chuckled. Muggles aren't all bad, and their TV shows are fun. Uncle Sirius really likes one show called Star Trek. It's a muggle science fiction show set on a spaceship in the future. Who knew muggles had such an imagination? Ron asked as Fred started playing on the Super Nintendo. Laughing, Harry left them to pack his trunk. An hour had passed without the four of them realizing it, until they were called down for dinner by Sirius and Molly. After letting the hearty meal settle for a bit, the group got ready to leave. Remind me to thank Arthur for reconnecting the fireplace to the Flu network, Sirius noted as they stood in the front room. The Flu network? Harry repeated, confused. Sirius smiled. One way wizards travel is by Flu powder. You step into the fireplace and say where you want to go as you throw the powder onto the fire. It then takes you via, like operating but much more controlled, Sirius explained. You have to speak clearly though, or you could get lost, Molly added. Ron, you show him. Ron obliged, taking a small handful of powder from a jar that Molly produced and stepped into the fireplace. The burrow, Ron stated, throwing the powder down. A flash of green fire flared up and engulfed Ron, who was then gone. Your turn, dear, Molly said. Harry took the powder and stepped into the fireplace, taking a short breath. The burrow, Harry stated clearly, dropping the powder onto the floor. He felt disoriented as one moment he was standing in the fireplace at his home, and the next he was facing Ron, who helped him out of the fireplace. What do you think? Ron asked, grinning. I feel a bit dizzy, Harry replied. Ron nodded. I felt the same when I first went by Flu powder, Ron said as Fred appeared with Harry's trunk. Moments later, George appeared with Hedwig, followed swiftly by Molly and Sirius. Welcome to our home, Harry. It's not much, but you and Sirius are both welcome to stay for as long as you want, Molly said. Harry looked around, his eyes widening. It wasn't exactly a huge home, not compared to his and Sirius, but everything was magical. He could see into the kitchen, where plates and dishes were washing themselves. A Hoover was cleaning the front room without anyone using it, and several pictures were in a heated debate. It's incredible, Harry gasped, looking at it. Uncle Sirius, why can't we use magic to clean the house? I never was much one for domestic spells. Molly was always the best at that, Sirius replied. Molly laughed softly, as did Harry. Hermione said she'll be visiting. We told her we were going to find out why you weren't replying to her letters either, Ron stated. Awesome, Harry said, grinning as he looked around. He saw out of the window where the Weasley owl Errol was catching mice, along with Percy's owl Hermes. Can I let Hedwig out for some exercise? Yes, of course you can, dear, Molly said. Harry opened Hedwig's cage, who hooted happily before flying outside to join Hermes and Errol. I'll sleep down here, Molly. It's quite comfortable here, Sirius said. No need. We recently added an extension to the house for when you and Harry visited, Molly explained. Ron said Harry might come and visit, so Arthur and I managed to add a little extra to the house. Albus helped us out. That's so kind of you. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said. Molly smiled. Not at all, dear. We were thinking it was time to expand a bit anyway. Even with the older boys gone, it's rather cramped here. She held back a yawn as she showed them the room. The bathroom is all yours. Feel free to shower, and then I think it's time for bed. Yes. When the two were alone, Harry looked out the window at the rather lopsided house. It did not look like it should be able to balance. How? Harry started to ask, but Sirius spoke up. Magic. As for this room, it's done using an undetectable extension charm. It takes a great deal of skill to make a permanent one for housing, but the Weasleys and Dumbledore are very skilled, Sirius explained. You okay sharing a room with me? I don't mind, Uncle Sirius. It's just like when we went camping, Harry said before being taken by a yawn. Sirius grinned. Well, settle down and let's get some sleep. We can plan what we're going to do in the morning. I'll speak with Arthur before breakfast and see if we can get hold of Professor Dumbledore to figure out what's going with this Dobby house elf, Sirius said, as he conjured up a curtain between the beds so each could have their privacy. Sounds good, Uncle Sirius, Harry said as he got changed and climbed into bed, feeling happier than he had felt in weeks. Harry's dreams were thankfully the nicest they had been since school ended. Recently, he had been having something akin to nightmares, where he could still hear Voldemort's voice telling him that his desire to be Lily was wrong. He knew no one would understand, and yet he wanted it so much. He soon fell asleep, and all his worries washed away in the darkness. Note from the authors. Sorry for taking so long with this update. Life has been hectic for Mystic Dodo and myself. Now we're starting to settle down a bit. We should be able to post a bit more frequently. Hope you are liking the story, and as always, comments, reviews, and questions are always welcome. Fools and Flying Cars. Chapter 8. Fools and Flying Cars. Harry's time at the Burrow was both educational and incredible. He had never imagined how magical families spent their time, or lived, but every day, he saw something new and exciting. Because they were so far from Muggles, they were also able to play Quidditch without needing to be mindful about flying too high. Everybody tried out Harry's broom, including Ginny, who seemed to show a natural talent, much to her brother's surprise and pride. On top of that, after Harry had explained about the Super Nintendo to Molly and Arthur, Sirius brought a television set as well as the games console for them. Harry had to laugh when he overheard the adults talking about the gifts. Sirius, you shouldn't have. It's no trouble having you and Harry here. Now, Molly dear, it's rude to deny gifts. You're just saying that because you want to fiddle around with this super nincompoop dash. It's called a Nintendo, Mum. And Dad, you're not allowed to take it apart. It's super cool, but Sirius didn't buy it for you to break the thing. I won't break it, I promise. I just want to see how it works without magic. Muggles are fascinating and their inventions even more so. Can't I just?
No.
All the Weasleys said at once. Sirius and Harry just laughed, and Sirius finished putting the electronics in the front room. Some nifty spellwork later meant that the Muggle technology wouldn't clash with magic, and then there was careful monitoring to make sure that everybody had their turn playing the games. Before too long, it was time to pick up school supplies in Diagon Alley. Molly had groaned in distress when she saw the list, including some new books for defense against the dark arts, which were almost more than double the usual price. She, Arthur, and Sirius had gotten into a debate after Sirius had offered to get the books, but Molly and Arthur were proud people and didn't want to accept handouts. Sirius told them to consider it payment for letting them stay there whilst they investigated the house elf, which had turned up no leads. Arthur wanted to take them all using his Ford Angelia, which had been modified with magic, but Molly refused. The time it would take to drive from Devon to London. Drive, Arthur. No, we aren't going to fly. Even with all the charms added to the car, it would be much quicker, easier, and less of a hassle if we just used the flu. Would have eaten up most of their day. When they arrived at Diagon Alley brushing soot and dust off themselves, the group of 9 immediately saw that it was even more crowded than usual. What's going on? Ron asked, looking around. People were pushing, shoving, and chattering noisily, and the Weasleys plus Harry and Sirius followed the excited crowd to the bookstore. Gilderoy Lockhart, one of the most famous wizards of all, was doing a book signing. Ron, Fred, and George groaned. Not him, anything but him, Ron complained, giving a witch a filthy look when she elbowed him in the side to get by him. Who is he? Harry asked, noticing that Mrs. Weasley had begun to straighten up her clothes with gusto. Sirius scoffed as he looked at the moving picture of the man. He claims to have done many amazing things. Saved wizards and witches in peril from dark creatures, found lost artifacts, what have you. Some people call him a hero because of it, but I somewhat remember the pompous twit from school. He was a few years younger than me, but he was never very good with magic despite being in Ravenclaw, favoring attention-seeking behaviors to actual learning. Weirdly enough, though, some of the things he claimed in his books seem to be true, based off interviews with others. But I think he's nothing but a smarmy git, Sirius said softly to Harry so Molly didn't hear him. Girls go mad for him though, including Hermione, Harry replied just as quietly, seeing his best friend looking through the crowd at Lockhart as if she were madly in love. He reminds me a little of Malfoy, actually. Sirius snorted in laughter at the comment. Just ignore him. You won't have to listen to him, thankfully, he said, as the group entered the bookstore. Harry opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, he was knocked down to the ground by an overzealous photographer. Hey, watch where you're going, Sirius snapped angrily to the reporter, shoving him backwards before reaching down and helping Harry to his feet. You absolute moron. Before anyone else could say something, Lockhart had come forward. Bless my soul, it's Harry Potter, Lockhart cried loudly, his eyes widening. He pulled Harry away from Sirius and close into a side hug. Big smile, Harry. Together you and I are worth the front page. The photographer got the photo of the two quickly. As Harry managed to pull free of Lockhart's grip, a bundle of books was thrust into his arms. When Harry stepped into this store today to buy the collection of my books, which I'm giving him free of charge, he had no idea he would be getting the real magical me, Lockhart declared, before stating how he was going to be the new Dada teacher at Hogwarts. Oh, bloody hell, Harry groaned as he ducked under the cheering arms of the crowd, noticing the books seemed to mostly be autobiographies rather than educational. He was nearly back to his furious-looking uncle when a familiar blonde Slytherin stepped in the way. Draco Malfoy taunted Harry, and the two were about to enter a verbal sparring match when Malfoy's father walked up. He sneered at Harry, scoffing at his apparent fame just as Sirius came over. Malfoy, Sirius said, glaring at Lucius Malfoy. Black. And here I thought you were done with animals, Lucius said calmly. Harry could see the cold hatred in Sirius's eyes. Considering who you're married to, I'm not sure you can speak much, Sirius replied, hands clenched at his side. At least I know how to be civilized, Black. You like to hide behind words, don't you? You think so? Sirius asked, returning Lucius's smirk. In a flash, he pulled back his fist and punched Lucius in the face. As Lucius fell to the floor, blood streaming from his nose, Sirius stood over him with a look of satisfaction on his face. I don't think that's called hiding, do you? Harry looked on in amazement. Draco was silent, looking between Sirius and his fallen father with an expression of awkward bewilderment on his face. He didn't seem to know what to do. As Lucius returned to his feet, waving his wand to get the blood off his face, Ginny and Arthur Weasley came over. Lucius, Arthur said coldly, did you know you have dirt on your robes? Arthur Weasley. I thought being a disgrace to the name wizard would pay more. Malfoy jeered, taking the tattered books from Ginny's new yet rusty cauldron, looking at them with scorn. He shook his head with a tut, before putting the bundle of books back into the cauldron. Judging from the tat that you buy your daughter, doesn't look like it. We have a very different definition of what disgraces the name Wizard Malfoy, Arthur replied, with a glare that could kill. Harry could see Lucius about to make a move, but Sirius stepped into view. Unless you want to feel the floor again, I'd leave Malfoy, Sirius warned angrily. Was it just a trick of the light, or was Sirius's teeth getting longer and sharper? Malfoy glared at him, before taking Draco by the shoulder. Let's go, Draco, Lucius said. We have better places to be. His hand gripped his son's shoulder as the two left the store. Harry felt the growing tension leave his shoulders, and he sighed before turning to his uncle. Uncle Sirius? Harry asked, holding his hand. Sirius' angry look vanished as he glanced down at Harry. I'm sorry, Harry. I shouldn't have lost my cool like that, Sirius said. The Malfoys just… I get it, Uncle Sirius, I do. You don't need to apologize, Harry replied. Here, Ginny, you can have these. I'll buy my own, he added, passing the books to her. He made to join the queue, the oblivious witches and wizards too enamored with Lockhart to acknowledge the altercation that just happened. I'll get everyone's books, Sirius offered. It's a lovely day, so go and have some fun. Get an ice cream. You sure? Harry double-checked. After Sirius nodded, Harry, Ron and Hermione left the store with relief. Well, Hermione had to be coaxed with the promise of treats, and made their way to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. They spent time enjoying sundaes and talking. Harry was glad for the distraction, relaxing and enjoying the weather. Finally, the day of the return to Hogwarts arrived, and the whole group took Arthur's infamous car to get to King's Cross Station. The modifications made the group of 11 sit comfortably, and the car drove smoothly for the trip, weaving in and out of traffic with ease. Harry paid some attention when Sirius asked Arthur about the car, particularly when Arthur mentioned that the car often had a mind of its own. But he was distracted by Ginny, who looked pale and sick, clutching at what must have been her diary with a death-like grip. It'll be okay, Harry reassured her. We'll all be there for you, if you need any help with homework or anything. Ginny nodded stiffly, avoiding his eye contact. They arrived with barely any minutes to spare. In their rush, Harry's trunk fell off the trolley, and Ron yelled at the others that they will be there in a moment as he helped his friend. In groups of two, the rest of the party passed through the wall, and the two young Gryffindors heard Hermione yell, "Hurry!" Just as she went, though, the two of them steadied Harry's trunk and ran at the wall. It was solid, and the two crashed. Hedwig screeched loudly in protest. "What the fuck?" Ron swore as he pressed a hand against the brick. "We have 60 more seconds before the gate closes. Why can't we get through?" Harry, smoothing down Hedwig's ruffled feathers, said, "We sure we have the right platform?" "Duh, Harry. We just saw everyone else go through. I don't understand why it's closed. What if the others can't get back?" Just as Ron spoke, the station clock struck 11, and Harry felt a wave of anxious nausea flow through him. The train just left. What are we gonna do? If Mom, Dad, and Sirius can't get back, how do we get to school? Ron asked, looking around hopelessly. He slapped his hand against the wall again. What do? We could go back to the car and wait for them? If the barrier stays closed, can't they just apparate back to it? Harry asked. Ron looked at him with a sudden beam crossing his freckled face. The car. We can take the car. I can fly the car to school. Ron, are you kidding? That's insane, Harry exclaimed. We can wait for them. We don't know how long they will take. We can't wait for the express to get to Hogwarts, turn around and return here to pick us up again. You need special permission to flew to the school, and you can't apparate into the school grounds. Do you want to miss the feast? Do you want to take the chance that we won't get to school? Ron asked. Come on, Harry. Harry sighed as they walked to the station exit, back to where the car was parked. This is not a good idea. I don't know if we should. Uncle Sirius didn't raise me to take silly risks, and after last year, it isn't a silly risk. I know how to drive the car. The thing practically does it all anyway. It'll be fine. Fine. But if this goes wrong, it won't. Trust me, mate, Ron replied, grinning as he used magic to unlock the car. They loaded their trunks, got in the front, and looked at each other. This is going to be fun, Ron promised as he started the car. The ride in the car hadn't been fun at all. First, Ron had forgot to make the car invisible until Harry reminded him. They almost crashed into the trees before the car seemed to remember how to fly. Then when they finally reached the steam train, they almost crashed into it as well. They followed just above it and the hours. Later, Harry sighed when he saw the train pull into Hogsmeade. I knew this was a bad idea. He was hungry, thirsty, and tired. He wished he had stayed at the station and waited. Why didn't he just insist? We're almost there, Ron said. He also looked tired, and his growling stomach betrayed the fact that he was hungry too. Hogwarts was rapidly growing as they neared it, the lights flickering in welcome. Just then the car began to sputter and smoke, drifting to the side. Ron, what's happening? Harry asked, holding on to the dashboard as the car began to jerk. I don't know, but I think you were right. This was a bad idea, Ron cried out, the car falling towards the grounds. They screamed as the car crashed into a large tree, tumbling to the floor with a crunch. Harry and Ron took a breath and looked at each other. Thank goodness we didn't get hurt, Harry said. How do we get out? Carefully, Ron joked, but the smile turned to a look of horror as a branch came crashing down on the car, another smashing one of the windows. The tree was attacking them. A few moments later, after revving the car out of the way of the swinging, angry tree, the boys were forcefully thrown from the battered car, along with their trunks and a very perturbed Hedwig. The car then drove itself towards the forbidden forest, horn wailing angrily. What the hell? Ron said, his hands around the quivering, squeaking lump in his hoodie pocket. Can cars do that? Harry asked as he pushed himself to his feet, staring after the fading headlights of the car. Well, Dad did say that the car has a mind of its own. Harry looked at Ron, running a hand through his scruffy hair. That was the dumbest thing we've ever done. Even with the dungeons last year? Ron asked with a nervous laugh. Oh, this tops that, Harry said, getting Hedwig's cage. Are you okay, Hedwig? Harry asked, looking at the snowy owl. She hooted softly as Harry opened the cage and affectionately nipped his finger. He left it open, and she hooted before taking flight to the Ollery. Let's not do anything like that again. No arguments here, Ron agreed. He gasped as he pulled out his wand, which was hanging together by a thread. Oh no! Can it be repaired? Harry asked. We can ask Hermione when we get into the castle. I hope they haven't locked the doors yet, Ron said, as the two of them began to drag their trunks towards the entrance. I still don't get what happened with the gateway, Harry thought aloud, as they neared the castle. What if it was that Dobby? He said you couldn't return to Hogwarts, and the day you come back, we can't get through. Ron pointed out, can house elves do that? House elf magic is different from wizard magic. They can do things wizards can't. Goblin magic is different as well, and there's always been a bitterness between wizards and goblins. I still don't get why, though. Dobby seemed nice, and I don't think he's doing things as a joke or anything. He seemed genuinely scared when I originally saw him. I know Uncle Sirius alerted Professor Dumbledore about what Dobby did, and the headmaster swore to keep an eye on things, but I still think we should be careful. Harry exhaled heavily, sweaty while dragging the magically lightened trunk. I hope he's okay and got out platform 9 3/4. The boys froze as got to the entrance of the castle. Minerva was standing at the entrance with Professor Dumbledore. Both of them looked relieved to see Harry and Ron, and yet there was a look of disappointment and anger in Minerva's eyes. The Transfiguration professor ran over to Harry and pulled him into a hug. What were you thinking? She asked, and Harry could hear the fear in her voice. You foolish boy, why didn't you stay at the car with your uncle? He's been frantic and out of his mind with worry. Harry froze as he looked into Minerva's eyes.
I'm sorry, Aunt Minnie.
I was worried that we wouldn't be able to get here. It's my fault, Professor. Ron spoke up, sounding glum. I panicked and I came up with the idea to get here with the car. I convinced Harry that I could get us here, he added. Harry felt a swell of affection for Ron. Harry said we should wait by the car, and I should have listened. Thank you for saying so, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore said softly. I will confess that I am disappointed in your method, but it shows character that you are willing to accept your role in this. Your uncle will be here soon, and he wants to have a word with you, Harry, Minerva said. Both of you. Harry, if anything had happened, if we had lost you. I'm so sorry, Aunt Minnie, Harry said, looking at the ground with shame. I was silly, and the barrier was blocked. Yes, we are aware of what happened. You did cause a stir at the ministry as several people saw your flying car, Mr. Weasley, but that has been sorted. Why did you not send an owl to us, however? You do have one, Dumbledore asked, pointedly looking at Hedwig's empty cage. I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't think of that, Ron admitted. I know Harry was worried about his uncle, and I thought quickly and recklessly to try and make him feel better, so we had an immediate solution. Sometimes the first thought we have is not the best thought, Dumbledore stated in his usual thoughtful tone. Your mother is coming as well, and in fact, I believe they have arrived, he added. Harry and Ron turned, seeing Molly, Arthur, and Sirius running towards them. Harry let out a squeak as he was scooped up into Sirius' arms. Thank Merlin you're okay, Sirius said, breathless. Harry, I've been so worried about you. What were you thinking? It's my fault, Mr. Black, sir, Ron said, before offering his explanation. I'm sorry, Mum. I was an idiot. Ron, you were foolish, but thank you for admitting the truth, Molly replied, kissing his forehead. I'm just glad you're okay. Albus, do we know how the barrier was sealed? Sirius asked, still holding Harry in his arms. No, but there is a full investigation going on right now. I believe the ministry is putting a lot more precautions in place to prevent such an occurrence ever happening again, Dumbledore informed the group. I have arranged for some food in one of the classrooms to allow all of you some privacy, he added, as they all walked into the castle. I'm sorry about the car, Dad. I hope I've not got you in trouble, Ron said meekly. Don't worry about it, Ron. I can deal with it. You made a mistake, but you stepped up and took responsibility. That shows character and decency, and I'm proud of you for that. Arthur smiled at his son. We're just glad you aren't hurt. As they reached the Transfiguration classroom, the tables had been moved to allow for one big table, which had plates of food for them to enjoy. I still don't understand how the barrier was sealed. I thought there were protections in place to prevent it, especially given we're talking about kids here, Molly said, as they began to eat. I agree, there needs to be something done. Right now, I'm not sure I want Harry or anyone to use that barrier again, Sirius said. Harry looked at them. You're not angry with us? Harry asked. Sirius smiled softly at him. I'm angrier that the situation arose in the first place. What you did was very foolish. Although I know your father would have done the same and people would have called him a legend, Sirius added with a chuckle. Sirius? Minerva scolded him with a glare. Sirius smiled cheekily at her, and then his smile vanished as he looked at Harry. It was foolish and dangerous. What if the car had failed? Or crashed harder than you did? Sirius asked. I know you're impulsive, Harry, and that can be good at times, but you do need to think more carefully. Both of you do. I will, Uncle Sirius, Harry promised, before taking a sip of pumpkin juice. Were you hurt? Molly asked. Ron shook his head, before slowly and carefully taking out his wand. Can this be repaired? Ron asked, voice choking up. Minerva looked closely at it. No, I don't think so. You'll need to get a new one, Mr. Weasley, Minerva said apologetically. Molly, Arthur, before you say anything, let me get that sorted. This all happened because we were with you, and I feel bad as well, Sirius said just as Ron held back a sob. Harry remembered something Sirius had told him when the truth came out that he was a wizard. That a wizard's wand was an extension of that person, and losing or otherwise being parted from their wand was like missing a part of themselves. Harry patted Ron's shoulder in sympathy. Sirius, it's not your fault. It's that house elf who's to blame, Molly said fiercely. Let me do this, Sirius insisted. Arthur put a hand on Molly's shoulder. Thank you, Sirius, we appreciate that, Arthur said, eyes on his distraught son. Minerva, I'll take Ron by Portkey or Floo Powder to Diagon Alley in the morning, if you don't mind. I'd like to stay with Harry tonight, Sirius said. Professor Dumbledore has already arranged accommodation for you all tonight, and Mr. Weasley is excused for the morning to allow you to get him a new wand. Minerva agreed. Harry, Ron, I will be giving you each a detention, however, for not thinking more clearly, she added. Ron and Harry nodded. Yes, Professor, they both said at the same time. As they continued the meal, Harry knew they were lucky to be alive, and lucky that they had parents who cared enough to be there to make sure they were okay. They learnt Ginny was also in Gryffindor, and as they went to the temporary accommodation wing for the night, something neither Ron nor Harry knew existed. As the boys fell asleep that night, Harry's thoughts returned to the mysterious house elf. Harry knew they'd have to be a lot more careful. After all, if Dobby could seal a barrier that had protections, what else would he do in his attempt to try and save Harry from whatever mysterious evil that was supposedly going to happen at Hogwarts this year? Petrification chambers. The start of his second year wasn't that much fun for Harry. Despite many of the Gryffindors thinking Ron and Harry a legend for flying the car to school, and Hermione grateful they were okay, mostly it was worse than the previous year. Harry was first humiliated by Lockhart when he claimed to have given Harry a taste of fame back at the bookstore, a claim Harry wanted to shove back in the arrogant jerk's face. But the first lesson proved to Harry that Lockhart was an idiot who had no idea what he was doing. The Cornish pixie incident was still commonly spoken about by older students and professors alike, and embarrassed Hermione was regularly stopped and questioned in the corridors about what happened. Despite that, she still had a crush on Lockhart, which Harry didn't understand. He gave Harry the creeps, and whenever he was near the so-called professor, a strange feeling ran down his back, as though someone had dropped cold water down his back. Snape, of course, was still vindictive as ever, despite the revelation that Harry's father had once saved Snape's life. When Snape and Sirius had briefly seen one another the first night, Harry could see the same look he and Malfoy always shared: pure hatred. On top of that, Malfoy Jr. was now the Slytherin Seeker, his father having donated a Nimbus 2001 to each member of the Slytherin team as an obvious bribe. When Hermione mocked Malfoy for having to buy his way onto the team, he turned up his nose at her and called her a mudblood, resulting in Ron attacking Malfoy in retaliation. The Slytherins immediately caused a scene, and a teacher rapidly came to see what the comminution was about. Despite the defense of the other Gryffindor Quidditch players, Ron still ended up with a week's worth of detention. Although the look of Malfoy spewing up slugs was worth the detention, in Harry, Ron, and Hermione's eyes. As Halloween, and the anniversary of his parents' death, approached, Harry was invited to something called a Death Day party by nearly headless Nick. The Gryffindor ghost had died 500 years earlier to the day, and having the boy who lived at his party would surely cause some more esteemed ghosts to accept the invitation. Whilst he hadn't wanted to go, Harry didn't want to insult Nick, and thankfully Ron or Hermione were allowed to accompany Harry to the strange event. Out of the three of them, Hermione was most curious to go since she knew that living people rarely ever went to Death Day parties, so it would be good research for her. Harry wasn't sure he could agree. Harry had never felt more uncomfortable in his life. The food looked like it was 500 years old and smelt like it too, and the ghosts were unusual. They were very polite and pleasant, but Harry felt awkward. He couldn't really understand about ghosts, although he was curious as to whether anyone could become a ghost. A part of him wished his parents were ghosts. As the trio left the party, heading to the Great Hall to see if there was some edible food left, Harry suddenly stopped, frowning at the whispering he could hear. "Hello?" Harry asked, looking around the deserted corridor. "Harry!" Hermione stopped walking, a confused frown on her face. "Didn't you hear that?" Someone whispering. Harry checked around them again, but no one was around. Hermione and Ron shook their heads. "I didn't," Ron replied. "You feel okay, mate?" "I'm probably both tired and hungry," Harry sighed as he spoke. The three only took a few more steps before Harry paused again. They whispered closer than before. "No, there it is again. It's saying blood. It wants blood." Harry's voice trailed off. He shivered at the terrifying sound and its murderous words, but after one last look to confirm the corridor as empty aside from him and his best friends, he shook himself free from the growing panic and began to follow the sound of the whisper. "Harry, what's going on?" Hermione sounded worried as she spoke, with her and Ron following Harry down the corridor. "I don't know," I can hear something or someone, but I don't know what, Harry replied, picking up speed. I'm getting a really bad feeling. You think Dobby is behind this? Ron asked, his voice laced with concern and bitterness. I don't think so, Harry answered. They turned a corner and immediately froze. On the wall in front of them was written a phrase that chilled all three of them to the core. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Hermione read, before letting out a distressed cry. Just below the writing, slumped over and still, was Argus Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris. Ron put a comforting hand on Hermione's shaking shoulders while Harry knelt and began to gently stroke her immobile form. Whilst he wasn't fond of Mr. Filch, Mrs. Norris was a sweet old cat, and he had petted her several times. No one, and no pet, deserves this, Harry said softly. Is she? Hermione began to ask in a choked, high-pitched voice. I can't feel her breathing. But she's warm. Hermione let out a distressed sob before she got out her wand, before performing a spell to summon help. I just called Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore. Good, Harry said, stepping back from the small feline. Mr. Filch is going to be devastated. I know he can be a pain, but he definitely doesn't deserve this. Ron agreed, his eyes returning to the disturbing message on the wall. He opened his mouth just as the familiar snarl of the Hogwarts caretaker made them jump. Doesn't deserve what? The voice of Argus Filch said as he came around the corner followed by Draco Malfoy. Mr. Filch, Harry exclaimed. We just got here. You don't want to see this, he said, trying to step in front of the frozen cat. Filch pushed Harry aside and gasped when he saw his familiar. Mrs. Norris? He asked weakly. Harry put a hand on his arm. I'm so sorry, Mr. Filch. I don't know who did this, but we'll find them, Harry promised. Filch looked at Harry, who saw tears welling up in the old man's eyes. Enemies of the air, beware, Malfoy chanted. He gave an evil, cold grin to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. You'll be next, mudblood, he claimed smugly. Filch immediately turned to Malfoy with a cold look of anger. Did you do this, you brat? Filch demanded with spit flying from his mouth, causing Malfoy to step back. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Mr. Filch, no, don't. You're better than that, Harry cried out, holding the man's arm just as Dumbledore and Minerva came around the corner. What is going on here? Dumbledore asked, his usually sparkling blue eyes taking in the confusing and morbid scene in front of him. Hermione quickly explained what happened as students finished with their food began to make their way to their respective common rooms. Unfortunately, it happened to be that the corridor with the message, the possibly dead cat, and a sobbing Argus Filch was one of the main hallways. McGonagall held up her hand to stop the curious, advancing students as Dumbledore examined Mrs. Norris. There were some noises of protest as Lockhart pushed his way to the front. A pity I wasn't here. I know the very counterspell that could have saved her, Lockhart announced loudly, much to Harry's annoyance. He wanted to snap at the pompous git, but before he could, Dumbledore turned around. Students, return to your dormitories. Everything is all right, not to worry. Very few people defied a direct order from the headmaster, and the crowd quickly thinned. A pointed look from Dumbledore kept Harry, Hermione, and Ron where they were standing. She is not dead, Argus, but she has been petrified, Albus said when the stragglers had gotten bored and followed their classmates, pushing his half-moon glasses up his crooked nose. As I suspected, Lockhart claimed, snapping his fingers. Nobody paid him attention. Petrified? How? Filch demanded, his face blotchy with tears. I don't know, but we will investigate. Fortunately, Professor Sprout is having the second year's growing mandrakes, and when they're fully grown, we'll be able to create a potion to unpetrify her, Dumbledore stated as he turned his attention to the message on the wall. I can whip it up in no time. I must have prepared it 100 times before, Lockhart said, but Snape made a noise of disgust. I believe I am the potions master at this school, Snape said coldly. Severus, please join me in taking Mrs. Norris and Argus to the hospital wing. Minerva, please take Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger to my office, and wait for me there, Dumbledore instructed, stopping Lockhart as he opened his mouth to reply to the Slytherin's head of house. Minerva nodded, and led Harry, Ron, and Hermione to Dumbledore's office. The walk was in silence, but as soon as they were in the office, Minerva looked at Harry, pale in the candlelight. "What happened, Harry?" Minerva asked. Harry explained everything, how they had gone to the Death Day party and how, on their way to get some proper food, he had heard the chilling whispers which had led them to the corridor. "No idea who was whispering or where it was coming from?" Minerva inquired, concerned. "I'm afraid not, Aunt Minnie. Ron thought it might be because of Dobby, but I don't think this is his doing," Harry replied. Minerva nodded in her agreement, her lips thin. "If you hear anything like that again, summon me immediately," Minerva said. "And I don't want you on your own again." "No, Aunt Minnie," Harry concurred, shivering. "That voice. It was nothing like I've ever heard before. Keep your cloak on you at all times, Harry. I don't want you at risk. If you need to escape, from anywhere or anything, use your cloak and go straight to my office," Minerva insisted. "All three of you." "We will," Ron agreed, as Dumbledore arrived, looking uncharacteristically solemn. He sucked on a lemon sherbet as Ron and Hermione explained the full story, fingers interlaced in front of his somber face. Harry felt another cold chill run down his back, and he gratefully leaned lightly against his surrogate aunt when she placed a comforting hand on his arm. Why was this happening? Is this what Dobby had tried to warn Harry about? He didn't know what was going on, but he was going to find out one way or the other. Harry was kept busy over the next couple of weeks. He was training harder than ever for Quidditch under Wood's almost over-the-top schedule, and finally, the time came for the first match of the season against Slytherin. Wood had coached them hard, telling the team that whilst the Slytherin team had the Nimbus 2001s, they didn't have the skill or heart that Gryffindor did. Harry knew that was true, and as he sat on his broom, just ahead of Malfoy, he watched the smirk on the boy's face, wanting to smack it. Instead, he waited and prepared to launch for the golden snitch. He was forced to dodge every few seconds as a rogue bludger kept going after him. The keen-eyed Weasley twins made a joke about Harry's magnetism as they batted the ball away for the third time in less than a minute. Harry shouted that they should focus on making sure the other bludger didn't knock any of their teammates off their brooms as he began to fly in an array of zigzags and loops to dodge the angry ball. As Malfoy mocked Harry, he saw that the snitch was hovering around the clueless Slytherin. Harry launched forward and shoved Malfoy aside. He sped after the snitch, with Malfoy quickly following him, but Harry was forced to keep dodging as the bludger kept going after him. Flying between the rigging of the stadium, Harry was able to dodge the bludger. Malfoy, however, lacked the skill despite his speed, and was thrown from his broom with a breathtaking oomph. Harry reached for the shimmering snitch, but as he did, the bludger crashed into his hand. The immediately crunching alerted Harry to it being broken before the pain hit him, and with his vision blurred in response, he somehow managed to catch the ball in his non-dominant hand. Shaking in adrenaline and pain, he was unable to stabilize himself and fell off his broom a meter or so from the ground. He tried to shield his broken wrist as best as he could and was immediately winded as his back hit the floor. He barely had a second to try to gulp in air as the bludger went to strike him again, but Harry rolled out of the way. He managed to dodge it a second time, but before the bludger could try to hit the third time, Madame Hooch destroyed it with a well-placed spell. Harry sighed in a mix of relief and pain as the crowds caught onto the fact that Harry had caught the snitch seconds before he fell and began to cheer. His teammates landed close to him, and would opened his mouth to say something as Lockhart burst through the team, taking in the sight of the mangled hand. "Not to worry. I can fix it in a heartbeat," Lockhart said as he retrieved his wand from his expensive-looking robes. "No, not you. Get lost," Harry protested, trying to shuffle back. Lockhart chuckled. "Poor boy is delusional. Doesn't know what he's saying," Lockhart said before casting a spell. Harry felt a quick wave of relief as the pain vanished, but cried in shock as he saw that his hand resembled a piece of rubber or latex. Lockhart hadn't fixed his bones. He had removed them. The rest of the Gryffindor team made noises of disgust as the arm flopped. "Ah, yes, that can happen. The important thing is that the bones aren't broken anymore," Lockhart chuckled as Hermione and Ron arrived, panting. "Not broken? They're not there anymore. You bloody idiot," Ron snapped, pushing Lockhart out of the way. Stay away from him, you absolute maniac. Now see here. Lockhart began, but Ron quickly pulled out his wand in anger. Mr. Weasley. Minerva's voice cut through the crowd as she arrived. A confused-looking Madam Hooch levitating the box that contained the Quidditch balls close behind. Mr. Weasley, put your wand away. 20 points from Gryffindor. Now get back, Minerva demanded. Harry, hospital wing. Gilderoy, get the students to the school. I'll handle this. As the students dispersed, Harry looked up at Minerva in alarm. Ron and Hermione helped Harry get to his feet. Rogue bludger. Sorry about that, Mr. Potter, no idea what happened there. Madame Pomfrey will fix you up in no time, the Quidditch instructor said gruffly. Great flying as always. Harry tried to do a thumbs up but felt nauseated as he saw his boneless arm uselessly swing by his side. As Minerva escorted them to the hospital wing, Ron shuffled awkwardly. Professor E. Ron started, but Minerva cut him off. I know how you feel. I'd like to do the same thing, but we can't be so impulsive. Learn from Miss Granger and be less rash, Minerva said in warning. Sorry, Professor. How is he a teacher? He's a pompous jackass. Language, Weasley, Minerva replied as they finally reached the hospital wing. Harry was given a dose of disgusting Skilgro and was told he would have to stay the night. After assuring his friends that he was okay, he laid down to get some rest. Madame Pomfrey warned him that regrowing bones was painful and that he couldn't have any additional potions to numb the pain due to conflicting ingredients. Harry, already beginning to feel the sensation, grit his teeth and prepared himself for a long night. Waking up in the night, Harry was startled by a sharp jolt of pain. As he sat up, he saw something on his bed and pulled on his glasses. He saw Dobby standing there. Harry Potter, sir, you did not listen. Dobby warned Harry Potter not to return to Hogwarts, but you came back anyway, he said sadly. Dobby, you could have had me killed, Harry said angrily. Dobby did it for Harry Potter's own good. Dobby needed to keep Harry Potter safe, so he made the bludger to get Harry Potter to go home, Dobby explained. Dobby, why? You need to tell me more, Harry insisted. Dobby shook his head, his large eyes filling with stress-induced tears. Dobby wants to, sir, but Dobby can't. Please, Harry Potter must go home, Dobby repeated. Stay with Master Black. Dobby, wait, please. I know you're trying to help. Give me a clue. Anything, Harry pleaded. Dobby can't. Dobby wants to say, spiders and snakes, Dobby stammered, before banging his head against the bed frame, hard. Dobby, please, stop, Harry begged, grabbing Dobby with his one working hand and pulling the small creature away from the foot of the bed. Don't hurt yourself. Harry Potter must not be killed, Dobby squeaked. Suddenly, the door to the hospital wing opened, and in the blink of an eye Dobby disappeared. Harry quickly laid down and closed his eyes, pretending he was asleep as some hurried footsteps echoed in the wing. Put him down gently, Dumbledore said. Harry looked through his eyelashes and saw that they were bringing in Colin Creevey. The first-year Gryffindor photographer looked like he was a statue. What happened? Madame Pomfrey asked as she waved her wand over him for a diagnosis. As Harry listened, he learnt that Colin had likely been trying to sneak in to visit him but had been petrified. Albus, you look like you know something. Minerva's voice broke through the dim light. What does all of this mean? First the cat and now Mr. Creevey. Harry broke out in a cold sweat as Dumbledore said something that would forever haunt him. It means, Minerva, that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened once again. Facing the chamber, tensions in Hogwarts were high. There were more attacks and the bullying Harry received increased in intensity. Insults were hurled at him and insinuations that his parents would be rolling in their graves were commonplace. Another scary rumor was circling that, during Voldemort's attack at the end of the first school year, the Dark Lord had possessed Harry. That's why the attacks were happening. He hated to admit that he spent most of his evenings with the curtains drawn across his four-poster bed near tears. He wrote endlessly to Sirius, but when his godfather asked if Harry wanted to leave Hogwarts until the true heir was caught, he declined. Hogwarts was still his home from home. Besides, Dumbledore was here. Harry didn't think that things could get worse, but Oh boy, was he wrong. Hermione had been petrified. Distraught, Harry barely noticed the bullying decrease after the news went viral around the school. Harry Potter wouldn't attack his best friend. Hagrid had also been taken to Azkaban by Fudge, on suspicion of being involved in the attacks like a few decades before, and Dumbledore had been suspended from his job. Both had left clues for Harry and Ron to follow. Poor Ron had nightmares about sentient talking spiders invading the castle for weeks after Hagrid's not-so-subtle clue led the two deep into the Forbidden Forest and into the lair of Hagrid's pet and friend, the talking arachnid named Aragog. With Minerva now the acting head of Hogwarts in Dumbledore's absence, Harry's movements were under constant surveillance. Curfew was strict, and when lessons weren't in session, he spent his spare time sitting with Hermione. Logically, he knew it was pointless, that she couldn't hear him, but still he stayed, telling her about homework and the things learned during lessons. It was during one of these visits that Harry noticed a screwed-up piece of paper clenched in Hermione's frozen fists. It took some maneuvering, but he and Ron got it free with little tearing and read what was clearly a page torn haphazardly from a book, with the biggest clue of what was transpiring at the school scribbled in Hermione's handwriting. Suddenly, everything made sense. A basilisk, Harry repeated as the two of them hurriedly left the hospital wing with the piece of paper clenched in his hand.
No.
Wonder I've been hearing those damned whispers when no one else can. It's because I can talk to them. And Dobby said the same thing. Maybe that's what Hermione realized. Snakes and spiders, because basilisks make spiders flee in terror. Ron agreed, fear in his voice as the two quickly walked through the empty halls. The sconces cast flicking shadows and Harry shivered. We need to tell my Aunt Minnie about this, Harry decided moments later. I'm the only one who can get into the chamber. I'm sure of it. You need someone who can speak Parseltongue to open it. It's the only thing that makes sense. Dumbledore would have found it otherwise. All right, let's go. Ron seemed relieved at the plan of getting adults involved. A great big dirty snake roaming through the pipes. What if it came up through the toilets when you're sat on it or something? Bloody hell. As they began to head for Minerva's office, however, they heard her voice magically pulsing through the halls. All students were to stop what they were doing and go to their common rooms as of immediately. Harry could hear thinly veiled concern in her voice, and with a mutual nod of understanding from Ron, the two somehow managed to hide in the staff room. Looking back, Harry couldn't be sure how the two had been able to get into the room without being noticed as it quickly filled with the professors, each looking exhausted and stressed. Squished in one of the storage cupboards, Harry had to stop Ron from collapsing when they heard Ginny had been taken into the chamber. Lockhart told some bold claim on knowing the location of the chamber and that he would gather some supplies before venturing to save the girl. As soon as he hurried from the room, McGonagall held back an exasperated scoff/sob as the teachers broke out into nervous conversation on how, when, who. Harry couldn't hold himself back anymore. He burst out of the closet. Aunt Minnie, we know where the chamber is, Harry exclaimed, Ron still shaking and looking sick behind Harry's smaller frame. All the staff looked shocked at their sudden appearance. Harry, what are you? Minerva began. But Harry cut her off. Aunt Minnie, we know where the chamber is. What's in there? All of it, Harry reiterated, desperation in his voice. And with Ginny now taken, we have to save her. It's a basilisk. Ron burst out, his breaking voice shrill with panic. There was a collective gasp of shock as Minerva's face aged a few decades in seconds. Explain everything. Harry quickly told the listening professors about everything minus the very illegal polyjuice potion, finishing with the theory on how Harry was the only one who could go down to the chamber. No, absolutely not, Minerva said firmly. She had broken out in a clammy sweat. Aunt Minnie, it has to be me. The reason Professor Dumbledore could never find it is because it's a snake, and only a Parseltongue can get in. I'm the only one here, and we don't have time to find another, Harry implored, trying to ignore how scared he felt. The air has Ginny. We can't waste any more time. Harry could see the conflicting emotions flickering on her face. Please, Snape stepped forward, placing a hand on Minerva's shoulder. Whilst I agree that this is not the best idea, Minerva, Mr. Potter. He paused, as if he wanted to vomit with what he was about to say. Is right. There is only one way to get in there, and we need him. A basilisk is incredibly dangerous and could kill you in seconds. If we're going to send anyone down there, we need someone who can handle it. Professor Flitwick piped up. I will go, Severus offered. Harry and Ron stared at him. I am an expert in the dark arts, and I will be able to assist Mr. Potter down there. I'll go as well, Flitwick added. I'm not the charms master for nothing. Minerva looked between her colleagues, then back at Harry. Harry, you listen to Severus and Phileas when they tell you something. If they tell you to hide, you hide. If they tell you to run, then you run. Do you understand? Minerva said firmly. Don't do anything foolish. Harry nodded, stomach churning. I'm going too, Ron stated, steely determination in his voice. That's my sister down there, and I won't let you leave me behind. He can back me up if we have to run, Aunt Minnie. Harry broke in before any of the adults could protest. Minerva clearly fought against the idea, but eventually gave a single nod. Where is the chamber, Potter? Snape demanded, taking charge. The second-floor girls' bathroom. We think that the girl who died last time was Moaning Myrtle, and she's still there. Snape turned to look at Flitwick, and they nodded at each other. Magic began to crackle around the two adults. The four of them raced from the staff room. The corridors were already drained of students despite it being close to dinner time, and the group witnessed Lockhart fleeing out of the castle with a hastily packed suitcase floating behind him. He was rapidly swallowed up by the light of the setting sun. Good riddance, Flitwick scoffed as they continued their sprint to the unused bathroom. When they got there, Snape locked the door with a flourish of his wand. Myrtle, he called out. Show yourself at once. Oh, it's you. What do you want? The ghostly girl asked bitterly, appearing from behind one of the dirty mirrors to glare at the males. To ask you how you died, Harry replied, heart hammering inside his chest. Myrtle's morose expression became more and more animated as she explained what had happened the day she had died. Bullying, crying, finding refuse in the bathroom, then hissing noises, glowing eyes. The last two things happening from the direction of the stone sinks. The group began to inspect them, and that's when Harry saw a small snake symbol on the tap. After Harry ordered it to open and the plumping widening to reveal a tunnel, Snape led the way down the surprisingly smooth stone slide with Flitwick making the landing softer for all of them. Uneven ground crunched under their feet, and Harry looked around the area with disgust. There were a lot of bones of various sizes and a long, discarded snakeskin. Oh, Merlin, Flitwick gasped, looking at it. The creature must be really long by now. It must have been here since the founding of the school, Snape stated, also looking awed. The potions professor gripped his wand tighter. Which way? Over here. There's an archway, Ron exclaimed, pointing with a shaking hand. He looked like he was going to be sick and was violently trembling as they stepped over the collection of bones. The four of them quickly went down the stone corridor to reach a large, circular door with a metal snake barring the way. Its eyes looked strangely alive. Once we go in, we have to keep going, Flitwick warned the group. Are you sure about this, Mr. Potter? You can always open this up, and you and Mr. Weasley can return to safety. We're coming with you, Professor, Harry replied, Ron making a croaking noise of agreement by Harry's side. He took a breath and commanded the door to open in Parseltongue. They all watched, unblinking, as the metal snake slithered in complicated circles. Moments later, a heavy clunk sounded, and the door creaked open to admit them into the heart of the Chamber of Secrets. Snape took the lead, with Harry and Ron behind him, and Flitwick bringing up the rear. As they entered further into the chamber, Harry felt a cold chill break over his body as he looked cautiously around. It was dimly lit, no doubt with residual magic, with a thin layer of water splashing with each of their steps. They were surrounded by large statues lining each side of walls, with one of an old man up ahead, Salazar Slytherin himself. Flitwick muttered in front of a large, circular area. As they stepped forward, Ron suddenly ran ahead to a small, red-headed figure lying on the ground. He threw himself down next to the body of his younger sister, frantic hands feeling her cold body as he shook her. Ginny, it's me, Ron. Wake up. He begged as clumsy hands went to the pulse point in her neck. The way his shoulders slumped in relief moments later filled Harry with echoed relief as the two professors began to wave diagnostic wands over the first year's form. "She won't wake up," a different yet familiar voice said. Harry went to stand behind Ron, eyes widening as Tom Riddle walked out from behind one of the nearby pillars. "Tom?" Harry inquired, confused. "But you're Dash." "Stay away from him," Snape interrupted, him and Flitwick darting in front of the three students with their wands out. "How are you here? Do I know you?" Tom asked casually, head tilted to the side and an arrogant smile playing at his lips. Snape glared at the young man with pure venom in his eyes. "Professor," Ron squeaked, his body shielding Ginny's. "That is Voldemort when he was a child," Snape explained, not taking his dark, flashing eyes off the person in front of them. Harry looked back at the handsome young man with growing shock and disgust. "No wonder Ron said you sounded like a slimy bastard," Harry said bitterly. "What the actual hell? What have you done with the girl?" Flitwick demanded. "That's not something you need to worry about. She will soon be dead, and I will be fully alive again. You will all die down here today, along with the rest of the mudbloods tainting this school." Riddle smirked, looking at his clean nails with an infuriatingly smug expression. "I will defeat the old fool Dumbledore when he returns to find his precious students massacred." "You wish," Harry yelled from behind his professors. "He's a stronger, braver, and better man than you'll ever be." "Foolish child," Riddle scoffed. But before he could say anything else, a loud bird's cry rang out. The five saw Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, flying rapidly towards them. Sharp talons clutched at the ragged, familiar form of the school's sorting hat. The flame-colored bird, the size of a swan, landed gracefully next to Harry and dropped the hat by his feet. Riddle began to laugh, the cruel sound contrasting from the handsome face. "You think this is going to help? A sorting hat, 2 students, and 2 professors? The greatest wizard who ever lived? No, Harry Potter and co., you will die here," Riddle exclaimed before turning to the statue of Slytherin and hissing something in terrifying Parseltongue. Harry barely had time to cry out for all of them to run before the mouth of the giant stone face fell open and the impossibly giant snake came out with a thunderous thud. With a warning cry and a flash of fire, Fawkes flew up and attacked the basilisk, pecking out the giant snake's eyes. The basilisk hissed in agony, throwing its head back and forth to try and get away from the persistent phoenix to no avail. Thick blood splashed on the watery ground, and in the snake's thrashing, it slammed the bird against the hard stone and Fawkes fell with a shriek. Flitwick began to fire several curses at the blinded snake. Snape threw a healing spell towards the magical bird before helping his colleague. Ron, still cradling his unconscious sister, tried to throw an eat slug's curse at the calm-looking Tom Riddle, but the younger Voldemort casually stepped out of the way, not even bothering with the 12-year-old. "We need to get Ginny out of here," Harry yelled to Ron over the noises of the battle. As Ron struggled to pick up the dead weight of his sister, Harry stepped forward to help but glinted from the corner of his eye and he paused. Something was poking out of the sodden sorting hat. Curious, Harry quickly reached down and pulled out a long, gleaming sword. It looked heavy, but Harry was able to lift it easily and he gaped at the weapon, deadly sharp and encrusted with rubies the color of blood. His attention was ripped back to the present when Snape yelled at Harry to move. Riddle had begun to speak to the snake, directing it to Harry. The thing moved swiftly, opening dripping fangs as it lunged. Without thinking, Harry swung the sword upwards, cutting through the roof of its massive mouth and piercing the creature's brain. Blood spewed out as the basilisk jerked away, spasming before it crashed down dead. It all happened in seconds. "Potter!" Flitwick exclaimed, racing over to him, blood falling into his eyes from a graze on his forehead. "By Merlin, you've been bitten!" Snape hurriedly rushed over as Riddle roared in rage at seeing his pet dead. Ears ringing, Harry looked down at the giant fang embedded in his forearm, numbly recognizing that it should hurt a lot more than it did. I'm sorry, professors," Harry stammered, beginning to feel woozy. Snape harshly pulled the fang from Harry's arm and threw it to the side as Flitwick tried to cast a few healing charms at the oozing, bloody wound. "You were brave, Potter," Snape said, his face looking grave at the unsuccessful attempts Flitwick had at closing the injury. Flitwick was sweating, body shaking at the effort of his spells. Riddle's contorted yell of rage turned into maniacal laughter at the failed healing spells. "My basilisk may be dead, but no matter," Riddle shrieked, eyes flashing madly. "Not long to go until little Miss Ginny will be dead, and I will fully return." Harry tried to glare at the figure through blurring vision, but it was getting harder to see, to breath, to stand. "Potter has less than a minute before he dies," Riddle pointed out gleefully. "The only one to ever thwart the Dark Lord lies dying at your feet." Flitwick leaned back, shaking his head in defeat as Harry's legs gave out and the Gryffindor collapsed to the ground. A soft chirp rang through the chamber, and he dragged his heavy head to look towards the only flash of color in the dim dungeon. The gold and red of the phoenix, who had flown to the group and landed next to him. "You were brilliant, Fawkes," Harry complimented, his words beginning to slur. "I was just too slow," he added with a wave of acid rolling up to his mouth. He swallowed, lips going numb. "Tell Sirius I love him?" Fawkes let out another calming cry and something wet touched his bite. Within seconds, Harry began to feel connected with his body again, his vision clearing, and the skin around the wound starting to close when all else had failed. "Phoenix tears, Potter, can heal anything," Snape told the shocked students, sounding relieved as he turned to Riddle. He held out his wand, pointing it at the figure. "Now surrender. You will all die at the hands of Lord Voldemort," Riddle snarled, reaching into his robes and pulling out Ginny's wand. Harry saw the diary on the floor and grabbed the discarded fong that had gone into his arm. "Not today," Harry shouted, a sudden idea blooming in his brain. He thrust the fong into the diary several times. Riddle began to scream in pain, his body breaking down into beams of light. With a cry of triumph, Harry slammed the fong into the blood and ink-covered diary one last time, and Riddle exploded in a pillar of light. As he did, Ginny shot up, gasping for breath. "You did it, Potter!" Flitwick exclaimed in relief, as Ron pulled Ginny into a desperate hug. Ginny cried as she explained she had been behind the attacks after she had begun writing in the diary. She had tried to get rid of it in Myrtle's bathroom, but Harry found it instead. "It isn't your fault, Ginny," Harry said softly, heart feeling for the traumatized girl. "Miss Weasley, Mr. Potter is right. You are not to blame for this. You know who is. The fact that he has an artifact so evil to mimic him so." The charms professor shuddered. "Are you all right? Can you walk? Come. Let's get out of this dreadful place." "How?" Ron asked, arms still tight around his sister. He didn't care about the dirty tears streaming down his face. Fawkes let out another cry as he began to beat his wings, holding out his legs. "Fawkes can carry immensely heavy loads," Harry remembered, quoting what Dumbledore told him about the Phoenix months prior. Everyone held onto one another, with Snape connecting them by a magical cord, and the group were flown from the grimy, dim chamber back to the familiar, comforting warmth of the entrance hall. Dumbledore and Minerva were already waiting with Sirius, who looked ashen and angry. Beside them, looking close to breaking, was Molly and Arthur. The group landed on the ground in a tangle of limbs. The Phoenix cawed in apology as he landed on Dumbledore's waiting arm. "Harry!" Sirius cried out, just as Molly and Arthur ran to Ginny, scooping her into their arms. Minerva joined in the hug with Harry as Snape and Flitwick began to explain what had happened. "Harry killed a basilisk?" Sirius echoed numbly, his eyes widening as his arms tightening around his godson. "You killed one?" Dumbledore was beaming behind his bushy beard, his spare hand smoothing down his familiar's ruffled feathers. "What the four of you have done today is nothing short of heroic. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, you will both be getting awards for services to the school, and I think 200 points each for Gryffindor," Dumbledore told them. "I agree wholeheartedly with what Albus has just said," someone claimed from behind the headmaster. It was then that Harry noticed Cornelius Fudge was standing there, pale and staring at the group with amazement in his eyes. "I can't believe such a fearsome beast was here the whole time," Fudge spoke in disbelief. "You were very brave, Harry, and it's an absolute pleasure to meet you at long last." "Thank you, Minister," Harry answered, I couldn't have done any of this without Ron and our friend Hermione, though. I think you, your friend Ron, and Professors Snape and Flitwick each deserve more than a simple school award," Fudge announced, puffing up his chest. "As Minister for Magic, I will make sure each of you are given the Order of Merlin, first class, for this." "First class," Sirius, Molly, and Arthur repeated simultaneously before looking at the boys with pride. "What is that?" Harry asked, confused at the shocked, delighted expressions. Sirius chuckled breathlessly. "It's the highest award in the wizarding world, like a knighthood in the Muggle world. No child has ever been given it before. No child has ever done what these two have with the professors. All of you have done a great service to our world," Fudge pointed out. He shook Ron's hand, followed by Harry's. "This is one for the history books. Cornelius, if you will excuse me, I need to speak to my students in private." Dumbledore broke in, politely but firmly. "I have a lot of paperwork to catch up on, as well as the reinstatement of my groundskeeper." Oh, of course. I'll make sure Hagrid is returned immediately, and I owe him a great apology. I never imagined that this was the case, and I should never have taken him," Fudge mumbled apologetically. "Just after the last time. I will speak to Hagrid when he returns," Dumbledore reassured the shorter man. "I'm sure it goes without saying that this should be kept out of the press," he added as the minister began to leave. Fudge paused before nodding in agreement. "Minerva, if you can take the Weasleys to the medical wing, as well as Severus and Filius, I'd like you all to get some rest and a check-up by Poppy." "Of course," Minerva agreed, smiling proudly at Harry and Ron. "Don't keep them too long, Albus. My lions will need a check-over as well." In Dumbledore's office, Sirius finally let go off Harry but stayed within arm's reach. He looked like he wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. "First, Harry, I want to thank you. Nothing but an exceptional display of loyalty could have called Fawkes to you. That makes this old man very proud of you," Dumbledore started, leaning back in his chair with a smile. Fawkes chirped his agreement from his porch. "How did this happen, Albus?" Sirius asked, his eyes scanning Harry and lingering on his wounds. "I thought the school was safe. It isn't the headmaster's fault. Voldemort kept a diary when he was here and somehow was able to use it to possess Ginny. Sap her power or something," Harry explained, retrieving the ruined book from the pocket of his robes. "I never imagined something like this could exist," Sirius said, frowning as he studied the destroyed leather-bound diary. "Let alone a basilisk. That thing must have been ancient. Harry, part of me wants to be angry at you for taking such a risk, but I can't help being proud of you instead. You are so very brave, and if your parents were here, they'd be as proud of you as I am." Sirius turned to his godson, looking like he wanted to grab the preteen in his arms again. His eyes were glassy. At that moment, the door to Dumbledore's office slammed open. "What in the ever-loving name of a floppy wanted Dementor Boggerer?" one of the portraits cried out as Lucius Malfoy stormed in. Hunched behind him was none other than Dobby. "So it is true. You have returned after you were suspended," Malfoy announced, ignoring Harry and Sirius as he glared at the headmaster with disdain. Dumbledore simply smiled from behind his desk. "Once Ginny Weasley was taken, the governors all wrote to me, asking me to return as of immediately." Dumbledore idly tidied his long beard. "Some of the members seemed to be under the impression that you would curse them if they hadn't agreed to suspend me in the first place," he added, sounding amused. "Preposterous," Lucius immediately denied. "Wouldn't put it past you, Malfoy," Sirius said bitterly. Lucius scowled at him and then back at Dumbledore. "Did you catch the perpetrator?" "We did. It was the same person as last time, Lord Voldemort, but this time he was working through this diary, and poor Ginny Weasley," Dumbledore replied. He indicated to the useless book. "Curious that one of Voldemort's old-school possessions ended up here, wouldn't you say?" While Lucius spluttered about insinuations, Harry noticed the small form of Dobby acting most peculiarly. The house elf was pointing to the diary, then to Lucius before quietly hitting his own head. In that moment, Dobby's warning before school even started made sense. Lucius had planted the diary. "I'll always stop Voldemort and whatever idiot follows him," Harry growled through clenched teeth, disgusted and with his power over the situation quickly evaporating. Lucius made a quick jibe at the rudeness of the current students before turning to leave the office. A cry from the house elf as he was kicked out of the door made Harry wince. He wished he could help the poor elf. That's when the idea struck him. Not even 10 minutes later, Harry had tricked Lucius into giving Dobby a sock and the house elf was free. Malfoy Sr. hobbled away in humiliation. "Harry Potter has saved Dobby," Dobby said tearfully as his old master disappeared. "Dobby will explore, Harry Potter, and maybe find paid work," Dobby stated with a nod of his head, large ears flapping with the movement. "We house elves like the purpose it gives us, see?" Harry smiled. "Anyone will be lucky to have you work for them, Dobby. If you want, I can speak to my uncle and see if he'll hire you." The house elf grinned back. Dobby would like that. The two returned to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster did not seem surprised to see Dobby without his master, but Sirius glanced between Harry and the house elf as the 12-year-old explained what had transpired. "How much would you like as payment, Dobby?" Sirius asked as soon as the tale was done. "I'll gladly employ you." "Thank you, Sirius Black, sir," Dobby gushed, his yellow eye filling with grateful tears. The remaining time of the year went well, with Hermione and the others being unpetrified with the help of a mandrake potion, Gryffindor winning the House Cup for the second year running, and Hagrid receiving a round of applause when he finally returned to the school. On top of that, Cornelius Fudge had come and presented, in front of the school, Harry, Ron, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape with their Order of Merlin first-class awards. Ginny was allowed home early due to nightmares, and Hermione scrambled to catch up with any missed schoolwork. For a while, the victims of petrification were almost treated like celebrities, and Harry could only give Hermione a sympathetic smile when she was delayed from class again to recount how she discovered the creature behind the terror was a basilisk. Ron bathed in the attention and later confessed to Harry and Hermione that he believed he would never amount to anything, his older brothers having achieved so many things before him. "It's like, I feel like I'm my own person now," Ron explained. "I'm not just, I don't know, the youngest Weasley brother. I'm now Ron Weasley." Harry nodded, the truth about wanting to be Lily on the tip of his tongue. He also had to put up with renewed interest in his status as the boy who lived, and new rumors quickly followed about him being immortal after Voldemort's attack as a baby. Minerva uncharacteristically laughed until her hat fell off when Harry told her. Much to Hermione's displeasure, the end-of-school exams were cancelled due to the trauma of the year, and for the final few weeks of term, the students enjoyed their unexpected free time in various ways. Before long, it was time to leave the castle for summer holidays. Harry smiled when he saw his Uncle Sirius waiting for him at King's Cross Station with Dobby by his side, dressed in a cleaner pillowcase. "Mr. Harry Potter, sir. It's an honor to see you again." "You too, Dobby." He spotted something out of the corner of his eyes. "Excuse me for a moment," he said as he turned to see a tired, frail-looking Ginny hiding behind her parents. "Hey, Ginny," she struggled to keep her eyes on him, looking ashamed and guilty.
Yes.
"If you ever want to talk, just owl me, okay? No judgment or anything," Harry told her. "And if you want, you can borrow my notes from first year to make sure you have everything you need." Ginny shrunk in herself. "Thanks." On the way back home, Sirius clapped Harry on the shoulder. "She'll get there, Harry. She's lucky to have a friend like you. I can't help but notice that she is a redhead, though." Harry remembered when Sirius told him the Potter males liked female with red hair, and blushed. "Sirius, she's, that isn't how it is at all. She's my best friend's younger sister." Sirius laughed, ruffling Harry's hair. "I'm just teasing you, kiddo." He gently pulled at Harry's locks. "What do you say about a haircut? Can't believe how quickly your hair has grown over the last 2 months. Actually, I think I want to grow it out a bit more," Harry said. "You used to have long hair, right? So long as you're going for a more ruggedly lion mane than a prim and proper Malfoy look," Sirius warned him. "I may have to disown you if that ever happened." "Mr. Sirius shouldn't say such things," Dobby gasped in distress. "Mr. Harry Potter will always have a home with me," Sirius interrupted, rolling his eyes with a smile. "You should know this by now, Dobby." Harry grinned at the scene, wondering what crazy things were going to happen over the next 6 weeks. Harry's summer so far had been an amazing one. With Dobby now working at Sirius and Harry's home, Harry was enjoying having Dobby's company. The house elf was the hardest worker he had ever known, and Dobby was always cheerful, with Harry, Dobby, and Sirius enjoying the evenings. Dobby was even learning Muggle and Wizarding games, enjoying them immensely with his already wide eyes gleaming with wonder. Ron and the rest of his family had gone off to Egypt, his family having won a large sum of money from the ministry raffle. Bill had apparently been delighted he would finally get to see all his family again, promising to show them the pyramids and other sites of magical interest in the country. From Ron's postcards, Bill was being especially attentive to Ginny, who had noticeably withdrawn after the events of her first school year. Hermione was in France, exploring the Notre Dame and spending quality time with her parents. Sirius, not wanting Harry to feel left out, had taken Harry on a mini holiday to see some wizarding historical sites in England. It was fascinating seeing Stonehenge, visiting the lost gardens of Helligan, the Roman baths, and the Alnwick poison gardens. Sirius was knowledgeable and engaging, teaching Harry some history as well as enjoying family time. "You'd be a good teacher, Uncle Sirius," Harry commented more than once. "You should take Professor Bin's class." Sirius just ruffled Harry's hair in response, a mildly self-conscious expression on his handsome face. With such an interesting and fun holiday, the summer passed far too quickly, and before long the family unit was in Diagon Alley picking up school supplies. The Quidditch store was now displaying a brand new broomstick, a firebolt, which was apparently an amazing broom, faster than any other, sleek, and had been pre-ordered by professional teams. Harry was impressed, thinking about how easy it would be to win the school games, but the price was far too extortionate. He did, however, find himself drawn to a small jeweler's store. The signs claimed enchantments ranging from protection, beauty enhancement, and health monitoring. Curious, Harry stepped inside, and his eyes were immediately drawn to a necklace that seemed to shimmer in the daylight. It was beautiful, an emerald cut into a heart shape, nestled in a platinum casing with an elegant, apparently unbreakable, chain. He stared into the delicate heart, losing himself in it. It looked so beautiful, and he could see himself wearing it. But only women wore jewelry like that, didn't they? He didn't know what to think or do, but he reached out, touching it gently, feeling it, wanting it. "Something you like, dear?" the older store owner asked, smiling, warming at Harry. Her kind eyes crinkled. "I was just looking. Someone I know might like it," Harry said, knowing that he sounded awkward and anxious. "It would be beautiful on any young woman, dear," the woman said. She gave him a pointed look, no judgment on her face, and Harry had the feeling that somehow she knew. Harry smiled softly, relief flooding through his body. "How much?" he asked, looking back to the emerald heart. 6 galleons, the woman replied. Harry nodded and pulled out his coin bag. The woman removed the security charm and placed the necklace into a velvet box, which Harry pocketed carefully before leaving the shop. "It will suit you perfectly," the woman called out after him. Blushing, excited, and not quite believing what just happened, Harry kept his hand in his pocket over the small box. His heart was thumping hard in his chest, and as he walked down the busy alley to return to Sirius, Harry paused when he spotted his 2 best friends outside of the ice cream store. "Harry, there you are. It's so good to see you," Hermione said, embracing Harry in a hug. She was tan, and a delicate dusting of freckles covered her nose. Harry felt rather than saw the beginnings of Hermione's developing womanly form during the hug. "How were your holidays?" "Brilliant, thank you," Harry replied, his elation slowly fading into a sad longing. He disengaged from the hug and accepted a clap on the shoulder from Ron, who was more freckled than ever before he told them about his holiday visiting Britain's magical sites. Hermione listened with fascination and, after Harry had finished, she grinned. "France was amazing. You should have seen everything. I took lots of pictures to show you." "And how was Egypt, Ron?" Harry asked as they put in their order for some ice cream. "Did you trip any ancient Egyptian curses?" Ron laughed before sharing everything he and his family had done on the holiday. Bill was a talented curse-breaker, and while most of what he had explained went over Ron's head, the youngest Weasley male enjoyed all of it, nonetheless. Unfortunately, Scabbers had begun to fall ill during the trip, so Ron needed to pop to the pet store to grab some tonic. The rat had begun to lose some weight and his fur was becoming dull in color, and the pet seemed increasingly anxious. While in the pet store, Ron was showing the clerk his unwell companion when a large, orange blur tried to go after the rodent, hissing furiously. It didn't take long for the very apologetic employee to safely capture the fluffy cat, and he gave Ron a hefty discount for further traumatizing the already stressed rat. Ron, holding Scabbers protectively to his chest, paid and quickly left the store with Harry. The two were both shocked when Hermione emerged from the store a few minutes carrying the cage with the cat, who was called Crookshanks. "You brought that monster?" Ron was flabbergasted, his hands covering his cowering pet. "He tried to kill Scabbers. He's not a monster, he's gorgeous," Hermione said. "He's been in the adoption section for months. Nobody wanted him." She reached into her pocket, then passed the rat tonic to Ron. "And you forgot this. Just keep him from Scabbers." "He's already ill, I don't want him eaten," Ron insisted. The rat in question hit up Ron's sleeve, away from the piercing gaze from the flat-faced feline. Hermione nodded in understanding, hoisting the carrier to fit more securely in her arms. "I won't let him eat Scabbers," Hermione promised. "Thanks, Hermione," Ron said after a look from Harry. Hermione flashed him a smile as they went to get the rest of their school equipment. The journey to Hogwarts was the worst one yet. Horrible creatures called Dementors had been stationed on the train, and their abilities had knocked Harry out cold when they did their rounds. All he could remember were high-pitched, bone-chilling screams and a flash of blinding green light before he came to again, sweaty, shaking, and full of terror. It felt like he had been unconscious for hours, but it had only been a few minutes. Thankfully, the Dementors had been driven off by Sirius. Harry and his friends had been more than shocked and happy to learn that he was to become the new defense against the dark arts teacher. The reason quickly became clear. A dangerous man by the name of Remus Lupin, a follower of the Dark Lord, had escaped from Azkaban and was targeting Harry. It had been noted that the man had been muttering, "He's at Hogwarts," in the weeks prior to his escape. Sirius was a powerful wizard and could protect Harry, and, with his natural affinity for teaching, taking the position was a no-brainer. The start of the term made up for the horrific journey. Hagrid had been made professor for the care of magical creatures, which filled the Gryffindors with joy. Hagrid may not have been naturally suited to the role, being rather disorganized and often careless, but his passion for the creatures located on and around the Hogwarts ground was contagious, and he was able to demonstrate things that a textbook would never be able to replicate. Flying on the hippogriff didn't feel as stable as flying on a broomstick, but it was utterly amazing. Draco Malfoy being attacked for being his usual rude self did put a dampener on the situation, and Harry was worried that Hagrid would be fired before his first week of teaching was over. The strangest thing for Harry, however, was the fact that Snape wasn't being as cold and heartless towards him anymore. He wasn't warm and friendly by any means, but his attitude had noticeably changed. When Harry had made a mistake in potion, Snape had just told him to do it again, pointing out where Harry had made his mistake. The change was baffling, and Harry privately thought that maybe it was because Sirius was around. It was clear the two did not get on well. A few weeks after the start of term, Harry and his friends had made vague plans to spend the weekend relaxing. As he finished getting dressed that morning, his eyes spotted the box holding the beautiful emerald necklace he had purchased in Diagon Alley. He wanted so much to wear it, but he didn't know whether he could or not. He thought carefully, arguing with himself before taking a deep breath and putting the necklace on. He looked in the mirror, a smile breaking out over his face. Along with his rapidly growing hair, teasing his chin, he almost looked feminine. Tucking the necklace carefully under his shirt and with one last glance at himself, Harry made his way down the stairs to see Hermione and Ron already waiting for him. "Hey guys," Harry greeted. "Morning. We were wondering when you were going to get up," Ron joked, returning the grin. "Hermione wanted to send me up to wake you up." "Sorry, I was just getting ready," Harry laughed. "What we gonna do today?" "Well, I managed to plan some research stuff," Hermione began before Ron groaned. rolling his eyes. "No way, we want to have fun," he complained. "It's not like we have anything major happening, right? Ronald, we need to get ahead of our lessons. Defense against the dark arts is important, given Harry's uncle is teaching it," Hermione pointed out. "I made a study schedule for us." "Come on, Hermione," Ron exclaimed. He grabbed the schedule out of her hands and ran towards Harry, who chuckled. "Grow up, Ronald," Hermione said, rolling her eyes as she stood up. "We're in our 3rd year, and right now Harry could be in danger. Not to mention we have our 3rd-year exams to think about." "She isn't wrong, Ron," Harry pointed out. "We do have a lot to deal with, and with how the last 2 years have gone." "She got to you too?" Ron asked, sighing as he handed back the schedule. "You know you can have fun as well, Hermione." "I know how to have fun," Hermione said, indignant. At Ron's unbelieving expression, Hermione walked up the stairs to the entrance of the girls' dorm. "How about coming and seeing something I've been working on?" "Like what?" Harry asked, curious. "Just a game I've been creating." "I need help with it," Hermione said, smiling sweetly. "I want to make sure it's fun enough." "All right, just no practical jokes," Harry said, walking over to the girls' staircase. He heard a snicker behind him, so he turned to look at Ron. "What? Nothing?" Ron replied, a fake look of innocence over his face. Harry rolled his eyes and walked up the stairs to Hermione. "Well?" Harry asked, wondering why she wasn't moving. He frowned at Hermione's wide eyes and shocked expression. "What is it, Harry? How?" Hermione asked, staring at him. "How what?" Harry asked, confused. He turned to look down the stairs at Ron again, who was also staring at him with a similar look of shock. His hand came to his hidden necklace, growing increasingly self-conscious. "Guys? What's wrong?" "Harry, this is how Hermione sputtered. "This is impossible." "What is?" Harry inquired again, beginning to feel a little irritated. "Harry, boys can't come up those stairs. Ron and I were pulling a practical joke on you," Hermione explained slowly. "There's an enchantment on the stairs. Maybe it wore off?" Ron suggested. "It's been there since the founding of the school, Ronald. It wouldn't just wear off." Hermione glared at him. "It's in Hogwarts. A history. Clearly it can wear off if Harry can go up there," Ron said, walking over to them and stepping onto the staircase. As Ron reached the halfway up the stairs mark, they began to sound a shrill alarm before becoming a slide, and the Gryffindor slipped to the bottom of the staircase. "Ow," Ron moaned, as Hermione stepped onto the slope carefully. The slope became the stairs again. "Okay, I'm confused," Hermione confessed, looking at Ron on the ground and back up to a standing, uncomfortable-looking Harry. "How could Harry walk on the staircase if he isn't a girl?" "You're not a girl in secret, are you, mate?" Ron asked, looking up at Harry. He was clearly trying to make a joke, but Harry didn't respond. "Harry, when I was 6, I found a dress and I put it on. When I saw myself in the mirror, I knew I wasn't meant to be a boy," Harry said shyly. He looked down at the ground, mouth dry and hands shaking. "I had a dream, or I thought it was a dream, where my—" "Oh, Harry," Hermione said softly, quickly reclimbing the stairs and wrapping her arms around Harry. "Why didn't you tell us?" "I didn't know I could," Harry confessed, a lump forming at the back of his throat. "When I faced Voldemort, he knew I was Lily, and he called me that. He said he could make me Lily if I joined him, and he said the world would see me as a freak." "Mate, ignore that moron. You're not a freak, you're our best friend," Ron said firmly. He made a motion like he was going to climb the stairs again, but stopped last second, eyeing them distrustfully. "You will never be a freak, not to us. You can always talk to us about anything," Hermione confirmed, taking his hand in hers. At the acceptance and understanding, the love and the validation, Harry's eyes flooded with tears and she began to cry. "Oh, Lily," Hermione said soothingly, pulling her into another hug. "Harry." "No, Lily," she sobbed more as she kept hold of Hermione. The common room was empty, but as the portrait suddenly opened, Harry disengaged from the hug and got off the stairs just as Minerva and Sirius entered the dorm. "We received an alarm from here," Minerva said, frowning in the direction of the girls' dorms. It better not be the twins again. But as she looked around, she saw Harry trying to wipe away his tears and walked over to him, Sirius on her heels. Harry, what's wrong? Minerva asked. Do you want me to tell them? Hermione offered. Harry simply nodded as he was pulled into a concerned hug from his uncle. Tell us what? Sirius questioned, feeling Harry shake in his arms. Hermione took a breath. Harry just told us something important, Hermione said, before explaining the entire situation. Her and Ron's failed prank, the alarm, the confession, all of it. Minerva and Sirius listened intently, and as Hermione finished the story, Sirius's arms tightened around Harry. Listen to me. You're not a freak, and you're an amazing person. You could always have told me any of this, Sirius said softly but firmly, stroking Harry's hair. I love you no matter what. Harry, we'll look into this, Minerva said kindly. We'll find a way to help you. I might know something, Hermione piped up. Back home, I have an aunt who used to be an uncle. When I was told about it, she told me she was transgender. It's where someone is born in the wrong body. For example, Harry was born male, but he feels female inside. It can also be the other way round, where men are born in female bodies, and some people are neither gender. You know a lot about it, Ron commented. You know me. When I hear about something I don't know anything about, I do research, Hermione replied. I should have seen the signs. I'm so sorry, Lily, for not connecting the dots. It's okay, Hermione. Truly. Harry, no, Lily. She could finally be free to be, Lily said, sniffing and wiping at her eyes. What do muggles do? They take something called hormones, and there are some muggle surgeries so that a transgender woman looks more feminine, or so a trans man could look and sound more masculine. Mom and Dad wouldn't let me learn everything, but I can get books from them, Hermione explained. I could even write to my aunt, find out what she had to do to become, well, herself. I'll look around as well, and see if I can find anything out, Minerva promised. I don't know about this in the wizarding world, but we'll go and speak to Madame Pomfrey and ask for her help. If anybody knows anything, it would be her. I'm not ill. Harry/Lily quickly began to protest in panic, but Hermione cut her off. Mind if I try something quickly? Hermione reached out and took Harry/Lily's trembling hands in hers. You are Lily Potter, you are a girl, and you are my friend, Hermione said. Harry gasped, feeling a sensation of joy run through her. Hermione could see tears welling up again and smiled in understanding. It felt right, didn't it? Harry/Lily nodded meekly, trying hard to suppress a renewed wave of tears. You are Lily Potter, a girl and my goddaughter, Sirius said, placing a loving hand on her shoulder. Harry responded by throwing her arms around Sirius, no longer bothering to hold back the flood of emotions throwing through her. I was so scared, Harry/Lily sniffed. I wish I wasn't broken. You're not broken, sweetheart, Minerva said firmly. You're Lily Potter, my niece, and I love you. I love you too, Aunt Minnie, Harry responded, looking up from Sirius' chest to the Transfiguration Professor, then around to his friends and back to his family. I don't want to be Harry anymore. Then don't be, Minerva said. Be Lily. If anyone has a problem with it, they can deal with me. I don't imagine that the next few weeks will be easy, while we adjust our language to suit your preferred gender, and not everyone will understand, but you are not alone. We'll speak to Madame Pomfrey, and we'll see what she can do. We'll research this and find a way to get you your true body, Lily, Minerva further promised. You're still my best friend, Lily, Ron said, grinning. And that'll never change, ever. You and Hermione are my best friends and all I could ever ask for. But I might still call you Harry by accident to begin with. I don't mean anything by it, though. Just correct me. Okay? As Lily nodded, Hermione took her hand again. When you're ready, we can talk to the other girls in our year. I'm not great with makeup, but Parvati and Lavender are like artists. For now, you can use some of my clothes until we can go shopping in Hogsmeade. I hope you don't mind sharing for a few weeks. Whatever you need, Lily, we will help you with your transition, Sirius promised. I'll research all I can. And remember, no matter what, you are loved. Lily sniffed again, smiling gratefully at the group. She finally said what she had wanted to say for years. My name is Lily Potter, and I am a girl. Lily blooms. Chapter 12. Lily blooms. Lily had so many questions she wanted answers for, especially for how there weren't ways for someone to transition in the magical world. After all, they were witches and wizards. They had magic. Couldn't magic do everything? Lily began to shake as the group made their way to the hospital wing, dreads filling her chest at the thought of being stuck this way forever. It's okay, Lily. Minerva gently coaxed the girl through the double doors of the wing. The students had eyed the group with curiosity, but a protective glare from Professor Black chased them away. It was certainly an interesting sight for a Saturday, with 2 teachers and 3 students walking with purpose towards the wing. Madame Pomfrey sighed as she saw the way the group was circling Lily, who was paling by the moment. Mr. Potter, I swear you need your own bed with the rate you visit. What's the purpose for today, then? Pomfrey asked, looking at them in turn. Poppy, we're here for a consultation, Minerva said. Do you want all of us with you? She looked at Lily, who nodded. Ron and Hermione were holding her hands as Sirius placed a hand on her shoulder. As they sat down in Madame Pomfrey's office, Minerva and Hermione explained everything as Lily fought back the urge to break down into anxious tears. She had wanted this moment for so long. She mentally begged and pleaded for a way that magic could help her finally become female, and almost missed it when the matron began talking to her. Miss Potter, I won't lie to you, I've never heard of such a thing before, but what you should know about me is that when I find out about something I don't know, I make sure to discover all I can about it. Madame Pomfrey looked excited at the challenge, but her eyes were kind as they took in Lily's worried form. We will find a way to help you, especially if the Muggles can do it, she promised. Lily nodded, the nausea slowly being replaced by hope. In the meantime, Lily, how would you feel if I let the other teachers know? I don't want to do so without permission, but I don't want them calling you by the wrong. What was it, Miss Granger pronoun? Minerva asked. Hermione nodded, as did Lily. Very well then, I'll see to it, and make sure they understand properly. Thank you, Aunt Minnie? Lily squeaked, trying to hide her masculine voice. Unbeknownst to everyone around her, Lily had broken down when her voice began to break. Hedwig had offered as much comfort as she could, hooting in concern, and even brought Lily a few dead mice. But of course it couldn't stop the course of puberty. I can run Lily through the basics and speak to my aunt as well, see if she can give me some guidance, Hermione offered. And I'll help however I can, Ron insisted. Lily pulled Ron and Hermione into a hug. You guys are amazing, Lily said tenderly, gazing at them with adoration. You're the bestest friends anyone could ask for. Hey, that's what friends are for, Ron reminded her. They shared a grin as Sirius knelt in front of Lily and looked her in the eyes. I'll always be proud of you, and I know your mum and dad would love you no matter what, Lily Bud, Sirius said. I know they always hoped for a daughter. Lily leaned forward and pressed a kiss to her uncle's stubbled face. Love you, Uncle Sirius, Lily told him. I hope you don't think I didn't say anything because I don't trust you or whatever. No, of course not. You had to be ready. But do remember, you can talk to me about anything at all. Sirius prompted her again. That goes for all of you, he added, looking to Hermione and Ron. And you too, Minnie, even if it is about hairballs. The Transfiguration professor rolled her eyes as she lightly shoved at his shoulder. The 3 students looked at each other in confusion as Sirius jumped out of range of McGonagall's hands, a wide grin on his face. Come on, let's get you kids back to the common room. It's a Saturday. Freedom, Sirius said, guiding them out of the hospital wing. Freedom, he insisted loudly at the mention of studying and homework from Minerva, who audibly sighed before turning to talk some more to Madame Pomfrey. Oh boy, I'm in for it later, he grumbled light-heartedly to the grinning Gryffindors. Don't grow up, it's a trap. Hermione and Ron were making a list of something that Lily couldn't see, smiling as they did so. She tried to peer at the piece of paper as she returned from the dormitory, having cleaned her face to remove any tear residue. What are you doing? Lily asked, curious. Making a list of things we can try, and things we need to get for you. Clothes, makeup, voice, research for hormones and the wizarding version of them, shoes, and the rest we'll figure out on the way. Hermione explained. You're never going to be alone, Lily. First thing you might want to do is tell people, but only if you're ready. My aunt told me that being misgendered or dead named can hurt a lot. Lily winced. I know what you mean. It's been hurting for a while, she admitted. I just don't know how to tell people. I'm kinda scared how the twins will react. Why's that? They see you as a little little sister. Oh bloody hell. They'll accept you and still think of you as family? Ron blundered, blushing. We all do, but everything is a joke to them, isn't it? I've never seen Fred and George. Lily started but stopped as the twins walked in. Doth my hearing deceive me, dear brother, or are we being spoken about? Fred asked as they walked to the group. It can't be about any pranks. We haven't done any just yet. Right you are, Fred, George agreed. Fred and George what? The two asked simultaneously. George blinked. Blimey, Harry, have you been crying? You can tell? Lily inquired, looking between them. Course we can. What's wrong? Fred questioned. Do we need to curse the Slytherins or something? Lily shook her head before taking a deep breath. I want. Lily stammered, before pleadingly looking to Hermione for assistance. There's something in the Muggle world known as being transgender, where someone is born in the wrong biological sex. Harry is transgender, and she wants to go by Lily, Hermione explained. Fred and George looked at Lily, seeing that she wasn't joking. If anything, she looked terrified. Fred and George smiled at each other before Fred reached forward and ruffled Lily's hair. All right, Lilykins, Fred teased. If hair ruffles are good enough for Ginny, they're good enough for you. If this is who you are, Lily, of course will support you. Just tell us what we need to know, so we don't make an ass of ourselves, George added. Though I'd make a pretty attractive donkey. You won't make fun? Lily asked, her eyes widening. The twins laughed, but Lily could tell that it wasn't at her. Never about the serious things, Lily. Don't worry, Fred reassured her. Believe it or not, we do know there is a time and a place for such things. It pains us so, but we must adhere to the norms of society some of the time, George said dramatically. Hee-haw, Fred shoved his twin with a grin. But seriously, Lily, you can always talk to us, Fred said. We don't know anything about this, but we're willing to learn. For once, and if anyone has a problem with this, they can come see us, and we'll deal with them, George added. We know some students who would make really ugly donkeys. Lily got up from the chair and hugged both twins happily, laughing. Oh, girl mushiness. This is the worst part, George joked, although both twins returned the hug. Don't worry, Lily. You've been our friend for 3 years, and you're a good person. You'll always have our support. We'll help you tell the others as well if you like. Thank you, both of you, Lily gushed. All of you. You're so amazing. Hey, you've done so much for others. It's about time others did something for you, right? Ron told her. You stopped you-know-who twice, and you're the youngest person awarded the Order of Merlin, first class. He's not wrong, Hermione agreed, smiling at Lily. Let's take this one step at a time, though. So we should tell our classmates first, and then others who have questions can look them up. It might even spread a little awareness about this as well. People should know about who you are and understand you as well. Okay, Lily approved. I trust you. Both of you, hell, all of you. Thanks, Lilykins, Fred said, grinning as he and George once again began to ruffle Lily's shoulder-length hair. Lily groaned, trying to escape the assault. My hair is messy enough as it is, you guys, she complained. The group began to laugh and, after the twins promised not to exacerbate the nest of Lily's hair, they spent the day planning how to tell everyone the news that Harry Potter was dead. The weekend had been the most unusual of Lily's life, but one thing she was grateful for was how her classmates had listened to the news of how Harry was now Lily carefully. Hermione's research, with the help of a handful of Muggle books posted by her family, had helped answer most of the questions they had, and the few of them left Hermione with plenty to research during her downtime. The one question that made Lily blush was Seamus asking if she would grow breasts. They had, however, accepted Lily as herself. Explains why you were moved out of the boys' dormitory this morning, Neville said thoughtfully. Surprised Lavender and Parvati didn't spill the beans before you told us all, though. Ha, Lily. Hey, we might gossip, but this wasn't for us to tell, Parvati protested. We're just happy to have another girl in our year. Overall, Lily had been overwhelmed by the acceptance and love from her Gryffindor classmates. They didn't understand Lily, but they swore to try. Before the news could spread around the rest of the school, Lily was in Transfiguration's class with the Slytherins. As she handed in her test, Minerva smiled at her, nodding as she gave the paper a cursory glance over. Excellent work, Miss Potter, Minerva said, nodding with pride. Miss Potter? Did you just say Miss Potter? The Slytherins began to whisper. Why did she call you Miss Potter? Pansy Parkinson demanded, glaring at Lily. Before she could answer, however, Minerva walked over and collected the rest of the test papers with a stern glare, effectively hushing any more talking. By the time classes ended for the day, a majority of the student body were talking about how the teachers were now calling Lily, to them, Harry, Miss Potter, with everyone wanting answers. Lily knew that she'd need to answer the questions before too long, and as she, Ron and Hermione entered the common room that evening, she saw that it was full of the Gryffindor students. The rowdy conversations quickly silenced when the trio walked in. Lily shifted, uncomfortable with so many eyes on her, but felt a wave of relief as Fred and George whistled to get the attention of the common room. Did all of you literally just forget what we said? Fred asked, rolling his eyes. No photos, Colin, he yelled out, as George used his wand to cover the device with a nearby scarf. How long have you felt like this? First-year student Ramil Devane asked. Lily took a breath. I guess I knew since I was 6, but I was afraid of saying anything because I didn't know being transgender was, well, allowed, she replied honestly. The crowd parted to let Lily, Ron, and Hermione sit down. How are you feeling now you have come out? Oliver Wood asked. Lily had told him during the weekend he was, after all, her Quidditch captain, and it was a huge relief to know that he wasn't going to kick her off the team. But she was grateful for his question. I don't think I've ever felt as relieved in my life, Lily answered with a smile. She was wearing her emerald necklace, and it gave her some confidence. When I first came out to Ron and Hermione, it felt like a huge burden had been lifted, and a dark room was now brightly lit. I had to pretend not to be myself for so long, and I didn't want to pretend anymore. What are the professors doing about this? They moved you into the girls' dorm yesterday, but what else are they going to do? Lavender Brown asked, tilting her head slightly. She smiled encouragingly at Lily. They're investigating to see how they can help me transition properly, using either Muggle or wizarding medicine. I don't know what they can do yet, but they'll find something. Can we help do your makeup? Parvati Patil asked excitedly. You've been begging to ask that since yesterday, haven't you? Lily grinned. At Parvati's embarrassed nod, Lily laughed. Yes, please, Lily agreed. Parvati squealed with happiness. Hermione never lets us do hers. It'll be fun to experiment. You have such pretty eyes. Imagine how gorgeous they will look with some eyeliner and mascara. Some of the boys groaned and Hermione huff-led indignantly, looking like she was about to argue. I know not everyone is going to appreciate or understand this. The Slytherins are going to mock me for sure. Let's face it, that's what they do, Lily quickly said. They can deal with us first, Oliver said firmly. Anyone disagree? Lily looked around and saw the same look of determination in all of them. We're all going to help you. Ash. Lily, you've helped us all, you've saved us all. You stopped you-know-who, twice you stopped a basilisk, and you're one of us. We're always going to have your back, Lavender said, taking Lily's hand. Gryffindor pride. Really? Lily must have looked close to tears as Lavender pulled Lily into a hug. Hey, you're one of the girls, sweetie. We'll help you completely, Lavender promised. Thank you, Lily sniffed again. We can do the hair spell now if you like, Parvati suggested. My mom works as a hairdresser for witches and wizards, so I know it. Come on, let's get some privacy, she added. Okay, Lily agreed. She looked at the rest of the Gryffindors. Thank you, all of you. This means a lot to me. Gryffindors stick together, Lily, Angelina Johnson from the Quidditch team said firmly. Girls stick together as well. Come on, let's go to your hair, Parvati said, as she and Lavender took Lily's hand, pulling her up to the girls' dorm. Behind them, the rest of Gryffindors went to their usual evenings. Hermione quickly followed, and Lily smiled as she was led to Lavender's bed and gently pushed onto it. Lavender, Parvati, and Hermione looked at her hair. Lily had been growing it out anyway, and the dark locks reached her shoulders in messy curtains. We definitely need to be rid of the scruffy look, but something simple to manage will work best, I think, Parvati said thoughtfully. What about a simple, long hair look, like ours? Lavender recommended. I think it'll frame her face and let us do any kind of style Lily wants us to give her. Curled, crimped, straightened, what have you. That makes sense, Parvati agreed. Lily, what do you think? It sounds good to me, Lily said, sounding unsure. I mean, whatever you think looks best. Parvati smiled again and tapped Lily's head with her wand, muttering a spell. Lily's scalp began tingling as she felt her hair growing longer, passing her shoulders and stopping just before her elbows. Have a look, Lily, Hermione suggested, holding up a mirror. Lily gasped. Her hair wasn't messy anymore. It was long and sleek, and she looked much more feminine than before. She touched the soft strands, threading them through her fingers in awe. Wow, she breathed out, eyes wide. And before classes begin tomorrow morning, we'll work on makeup and give you the feminine look that you deserve, Lavender said, with a pleased smile. I'd like that. Thank you so much. You should also look at wearing girls' clothes if you want. I'm sure we all have something spare you could wear in the meantime. Parvati got up from beside Lily on the and went to go to her dresser, before pausing and turning back to Lily in alarm. I mean, I hope we're not being pushy? Lily shook her head. No, it's just… Lily struggled to find the words. Are we pushing this too much? Lavender asked, looking horrified. No, it's not that, Lily exclaimed. She took a breath. I'm a little scared, I guess, of everyone, of how they'll react. Hermione finished in understanding. Lily nodded. Lily, it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. What matters most is how you feel, how you see yourself, Parvati told her, returning to her side to hold Lily's hand. If anyone wants to start trouble, they can go to hell. I never realized how lucky I was to have friends like you all. Lily swallowed through another lump forming in her throat. I was so scared for so long and thought this would never be possible. I thought I'd be called a freak, kicked out of school or something. I thought I'd be abandoned. That will never, ever happen. We're the lucky ones. We have Lily Potter as a friend, the bravest girl we've ever known, Lavender said. Harry Potter was cool enough, but Lily Potter is even better. Can I ask one more favor? Lily asked, after a moment's hesitation. Parvati nodded, waiting for her to continue. Can you change my hair color? What to? Parvati smiled as she spoke, raising her wand in preparation. I'll show you. Give me a minute, Lily answered, getting up and rummaging in her suitcase that was nestled next to her bed on the opposite side of the room. It didn't take long to find what she wanted, and she opened up the photo album that Hagrid had given her during her first year. She held up a particular one to the group. Is that your mum? Lavender asked. Lily nodded. She was so pretty, just like her daughter, she complimented. Lily blushed as Parvati studied the photo. She then gently tapped Lily's head, and she felt the same tingling as before. When the tingling feeling went away, Hermione held up her mirror again, and Lily's mouth opened in shock. She looked like her mother now. Her face shape was the same, but framed by her now elbow-length auburn hair, Lily could see her mother's reflection in her. You look so beautiful, Lily, Hermione admired. Do you want me to do your hair, Hermione? Maybe something other than busy, Parvati asked. You've seen how quick it is to alter it. Actually, yes please. I'll go for the same style as Lily, but I'll keep the color, Hermione requested. I always wanted to give you a new hairstyle, Parvati admitted. It always looked so lovely, with all of those natural highlights, but it could be done so many ways. My hair's always been frizzy, Hermione sighed as she tugged at the ends of her own hair. A little like my mum. Well, let's start the change, Parvati said, grinning as she tapped Hermione's head gently. Lily watched in amazement as Hermione's hair glowed faintly, straightening itself, and then shrinking a little to match Lily's style. "Me next!" Lavender exclaimed, clapping her hands together in delight. "We'll be like a gang." By the time Parvati was finished, all four girls had longer hair, but different colors. Lily's was auburn, Hermione's stayed brown, though now it was straight. Her natural golden highlights became more prominent. Parvati's black had hints of midnight blue in certain lights, and Lavender's was now an amber blonde. "Maybe I should see if Colin can take a few photos so I could send them to my parents," Lavender said thoughtfully. "They never let me help out during the summer holidays, but maybe now they will." "You've done an amazing job, Lavender," Lily encouraged. "I never thought my hair would look so pretty." As the girls made their way back to the common room, Hermione and Lily quickly found Fred, George, and Ron. The Weasleys were playing a game, but when the two girls got closer, Ron looked up and grinned. "Hey, changing your hair to become one of us? You got the shade a little wrong," Fred teased when the twins saw who was there. "Mom loves her more than us anyway," George joked, all three of them laughing. "Seriously, Lily, you look great," Ron said. "It suits you." "Thanks, Ron," Lily said, feeling a blush dust her cheeks. She looked away from the intense gazes of her friends, and her eyes fell onto a nearby mirror. Slowly, with a sinking feeling, her happy smile faded. Lavender, who must have been watching nearby with Parvati, quickly came to Lily's side. "What's wrong?" she asked, putting a soothing hand on Lily's shoulder. She then gasped and whispered to Parvati and then Hermione, both of whom nodded. "Lily, stay here, we'll be right back," Hermione said, the three of them racing out of the common room. "Where are they going?" Ron asked, confused. "Dunno," Lily mumbled quietly, letting her longer hair cover her face. "So, what's wrong?" her best male friend said again. "Seriously, you look amazing. Don't be a prat, Ron," Fred scolded, slapping the back of his head. He then whispered into Ron's ear, and Lily watched him nod in sudden understanding. Was her problem that obvious? Fred and George began going over strategies with Lily for Quidditch, making suggestions and doing exaggerated arm movements to distract her, something which she was grateful for. 15 minutes later, the girls returned with Professor Flitwick. The small professor smiled at all of them, nodding appreciatively at Lily's longer, colored hair. "Ah, Miss Potter, you look lovely. The girls have done an amazing job," Flitwick commended. "Not an easy branch of magic to learn, physical alteration. And while they have done a brilliant job, these three girls have come to me and asked for my help with something currently a bit too advanced for them. For their care and devotion towards you, I'm giving Gryffindor 30 points. Girls, each of you do your house, and the school proud," Flitwick said, all three of them blushing at the praise. "Gather round now, all of you can learn this. You two especially, since you were messing around in my class earlier." Flitwick pointed at Fred and George, who nodded with mild looks of embarrassment on their faces. The students sat down on the sofas, and Flitwick cleared his throat. "I'm about to teach you a new spell that the two older Weasleys here would know if they paid attention more," Flitwick scolded. Fred and George looked suitably chastised, so he continued. "You see, Miss Potter, there is a spell that allows you to make your voice louder or softer. First, we'll try the basic version so you know you have a grasp of it," Flitwick said. Lily smiled eagerly at the professor. This was one class she wouldn't miss. "Wands out," Flitwick instructed. Everyone took out their wands, looking at the professor. Lily noted this was the first time even Ron was fully paying attention. "So, the spell to increase your voice is sonorous, and you point your wand at yourself and say the charm. It's pronounced sonohrus, emphasis of the nohr," Flitwick explained. "The counter charm is just as simple when you're done. It's the quietus charm, pronounced kwietus," the charms professor continued. "Like so." Flitwick pointed his wand at his throat. "Sonorous," he said. "As you can see, my voice is now amplified quite loudly." Flitwick's voice filled the room, making a few of the students who were still lounging around jump in surprise, before he pointed his wand at his throat again, using the counter charm. "So, one at a time now, let's try it." Miss Potter, you first, Flitwick said. Lily nodded, pointed her wand at her throat, and cast the charm. My name is Lily Potter, Lily exclaimed. Excellent, excellent. Now the counter charm, Flitwick encouraged. Lily cast the counter charm, smiling as she did. Like this? She asked. Flitwick beamed happily. Excellent work, Miss Potter, excellent. Now, Miss Granger, Flitwick said. By the time all of them had cast the spell, Flitwick was beaming with satisfaction. Now, the spell you need, Miss Potter, and the spell all of you will learn, alters your voice to a different tone. I confess, it is a new spell and one I recently discovered. I have been researching this as asked by Professor McGonagall and your uncle, and the ladies tonight caught me as I finished it, so I can't guarantee how long it will last, Flitwick said in warning. He cleared his throat. Having a grasp of the sonorous charm is imperative for this spell. It will allow you to alter your voice to that of the opposite gender. Ladies, to alter your voice to become masculine, the incantation is masculin vox. You point it at your throat and say the spell. To end it, you use the counter charm, feminam vox, which returns your voice to a feminine one. Gentlemen, for you it's the other way around. Miss Potter, you first, Flitwick stated. My name is Lily Potter, and I am a girl, Lily said. She grinned and lunged at the tiny professor, wrapping him in a surprise hug, feeling a surge of happiness run through her. Oh my! I'm sorry, Professor, Not to worry, Miss Potter. Flitwick brushed aside the apology as Lily sat back down again, blushing furiously.
I'm exceptionally impressed.
This level of magic is usually something only 5th years and above can manage, but I believe you have a high level of motivation. Definitely, Lily agreed. The rest of you, your turn. Flitwick guided them. Ron and Lavender needed to try a couple of times, but before long, all 5 of them could perform the spell. Flitwick was pleased with all of them. Not a normal class, but I'm impressed. 50 points to Gryffindor for your hard work, Flitwick complimented, smiling. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be off, but Miss Potter, I look forward to hearing your new voice in class. You may need to cast it several times, but the more you practice and cast it, the stronger it should be and the longer it should last. Good evening. Flitwick left, leaving the 7 of them smiling and grinning. Thank you so much, all of you, Lily said, her voice remaining feminine. I never imagined feeling like this, even in my dreams. Well, this is who you are and who you're meant to be, Hermione pointed out. Lily, having held back her emotions over the last few days, finally burst into tears, but this time, out of joy. For the first time in her life, she felt authentic. As Harry, she had been pretending. But now Harry was gone and Lily was free. The entire school knew within hours that Harry Potter was dead and Lily Potter was alive. As she went to her first class the next morning with the Hufflepuffs, most of them kept their distance. Lily tried to ignore it as she worked with Ron and Hermione in their Muggle studies lessons. She found the teacher, Professor Burbage, was very friendly and sweet to everyone, which made Lily even more grateful that she, Ron and Hermione had taken Burbage's class instead of divination. She had heard the class was almost useless as Professor Trelawney was nuttier than a niffler. Lavender and Parvati were disappointed that Lily didn't take the class. They loved Trelawney and believed the perceptions of the professor was wildly inaccurate. Hermione rolled her eyes when the 2 girls began to read their tea leaves in the evening, particularly when they began to predict that some of the Hogwarts familiars were going to drastically change. Lily had no idea what that meant and, truthfully, she was far too preoccupied to think about such things. While most of the Gryffindors treated Lily with respect and kindness, correcting themselves on the accidental use of her dead name, most of the other students weren't so accommodating. Some of the students kept their distance, including a few other Gryffindors, but the Slytherins were taking every chance to whisper the word freak to her whenever they passed by her, or purposefully shoulder bumped her. With the upcoming match against the increasingly aggressive Slytherins, Lily was feeling a little nervous. Wood had been training them hard, however, and was a natural at boosting their confidence. Her lessons in defense against the dark arts were going well, with Sirius proving himself to be an amazing teacher. So far, they'd learned about several dark creatures, such as Grindylows, Hinky Punks, and even vampires, as well as several curses and counter-curses. What impressed Harry was that even the Slytherins were paying attention to his classes. Malfoy, who had complained loudly at the blood traitor teaching them in the beginning, looked begrudgingly more impressed and attentive after each lesson. Sirius later explained about the various wizarding bloodlines, the Sacred 28, and the tensions between the Blacks and the Malfoys. All of it sounded ridiculous to Lily, though it certainly explained some of the discrimination that the Muggleborns faced. Hermione had listened with rapt attention and went to do some extracurricular research. Hagrid had mentioned during the Mudblood incident last year the wizards would have died out if the purebloods hadn't started to mate with Muggles. Statistically speaking, Hermione later told Lily and Ron, Hogwarts should have many more students. The numbers of the students in the school didn't match up with the registered births of half-bloods and Muggleborns within the United Kingdom. Turned out that Hogwarts only trained those whose magical core was powerful enough to warrant the need for extra lessons to learn how to control their magic. It certainly was a revelation. Hermione had been upset at first, thinking it was unfair that other witches and wizards were being denied education because their magic wasn't potent enough, but she channeled that into further research and reading. Ron joked that Hermione would rock Wizarding Society when she eventually became the first Muggleborn Minister of Magic. Lily gently reminded her to not forget about assisting her in research on transitioning. As the morning of the first Quidditch match of the season arrived, Wood came to breakfast flustered and angry. The team looked at him, concerned. Oliver, what's wrong? Lily asked. Malfoy, that lying, scheming weasel of a snake, is claiming he can't play because of that crap with his arm, so we're now playing. Hufflepuff. We've been training for Slytherin. The Hufflepuffs have a completely different style. Wood seethed. And the weather is awful, so we'll be flying in poor conditions. Oliver, we've been against Hufflepuff before, it's going to be okay. We can do this. Lily comforted him. A little bad weather isn't going to stop us, either. She's right, Oliver. Lily's never lost us a match yet, and she's got this. Fred agreed. We can do this, Angelina Johnson added. Oliver nodded, trying to calm down. Oliver, we're going to win. Hufflepuff may have Diggory as Seeker, but no one has ever been able to match Lily. Ever. Katie Bell told him. Oliver grimaced, shooting a dark look over at Malfoy, who was proudly displaying his sling at the Slytherin table. It had been almost 2 weeks since the Hippogriff incident, and the blonde male was exacerbating the injury, for whatever reason. All right, let's make sure we win then, he agreed, looking back to his team. Pride. Lily shivered as the rain pouring down on her, fogging up her glasses. She kept wiping them, but she was struggling to keep herself steady and safe, dodging lightning strikes in unsuccessful attempts to try and find the snitch to end the match as quickly as possible. What was Madame Hooch thinking? Not postponing the match. During the break, however, Hermione was able to enchant Lily's glasses so that they were impervious to liquid. When Lily went back up into the air, clouds and fog still obscured most of the pitch, but she was able to see the glinting of the golden snitch not long after. As she pushed her broom towards it, however, the chill became more intense. It seeped into her bones, into her very core, and her teeth chattered just as the screaming began to start. It was blood-curdling, terrified, horribly familiar in her subconscious, and Lily looked around in panic to see the horror of the Dementors flying towards her. Lily tried to flee towards the rest of her team, but a blinding pain seared through her skull and the screams became deafening. Her body became slack, and her frozen hands slipped off the broom. The last thing she remembered was the scream of what she now recognized as her mother's voice, begging someone not to hurt Harry. A painfully bright light burned Lily's eyes as she struggled to open them. She was warm but sore, and she could hear concerned murmurs around her. It took a few moments before she could understand what was being said. How far did she fall? Way too far. Lucky thing Dumbledore was there. She's coming around. SH. What happened? Lily croaked, trying to force herself to sit up. Glasses were pushed into her hand, and she shakily placed them on, blinking as the Gryffindor team came into focus. A pale Ron and Hermione were there too. Thank Merlin you're okay, Hermione sniffed. What happened? Lily asked again. She frowned at the masculine sound. Hermione pulled out her wand and quickly cast the spell for Lily. She was trembling. The Dementors, They were tired of being kept outside the grounds, and they felt everyone's emotions and went for you. You fell. Dumbledore saved you somehow, Hermione explained, her arms around herself. He almost didn't save you in time. The pitch was in chaos with those creatures and the storm. And what about the match? Lily questioned, relieved to hear her voice as feminine again. Are we playing again? Aye. Ron started but stopped, looking down. We didn't lose? Horror filled Lily as she turned to stare at the rest of the team. Oliver was missing. Diggory caught the snitch right after you fell. He tried to get a rematch, but Madame Hooch called it a win for Hufflepuff. Even Oliver's accepted it, but we think he's trying to drown himself in the shower, Fred replied. But don't you dare blame yourself. Those Dementors shouldn't have moved from their station. Did anyone get my broom? Ron made a pained noise. Well, it flew off after you fell off. And, well, it hit the Whomping Willow and you remember. Ron stammered, bending to pick up something on the floor. A sheet was wrapped around the item, and as Ron put it on the foot of the bed, a sense of distraught filled Lily's body at seeing the shattered remains of her faithful broom. While Lily was physically okay, Madame Pomfrey kept Lily in for observation overnight regardless. It felt much longer than that, and no amount of chocolate or heat could fully shake the sense of cold she had deep inside her. When the matron made to vanish the remains of the splintered broom, she had begged Madame Pomfrey to let her keep the remains of her Nimbus 2000. She knew it was illogical because it couldn't be repaired, but it was a gift from Uncle Sirius. Early next morning, when Lily was finally released from the wing, she went to find Sirius. She was tired, her night restless with nightmares, full of screams and bright green lights, and her mind whirling with questions. Sirius took one look at her and motioned that the two go to his office, his own face drawn and stressed. I'm sorry about your broom, Lily. I'm guessing there is no way to repair it. No, it's gone, Lily replied, shuffling on her feet. Uncle Sirius, Sirius placed a hand on her shoulder. You know you can talk to me about anything.
No judgment.
Uncle Sirius, why do the Dementors affect me so much? Am I broken? What? No, not at all, Lily. He placed both hands on her shoulder, looking deeply into her eyes. At last, Lily began to feel some sense of safety. You are not broken. The Dementors are pulled towards emotions, and yours are deeper than anyone else's. You've experienced traumas and darkness that none of your fellow students can ever imagine. That's why they wanted you. Dumbledore was furious about their being at the match. But on the train, you managed to fight one off, Lily pointed out. How? Well, there is a charm, but it's not easy to learn. Given how the Dementors are going to be around for the rest of the year, and your strong reaction to them, it may be worth you learning it, Sirius said thoughtfully. Maybe Ron and Hermione as well. And it will stop me from hearing my mum screaming? Sirius froze at her words before pulling her into a bone-crushing hug. When are you three available to begin? He mumbled into her hair. He sounded close to tears. One highlight to the horrible third year was how the third-year students and above could visit the nearby wizarding village of Hogsmeade during the weekend. Lily and her friends were excited to get away from the somber atmosphere of Hogwarts, the presence of the Dementors making all students and teachers more irritable and gloomier. A couple of days before the weekend, however, Sirius asked Lily, Ron and Hermione to visit him in his office. He looked stressed as he paced the room. Lily, I need to tell you something, Sirius finally said, looking at them. There's a lot I need to tell you, and some things I haven't told you yet. And seeing as Hermione and Ron are your best friends, it's important for them to hear this too. What do you mean? Lily questioned. What things? Sirius guided her to a chair. Lily, I can't let you go to Hogsmeade this weekend, Sirius told her gently but firmly. It's because of Remus Lupin. I know we said he was looking for you, but now you need to know why. What? But Uncle Sirius. No buts, he interrupted. Lily, just after you were born, a prophecy was made. I don't know the exact details, but what Dumbledore told me shortly after I adopted you was that it involved a child born at the end of July who would bring about the end of Voldemort. He took it to mean that the child was you, Sirius said. The Potters were a powerful family, one that defied him. And when he heard about the latest Potter baby, he believed that the prophecy referred to you. That's why Voldemort killed my parents? Because he was after me? Lily repeated, nausea rising in her. It is, Sirius confirmed. He swallowed thickly. That's not the worst of it. The man we warned you about, Remus Lupin, who's coming after you. Well, before you were born, he was a friend of your parents. He was special to me. I loved him. I suppose a part of me still does, but what he did, I'll never forgive. Lily had never seen her uncle look so flustered or tongue-tied before. Remus, he and I were lovers, and he was… Lily, he was your second godfather. Sirius croaked. And he betrayed your parents. At Hogwarts, we were best of friends with your parents and another man, Peter Pettigrew. Peter was… well, he wasn't great at magic, but he was a good kid, so we protected him. When we learnt your parents and you were being targeted, they went into hiding. The same way Professor Dumbledore hid me? Lily asked. Kind of. There is a spell, the Fidelis charm, that can hide someone from everyone unless the trusted person, the secret keeper, reveals the location. Your dad wanted me to be secret keeper, but I told them to go with Remus. I was always the strongest one and a black to boot, so it was natural to think that I would be the Potter's secret keeper. Remus, though he's a werewolf, they have natural resistances to some magic. If Voldemort ever found out it was him and was dumb enough to go up against a werewolf, Remus would have more of a fighting chance. Lily's eyes welled up in response to Sirius's tearful expression. But instead, he told Voldemort where we were, she concluded. Why? Why did he? I don't know, Lily, but after you destroyed Voldemort, Peter tracked Remus down. Remus murdered him and the explosion killed 3 nearby muggles. All the Aurors found of Peter was a finger. Sirius took a few deep breaths, gathering himself. Peter didn't deserve that. He was a little pest at times, clingy and insecure, but he was a loyal friend. Remus was caught laughing at the scene and was taken to Azkaban. I'm so sorry, Uncle Sirius, Lily said gently, resting her head on his shoulder. You aren't to blame for his actions, though. You couldn't have known that he would have betrayed all of you so horrendously. Part of me was ready to track that son of a bitch down myself, but the second I found you, I knew what I had to do. I had to look after you and fulfill the promise I made to your parents. Professor Dumbledore wanted you to go to your Muggle aunt and uncle, but I refused to let that happen, Sirius told her. Lily and her sister fought a lot, and I doubt she would have wanted you to stay with her. Instead, you got me. I'm glad you raised me, Uncle Sirius. You love me like your own daughter, and you're a father to me. Lily kissed his cheek. Professor Black, the prophecy you mentioned, do you know about it? Hermione asked, her voice hesitant. Sirius shook his head. I'm afraid not. All I know is what I told you, that it was important and that Voldemort feared it. What that means is anyone's guess, Sirius shrugged. I need you to promise me that you won't go to Hogsmeade. Remus, rumor has it, has been seen nearby. Okay, Uncle Sirius, I won't go, Lily promised. At least not until after that bastard is caught. I need a new broom after all. Sirius chuckled, straightening out some of Lily's hair. He still looked troubled, but he grinned at the 3. What Ron and Hermione do is up to them, of course. But I figured you would have told them what I just said. Anyway, nothing is a secret with you lot. But anyway, enough of my rambles. Go and do whatever it is you young uns do during time off. Prank some Slytherins or something. Are you sure? I don't mind staying, Uncle Sirius, Lily offered. Nah, enjoy your free time. Besides, I've got homework to grade, Sirius told her, kissing her forehead. Lily waved with a grin as they left his office, but it rapidly faded the further the 3 walked from it. Lily, are you okay? Ron checked in. That was some pretty heavy stuff Sirius just revealed. Lily shook her head. Uncle Sirius, I knew something bad had happened before, but I never knew what. Lily sighed as they walked out of the castle towards the courtyard. I can't begin to imagine what he's going through. Imagine being betrayed by someone you loved like that. I feel sorry for him. In the space of a night, he lost his dearest friends and a partner. That's enough to drive anyone barmy, Hermione agreed. And now, to know that his ex is after his only child. No wonder he is so protective over you. Well, we have your back too, Lily, Ron vowed. Not sure what we can do against a werewolf, but, geez, I feel safer already, Lily deadpanned, rolling her eyes, but she smiled to show she wasn't being serious. Hey, I might not be able to go Hogsmeade, but that doesn't mean you have to stay behind with me. You've both been looking forward to going. So go. When the weekend finally arrived, and the Hogwarts students were buzzing to go, escorted to the gates by a grumpy Filch, Hermione and Ron tried to insist that they would stay and keep Lily company. Just go, okay? Tell me about it when you get back. Lily told them stubbornly. I know you both want to go, so go. Honestly, I don't mind. Lily, we don't want you to be alone, Hermione complained. I won't be, plenty of people around, Lily said. Hurry up and go grab your coats. Otherwise you'll miss your chance. Just promise to bring me back some sweets. We will, Ron promised hesitantly, as Lily handed them her coin pouch. She watched as Hermione and Ron shrugged on their coats and walked with them to the front doors of Hogwarts to join the rest of the excited students. Lily waved as Filch began to herd the students away. She swallowed through the lump in her throat as she turned to go back to the common room, just in time to see Fred and George come outside. Not going to Hogsmeade, Lilykins? Fred asked when they saw her. No, I can't. Uncle Sirius asked me not to, and for a good reason, Lily replied. She saw Fred and George exchange puzzled looks, so she explained what Sirius had told her. Well, hell, does anyone else know? George inquired. Worry etched on his face. Ron and Hermione, and I'm pretty sure Malfoy knows, given how he mocked me at the start of term, Lily said, sighing. It's a shame that I can't go, but Fred and George looked at one another and nodded. All right, Lily, come with us, Fred and George said at the same time, twin smirks replacing the concern. She followed the two to an empty classroom and watched as they pulled out a piece of old parchment. If you're going to stay safe, Lily, Fred started, you're going to need this. The secret of our success, George continued. It's a wrench giving it to you, Fred smiled. But we agree. As George spoke, Lily buried the urge to sigh at how theatrical the twins could be. Your needs are greater than ours, they both said, showing her the blank parchment. A piece of old parchment? Lily raised an eyebrow, wondering what game the twins were playing. Piece of old parchment, George scoffed. He took out his wand. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, he said, tapping the parching. Lily watched in amazement as words began to form, as well as a large image on the paper. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs are proud to present the Marauders map, Lily read out. George opened it and Lily gasped. It showed all of Hogwarts with symbols and names everywhere. Is this a map of Hogwarts showing everyone, wherever they are at any time? Fred and George confirmed. She looked at one name, Dumbledore, seeing him in his office. He has been pacing a lot in his office a lot lately, George commented. As Lily found her name with Fred and George, she gasped again as she saw the name Lily Potter. It knows my new name? Lily asked, amazed. Fred laughed. That's who you are, Lily. The day you told everyone of your new name, the map updated itself to show it. The map is amazing. You are Lily and this proves it. Hogwarts believes it, so does the map, and you do too. I know some of the students are being dicks, but magic doesn't lie. We didn't want to tell anyone else about the map, but it's one of the reasons we knew how much this meant to you, George added. Keep this with you and be careful. There are tunnels that lead to outside the castle. The best one is behind the statue of the one-eyed witch. It leads to Hogsmeade, and it's secure since it leads to Honeyduke's cellar, Fred explained. It's easy to sneak out, but maybe take that awesome invisibility cloak too, just to be on the safe side. We've studied the map religiously, so we know all the entrances and exits. It's probably time we pass it on to someone worthy. But more than just for breaking the rules, this can keep you safe, George added with a moment of seriousness that was quite uncharacteristic for him. It also shows some of the grounds, too, just in case that Lupin somehow gets past the Dementors. Fred nodded in agreement. Now, when you're done, just tap it and say mischief managed. Mischief managed, Lily said, tapping the map with the tip of her wand. She grinned as the map vanished. She placed it inside her robes. This is amazing. Thank you. Just remember, when this is done and Lupin is caught, use the map well and cause as much mischief as you can, Fred joked. Lily laughed and didn't jump out of the way of a hair ruffle. Thank you again, both of you, Lily said, hoping she sounded as sincere as she felt. Anytime, Lily, Fred and George told her at the same time. Have fun. Despite the nightmares she was facing, she felt thankful that she had Fred and George and the other friends from Gryffindor in her life. She knew that no matter what, she'd always be okay with friends like them. Oh, Merlin, where was Ron and Hermione when you needed them? Everyone was staring at her. They were whispering and muttering and pointing as Lily tried to pass by. She was certain of it. That group of Slytherin girls were looking at her so cruelly, and were their hands going to their robes to fire a spell at her? Lily tried to keep her head down and her breathing steady as she passed them, hyper-aware of the lack of her friends and any sudden movements that the older students might make. Her ears were roaring, but she could hear the girls giggle amongst themselves as she went by them. Why was the corridor getting longer? Why couldn't she breathe? Her chest hurt. Her vision began to blur around the edges. And all around her, the students were watching, talking about her, mocking her. Freak! Lily couldn't move. There were too many students, and the comments were getting louder and louder and, lost, unable to find a way out, Lily gripped at her chest. She spun around trying to find an opening, a space in the sea of students towering above her so she could escape. She needed to get away from the insults, the hateful glares. She needed air. Hands grabbed her and Lily shrieked. Lily, it's okay. You're okay. I'm here, Hermione soothed, pushing away strands of hair stuck to Lily's forehead. Deep breaths. You're okay. Both she and Lily jumped as a loud bang echoed along the corridor. Come on, move on. Get out of here, the Weasley twins shouted, their voices amplified by the Coronis charm. It worked, however, as the crowds quickly began to disperse. Lily pressed herself as close to Hermione as possible, clenching her hand. It's okay, Lily, Hermione repeated, gently squeezing back. As the twins came up to the duo, one of them disengaging the charm with a wand to the throat, they gave Lily a concerned look over. Thank you, the Gryffindor said. Perfect timing. Anytime. The twins spoke at the same time. Any excuse to cause chaos and havoc. You should know this by now, Hermione. Well, your timing was impeccable. Almost like you knew Lily was here. Hermione turned to the girl, who was shaking and silent. Come on, Lily. I'm taking you to the hospital wing, she said firmly. You can't study in this state. They had potions soon, and Lily almost began to cry at the idea of Snape's glare. Hermione gave her a stern look and Lily allowed herself to be guided by her best friend to the safety of the ward. Lily didn't remember getting to the hospital wing, but within moments, she and Hermione were sitting on one of the beds. Madame Pomfrey passed a potion to Lily. Drink this, it's a calming draught, Madame Pomfrey instructed gently. It may make you a bit sleepy as well, but that can sometimes happen after a panic attack. Sleep if your body calls for it. Lily accepted the small vial, her hands shaking too much to remove the stopper. She didn't resist when Hermione pulled it off for her. Take it slowly, Lily, Hermione told her kindly, pressing it into her hand. Lily downed the potion in one mouthful, feeling a growing sense of calm spread from her stomach. Thank you, Lily directed to Hermione. You came at just the right time. You and the twins. Anytime, Lily, Hermione replied, taking the empty vial and putting it on the bedside table. Do you want to talk about what happened? I heard everyone whispering, laughing. Lily recalled, shivering. They were calling me a freak. Oh, Lily, you're not a freak, Hermione cried out in protest, wrapping an arm over Lily's shoulders. You are an amazing girl and one of my best friends. Miss Potter, you should never feel like you are a freak. Everyone should have the right to be themselves, especially at Hogwarts, Madame Pomfrey told her. But what if they are right? What if I am a freak? Lily asked, voice trembling at vocalizing one of her worst fears. I want to be myself, but am I wrong? Is this wrong? No, of course not, Hermione exclaimed, horrified at the suggestion. Lily, I've been researching this. Unfortunately, even in the Muggle world, transgender people are tormented and abused by others who think with small minds. What? Why? Lily was unsuccessful in choking back a sob. People are jerks and completely evil at times, but at the same time, there are always good people as well, like you. Look at yourself, you help others without even thinking about it. You need to remember that not everyone is good, but it's the good that matters, and you are one of the best people in this world. Hermione told her firmly, rubbing her back. I want to be myself and I don't want to be a freak. Lily lost her battle against her tears, and she began to cry. I just want to be me. Lily, you are not a freak. Hermione soothed her. I won't let you feel this way because you are so sweet and amazing. Ever since that day on the train, I've wanted to prove to you that I'm worthy of your friendship. Look at how brilliant and brave you are. You risk your life for everyone else without a second thought. Do you remember what I said before you faced Quirrell in first year? I said that there are more important things than cleverness and books, and those things are friendship and bravery. That is who you are, Lily. Your selfless friendship and admirable bravery make you an amazing, great woman. Am I? I look in the mirror and I still see Harry. I still look like a boy. And everything about this, about me, it's wrong. Lily declared in desperation, looking down at her body in disgust. I'm working on that, Miss Potter, and I may have some ideas. I've been consulting with some of the best medi-witches in the wizarding world, and right now there are several researching this as a favor. We have Muggle hormones, but we don't really trust them exactly, Madame Pomfrey informed her. We think we have a solution, but we need a little more time to figure it out. The last thing that any of us wants to do is to harm you or anybody else in your situation. See, Lily? It won't be long until we can help you and get your body right. I promise. It won't be long at all. Have you been bullied by anyone else? Madame Pomfrey asked delicately. Lily looked down at the floor, shrinking in on herself again. Malfoy, calling me a freak, and pervert. Lily whispered the last word, eyes filling with tears again. What? Why? How is that even remotely possible? Hermione grabbed Lily's hand, squeezing it in hers. How the hell could you think that's even remotely possible? I don't feel comfortable in the boys' showers, and I don't want to use the girls because then, Lily tried to explain, her free hand clenching in her lap. And the toilets? What do I do? Where do I go? Oh, Lily. Hermione understood instantly what Lily was afraid of. She knew this was also a major problem in the Muggle world for transgender people. Her aunt had struggled while her body was still visibly presenting as masculine. But here at Hogwarts, which was supposed to be a safe place, Lily, you aren't wrong or broken or a pervert. All you want to do is stay clean and use the toilet like every other human, creature, and animal. No one has the right to call you names for that. You are a woman, and even the school knows it. That's magic more powerful than any Malfoy or his cronies could ever achieve, let alone disprove. She's right, Miss Potter, Madame Pomfrey added. I have some work to do, but you can stay as long as you need to. I'll have a note written for you both to give to your professors. As Madame Pomfrey left to go to her office, Lily turned to Hermione, biting her lip. Why can't people let me be me? I'm not hurting anyone, am I? Only yourself when you're not letting yourself be Lily. You've been forced to hide for years and now you're free, but you're afraid to fully be yourself. You're so worried about being judging you when, frankly, what others think don't matter in the slightest. You are allowed to express yourself, no matter what anyone else says. I wish I could feel that way, you know? I've wanted to be free for so long, but now, I feel so afraid and useless, Lily explained with a sigh. It's like I'm not even human. Don't say that. Hermione snapped, her eyes flashing. Lily, you will never be useless. Think of all you have done already. You defeated you-know-who as a baby. You saved us all again in first year. You're the youngest Seeker in a century, and you've made such a difference to my life. You will never, ever be useless. Hermione, I appreciate you saying all of that, but, ugh, how do I explain this? Lily got up from the bed, beginning to pace. It's like, I have so many emotions inside of me, and I don't know how to handle them. I still have to use the voice spell every 4 hours just to keep my voice feminine. I just want to feel a little normal and just be the girl I know I am. When I danced at the age of 6, my voice became feminine without needing a spell. Why can't that happen again? I don't know, Lily, Hermione sighed. I've been looking into this for you. Even Muggle hormones can't fix the voice. They use some sort of surgery and training to alter their voice. I wish I could just wave my wand and make all of this easier for you. I know. Lily hated the dejected tone in her voice as she sat back down. I wish I wasn't so afraid of being myself. Lily, the best way to be yourself is to let yourself live, and not let Malfoy or his idiot friends win. Hermione nudged Lily with her shoulder. If anyone can make advancements in magical society for other transgender people, it's definitely you. You're powerful and influential and, truthfully, you're stubborn to boot. You will make it happen. Lily looked doubtful. How are you feeling now? Do you want go to and sit by the lake until class is done for the day? At the lake, Hermione pulled Lily down by a soft patch of grass. The two sat in silence, watching the sun's rays ripple of the water. Occasionally, a tentacle from the giant squid lazed its way to the surface. It's always so peaceful here, isn't it? Lily commented, her eyes tracking some of the birds. That's why I like doing some studying here, Hermione said. Lily turned her gaze to her best friend, curiosity beginning to burn. How have you been doing so many classes, Hermione? I know you're in Muggle studies with Ron and I, but according to your timetable you're also in another class at the same time. How are you in 2 places at once? I can't tell you, but it's not because I don't trust you. I made a promise that I wouldn't tell anyone. It's complicated, Hermione said apologetically. Lily nodded in understanding and put a hand on Hermione's shoulder. As long as you are careful and don't wear yourself out. You can't do everything. I think I'm going to drop divination. It's so ridiculous. And Professor Trelawney is a fraud. Hermione groaned. Disaster this, death that. She doesn't have the first clue what she's talking about. Lily giggled. I've never heard you insult a teacher before, and I share history of magic with you. I like this side of you. You're a bad influence, Hermione teased back. She looked out at the lake again. I hope Hagrid gets back to his usual lessons. I'm sick of Malfoy still lording it up about his vicious attack. Hermione air quoted. But I may have found some things to help out with Hagrid's case. Lily felt a pit in her stomach. She and Ron had agreed to help, but so far, they hadn't done anything. I'm sorry I haven't helped you with this. It's not fair on you or Hagrid for that matter. Hey, it's okay. Hermione bit her lip, hesitating for a few moments. I have a question, though. I'm just curious as to why you seem so afraid. Before you revealed about being Lily, you had this sort of sadness to you, but now you are so jumpy and anxious. I want to help, but I'm not sure I understand why. Lily swallowed around the lump in her throat, hugging her knees to her chest. Because I'm petrified of losing everything. You won't lose everything. Transgender people are discriminated against, attacked, denied treatment, sometimes killed. They lose their jobs, their friends and family, their homes. Lily felt her eyes fill with tears. Some people have lost everything when they came out as transgender. We're hated. I'm glad we're not in the Muggle world. But people still want to kill me now more than ever. Voldemort wants me dead, Lupin wants me dead. Merlin knows what other followers entertain the same desire. And I've seen the way some of the students look at me since I came out. The hatred in their eyes. I'm scared of being alone in case they corner me and attack. I tried to challenge that and, well, you saw what happened. Lily, I will never let anyone hurt you, Hermione promised. I know I can't fully understand, but I'm here for you, and so is Ron. Right now, you're scared because there's so many unknowns, but the unknown is only scary when you're alone. You'll never lose me or Ron or Sirius or the rest of us. We're your friends and your family. I know that deep down. I really do, and I appreciate and love you all so much for your support. Lily inhaled deeply, trying to calm her growing hysteria. I feel alone. If I could only talk to another transgender witch or wizard who has been through this. My aunt has offered her ear. We'd need to keep out anything to do with magic. But she's there, Hermione reminded her. And who knows? Maybe your journey will inspire others and soon, people will be reaching out to you for some support and advice. Lily's lips twitched. Lily Potter, the girl who lived to be an inspiration, an influencer, a pain in the ass. Hey! Lily laughed genuinely that time, lightly shoving Hermione. I object to that. The two girls made up more ridiculous titles for Lily and, when their sides began to hurt from laughing so much, they gazed out at the lake again. Things will get better, Hermione eventually said, conviction in her voice. Lupin will be caught, Hagrid and Buckbeak will be okay, and you'll soon begin your treatment. I know it. Now look who's channeling her inner divination skills. Are you sure you should be quitting the class? Hermione shoved Lily again. Quiet. The girl who swallows snitches. That was one time. Happy Memories Revelations. Chapter 15. Happy Memories and Revelations. Note from the authors. Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you so much for your reviews and likes so far. The story is coming along nicely and we'll be getting there. Not sure if there will be an update next week, but we'll do the best we can. In the meantime, please do enjoy and do leave your comments and reviews. They mean a lot to us XX. The Christmas holidays were fast approaching, but the celebrations were not on the Golden Trio's mind. Lily, Ron and Hermione were finally beginning to learn about how to defend themselves against the Dementors, Sirius looking unusually solemn as he faced them. Dementors are one of the worst creatures to exist. Because of this, they are used to guard AZKABAN, the wizarding prison. They cause intense despair and hopelessness in anybody they are close to and, in worst-case scenarios, can perform the Dementor's kiss to suck a soul right out of someone's body. Even Muggles can feel the effects that the Dementors have, though they are invisible to the Muggle population, Sirius explained. The spell to counter the negative emotions that the Dementors cause goes beyond the ordinary wizarding level of magic, so it may not be easy to learn. But essentially, you need to think of a happy memory. Happiness can defeat a Dementor? That sounds simple, Ron commented. It sounds it, yes, but it's a lot more complicated than what I just explained. The incantation is an easy one, but it's the emotion and thought required that makes it hard. The incantation is expecto patronum, but you need to be thinking of your happiest memory. When you cast it, Sirius told the three listening students. You need to let this happy memory completely envelop you, and this memory creates a Patronus, a type of corporeal animal that acts as a guardian between you and the Dementor. Each Patronus is unique to its conjurer. Here, let me show you. He took out his wand and pointed it at the back of the room. Expecto Patronum, he cried out. A large, silvery dog shot out from his wand and ran around the room on its bear-like paws before vanishing. Now, I refuse to even attempt to ask Dumbledore to let us use a Dementor. But the boggart in your first lesson became one after seeing our dear Lily here, so I was able to get one for this lesson, Sirius said, pacing as he spoke. I'll release it in front of you, Lily, and when it sees you, it will take on the shape of a Dementor. When that happens, I want you to cast the spell. I'll be here to keep it back if it gets too much. So, think of your happiest memory and bring it to the forefront of your mind. Let it become the one and only thing that you think about. The teenagers frowned in concentration. Lily thought of the first time she had arrived at Hogwarts, and how excited she had been. The buzzing sensation in her veins. How hard her heart had been thumping. The barely contained energy at the possibilities of magic. I'm ready, she said, a little anxious. Sirius opened the rattling chest, and the boggart Dementor burst free. A cold chill filled the room as the Dementor seemed to hiss at Lily. She could hear the whispers of being called a freak, the screams of her mother, as she tried to focus. Expecto patra, she tried to say through numb lips, but her hands were shaking too much and the boggart Dementor swooped closer. She cried out as she felt the darkness consuming her. Sirius, Hermione and Ron were standing over her when Lily forced her eyes open. She was lying flat on the stone floor, shivering, the echoes of screams and insults swirling through her mind. Sirius held out a hand to her and pulled the girl to her feet, before pushing some chocolate into her hands. Eat this and you will feel better. We should take a break. No, I want to try again, Lily said firmly as she munched on the sweet confection. Her blood was getting warmer as her shaking eased. As Ron opened his mouth, no doubt to protest, Lily forced herself to stand. I need to do this, Lily told them, determined. I just need to think of a happier memory. If you're sure, Sirius said. But remember, this is advanced magic. Very few can cast this spell. You can, Uncle Sirius, Lily pointed out. Aunt Minnie has told me many stories of your time at Hogwarts. I can't believe you even graduated, so if you can do it, so can I. Ron and Hermione snorted, as Sirius threw back his head and laughed. Cheeky bugger, he complained sarcastically. I wasn't that bad. But whatever. Are you ready? Lily took a deep breath, and as the Boggart Dementor was released, she thought of the when Gryffindor had won the House Cup. She let the pride, love and happiness fill her and shouted the spell. The Dementor moved for her but stopped as a wisp of white light shot out from her wand, forming a flickering shield. The screams were still there, but slightly muffled. As her hands began to tremble and the spell faded, Sirius took over, forcing the Boggart Dementor back into the chest. It slammed shut and he beamed at her with pride. That was damned impressive. You were thinking of something really happy? Sirius asked. Lily nodded. Despite his wide smile, she felt disappointed. It wasn't good enough, was it? She sighed, drained. Sirius put a hand on her shoulder. Hey, you managed to stop it from overwhelming you. If I need to reiterate it again, then I will. This is incredibly advanced magic that even fully trained witches and wizards struggle to do. The fact you have managed a non-corporeal Patronus on your second try, and at 13 years old? That's a massive start, Sirius complimented. You've done really well. I want to try again, Lily insisted, trying to ignore the remnants of the shrill screams still ringing in her ears. She gripped her wand tight to disguise the tremors. Lily, you should rest, Ron said, not fooled by her bravado. Just once more, Lily insisted. She took the piece of chocolate Sirius offered to her and straightened her spine, determination across her face. As the Boggart Dementor came out of the chest and towards her moments later, she looked at it with grim determination, realizing the memory she should have used to begin with. Expecto Patronum, Lily cried out. A bright light shot out from her wand, and the horrible screams from her mother were drowned out by cheering. Sirius laughed happily as the silvery shield forced the Boggart Dementor back into the chest. Sirius sealed it shut with an excited whoop, as Ron and Hermione rushed around their best friend. Lily, that was incredible, Hermione exclaimed, eyes flashing with delight. I think your Patronus might be a horse or something. It looked horse-like. Or maybe a cow, Ron theorized excitedly. Wouldn't it be so cool if it was a lion? Or lioness? Yeah, it looked kinda like a lioness. That was amazing. Lily, no student has ever managed that at your age or so soon into the lessons. That must have been an exceptionally powerful memory, Sirius said, almost breathless with glee. Lily smiled, mildly self-conscious. I remembered when I was 6, and when I looked in the mirror for the first time, seeing myself as, well, myself, she explained. That makes sense. Sirius pushed the remaining bar of chocolate into Lily's hands. I'm so proud of you, kid. Now sit down and rest. That was very impressive, Sirius instructed. He turned his attention to the other two teenagers. Without a real Dementor, it will be difficult for you two to practice. The Boggart will turn into your own personal greatest fears, so we wouldn't be able to practice the spell. But theory can still be important. What if I think my greatest fear is a Dementor? Ron interrupted. You'll really need to find fear inside yourself for that, Sirius said after a few moments of contemplation. That won't be hard after what I just saw, Ron admitted. Dementors are freaky. And being in prison with them? He shivered. That sounds like a fate worse than death. Hermione nodded her head in agreement, eyeing the shaking chest with unease. By the time they had finished, both Gryffindors had managed to make the Boggart become a Dementor and summoned a flimsy silver shield. Sirius was thrilled with all three of them. You three are the most promising students Hogwarts has ever produced, and Dumbledore went here. I'm raising my expectations in class for all of you, Sirius told them. He handed out more chocolate and nibbled on his own piece as the students munched on the treat, his handsome face twisting with mirth at Ron's horrified look. Does this mean more homework? I think you can handle it, Ron, Sirius complimented. Honestly, I'm extremely impressed, and I think your parents will be as well. I mean, look at what you did. Don't ever knock your skills, because honestly, you're even better than I was at your age. Thanks, Uncle Sirius, Lily said, beaming at the praise. She was exhausted and ached, but felt accomplished. Hey Hermione, how many books did you read about the Patronus charm before this evening? 6, Hermione confessed with a sheepish look. I just wanted to be prepared, Sirius laughed. You can read as many books as you like, but that doesn't make you an amazing witch or wizard. That comes from the strength inside. You three have a powerful bond, just like I had with my friends back at Hogwarts. You mean like my parents? Lily confirmed. At Sirius's nod, she bit her lip for a moment. What were my parents like? Back at school? Sirius's prideful smile faded into a fond grin. Your father was one of the bravest kids I'd ever known. I was the first black to be sorted into Gryffindor, and I was terrified of being bullied, alone, ostracized. My family were well known to be supporters of Voldemort and loved the idea of a pure blood society. Me being a Gryffindor went against all of my upbringing and family values. Truthfully, I thought I would be miserable at Hogwarts and not make any friends due to my family's associations and extreme views, but your father became my best friend by the end of the first week. We were a little rash, and sometimes we could be. Sirius paused, his smile fading. He sighed. Sometimes we could be mean to the Slytherins, especially to Snape. He was in our year and, well, he was friends with your mother at first. They hung out after class and studied together in the early years, but he changed as he fell in with the Slytherin crowd. He went from being a silent loner to a cruel, bitter person, and eventually, your mother couldn't stand to be around him. They had a huge argument in our 5th year, and after that, never spoke again. I felt sorry for her, losing such a close friend. But we, that is, James, me, Peter, and Remus, adopted Lily under our wing. She was a popular girl, really good at charms, and James had been crushing on her since 2nd year. She always turned down his attempts at asking her for a date. But after she and Snape fell out, she eventually said yes to James. The rest is history. Wild theory, but would you say that's why Snape hates me? Because I remind him of a lost friendship, Lily hypothesized. But it doesn't really describe his hatred towards Neville. Sirius shrugged. I know he loved your mum in his way, but eventually, the more he fell in with the wannabe Death Eaters, the more twisted he became. The same happened to my younger brother Regulus. I guess the Slytherin house really is evil, Ron commented dryly. Not all of them, Ron. Remember, I grew up in a house that had been in Slytherin since the founder's time, and I turned out okay, Sirius pointed out. He shrugged once more. I can't help but to think that maybe if we'd been nicer to Snape, well, who knows? He didn't have an easy home life from the vague hints Lily gave. But if he had some genuine connections at school, you think Snape could be a nice guy if you had been nicer to him? Ron asked, incredulous. He's a git. Ron, what you need to remember is that a lot of our experiences in life are shaped by how we are treated as children, and the people around us, Sirius explained. What we think of as small actions at the time can have a lasting effect well into adulthood. That helplessness can turn into anger, and so the individual lashes out on people who they perceive as weaker than them. If Snape did indeed have a poor home life, not having that safety at school either could have made him feel like becoming scarier, nastier, and more powerful could help him regain a sense of control. So, would you say the same could be said for Malfoy Sr.? Lily asked, tilting her head slightly as she pondered Sirius's words. He treated Dobby terribly and is a total jerk. And Draco Malfoy doesn't fall too far from the tree. I'd say they were bad guys, and they don't seem to have any indications of having a bad life. They're loaded, and Draco gets all that he wants from his parents. Very few people are born inherently bad. And I'd say that is true even for the Slytherins, including the young Malfoy, Sirius allowed his gaze to glance over the teenagers. The thing that we all should be mindful of is how we don't know how anybody's home life is behind closed doors. That goes for all the students in every house. Some have had adverse childhood experiences and may also have less than ideal role models, shall we say. Voldemort's supporters were known as Death Eaters, and while it is true that most of those supporters originated in Slytherin, it doesn't mean that every Slytherin is bad. Quite a few Slytherins in your year and above had parents who were known Death Eaters and may even still hold the same beliefs that Voldemort held to this day. They're just quieter about it. It isn't too absurd to think that the parents could be pushing their archaic belief system onto their children, which could cause stress, confusion. Professor, we're outside of lessons, Hermione. Call me Sirius. Okay. Well, Sirius, you once mentioned, well, that Lupin was a Gryffindor, she said hesitantly. And also a werewolf. Do you reckon maybe that's why he joined you-know-who? Because he felt out of control of being a werewolf? Sirius sighed. It's hard to say. It's certainly a possibility, and I've spent many nights awake wondering about it. But, and this is very important, even someone with the worst upbringing imaginable don't always turn out bad. Humans aren't black and white, and you can't claim someone will turn into Dark Wizard because their teddy bear was stolen or whatever. How about if that teddy was turned into a spider? Ron piped up. Would that turn someone dark? Oh, horrendously so. Sirius nodded solemnly. There's no hope for that poor child. Lily nudged Ron with her elbow, snickering. Sirius, you mentioned that these adverse childhood experiences could make someone grow up angry and bitter, and therefore lash out on others because of it, Hermione summarized. Why didn't that happen to you? Again, people aren't black and white. We humans are smart, but that doesn't mean we understand everything. That's especially true about our own minds and what makes them tick. Sirius tapped the side of his skull as he spoke. For example, I tried so hard to help my younger brother when we were in Hogwarts, to steer him away from the group of Slytherins that were rumored to already be recruited in being Death Eaters. I failed miserably and he was killed. Then there is my cousin Bellatrix. I admit I was never too kind to her. She ended up being one of Voldemort's most savage, devout followers, and sometimes I think, maybe if I had been nicer to her, more willing to listen, then she might not have done some of the unforgivable things that she did. Same with Snape. He may have switched sides during the last war, but if his only friend wasn't just Lily, then maybe he wouldn't have joined the dark at all. Sirius chuckled self-consciously. Listen to me, rambling away. Uncle Sirius? Yes, Lily, you can't blame yourself for what others do. You aren't in control of their choices or actions, Lily said. What did you say to me when I was a kid after I thought climbing a tree was a good idea, even when you told me not to because the weather was too bad? Merlin, that was a long time ago. You said that hindsight is a bitch, Lily quoted with a grin. Like, I wish I had said something about who I truly am a lot sooner. I had no reason to be so afraid of telling you, as you've shown me nothing but love and support. But I made that choice to hide it. That has nothing to do with you, just like how Snape turned into a bully also has nothing to do with you. Your brother, your cousin, even Remus Lupin. They were their own people with their own choices to make. But if I had just…
No vaig, uncle.
From what you explained, it sounds like humans are the most unpredictable species out there, and we certainly don't understand everything about ourselves. But do you know what I do know as a fact? What's that? You're one of the kindest, most wonderful people that I know. If I can be half the person that you are, I'll be one happy girl. Lily leaned over and pressed a kiss to his cheek. You're sweet, Lily, and honestly, it's kind of you to say. Just be careful. That's all I'm saying, Sirius said with the hints of a blush on his cheeks. Draco Malfoy may not like you, but maybe a chance will come when you can put things aside. If Voldemort does return, we need all the help we can get. Lily nodded slowly. I'll try. He makes me feel, well, I just don't want to feel like that. He's so rude and arrogant, but I trust you. That's all I ask, Sirius said, smiling. School is an amazing time to make lifelong connections. And without a doubt, you three will be causing chaos when you're gray and old, thinking back to the good old days. People tend to put more importance on romantic love, but love between friends is probably even more crucial. You three have already been through so much together, and the bond between you all gives me hope. Since we are all being mushy, Ron cleared his throat awkwardly. Hermione, I never thought I'd be friends with someone who reminded me so much of my brother Percy. But you're funny, brave, stubborn, and you make me want to be a better person. He turned to Lily before he could get too flustered by Hermione's tear-filled eyes. Lily, before I came to Hogwarts, I was so scared of not fitting in, of not making friends or having to always be in my brother's shadow. Now, they're the ones in my shadow, especially since they weren't awarded the Order of Merlin first class. You helped me become a better person as well, Ron said, smiling at her. You're not only my best friend, you're like a sister to me, and I'm proud of that. Lily gave her two best friends a watery smile, too choked up to speak. She recalled how scared she had been to lose everyone if they found out the truth about her. The fears were still there, but with moments like this, surrounded by love, freedom and curiosity with people that she cared about, she wished that it would never end. Sirius walked the three back to the Gryffindor common room far after curfew, the teenager's sides aching with laughter at some of the tales Sirius told from his youth. The worry that had been shadowing Sirius since the start of the school year began to fade away during his recollections, and it wasn't until the trio began to yawn that they noticed the time. As Hermione and Ron bid Sirius good night at the Fat Lady, he held Lily back for a moment. Live for these moments, Lily. Live for the moments where you feel complete and happy and safe. Enjoy your freedom and your friends, and create some wonderful memories to look back on. There is one memory I would give anything to forget, Black, and that's the time you flashed me to get into the common room after forgetting the password. The Fat Lady grumbled sleepily from her portrait. Now stop yapping and let me get back to sleep. Lily stuffed her mouth with her sleeve, unable to stop the snorts of shock and mirth as she hurried to the girls' dormitory. A few days before Christmas, Lily was summoned in the early morning to the hospital wing by Madame Pomfrey. As she walked through the empty corridors, barely paying any attention to the blinking lights and the singing of the portraits, she tried to balance the hope for good news with the expectation of bad. The matron smiled at Lily when she walked in. "Thank you for being so prompt, Miss Potter," she said, leading the Gryffindor into her office. "Have you found something?" Lily asked, sitting down on the offered chair anxiously. Her face broke out in a grin when Madame Pomfrey nodded. "It's only the first steps, but we've created a potion we call the Masculine Suppressor Potion. It'll stop your male puberty and suppress the production of testosterone. There will be some side effects including mood swings, loss of appetite, infertility, and muscle mass. We're still working on a potion to give you female hormones, but that will take time. This potion, however, will make it easier for any feminizing potion we come up with," Madame Pomfrey explained. Lily nodded, frowning as she took in the information. "Okay, so how long will I need to take the potion for?" "Every day with breakfast, until we can find the feminizing potion. However, until we find a way to make the change permanent, you'll need to take the feminizing potion once we have it every morning indefinitely," Madame Pomfrey said, showing the first potion. "It's not long since breakfast finished today, so if you are ready, take it now." Lily looked at the small vial, holding the liquid that would help her because who she was meant to be. Taking it with shaking hands, she held it close to her chest for a few moments with a silent plea to the universe before downing it in one go. "Tastes nice," she said when she was finished. "Much better than Skeelgrow. I'll have the potion sent to you every morning for breakfast. Don't forget, not even a single dose can be missed," Madame Pomfrey said. "And let me know if you begin to have any unusual side effects as soon as possible. You are amongst the first in the wizarding world to be taking such a potion, you know. You're helping shape the treatment for transgendered people." "Wait, when you say I'm one of the first, does that mean there are more trans wizards out there?" Lily asked, blinking in surprise. "I'm not the only one," Madame Pomfrey shook her head. "There are a handful of you all in the UK alone, of all ages. Though you are the youngest." Lily swallowed around the sudden lump in her throat, trying to hold back the prickling in her eyes. At the matron's concerned look, Lily gave a watery, relieved smile. I was scared," she admitted. I was so scared that me feeling the way that I do was because of Voldemort's attack when I was a baby. I know Hermione said that there are trans people in the Muggle world, but when nobody said that they heard of it here, and with the comments from the older students. What comments, Miss Potter? That I was damaged that night of the attack. And that's how Voldemort knew about me being Lily before I'd said anything to anyone. Lily giggled, wiping at her eye. It sounds so silly saying it aloud, but I was petrified. And now, to hear that there are others. She glanced down at the empty bottle. This is the best Christmas present ever. You should listen to us when we say you're not broken, Miss Potter. And speaking of presents, there is something else, Madame Pomfrey said cryptically. She opened one of the drawers on her desk and pulled out a familiar small box. Professor Flitwick has finished enchanting your necklace. Thanks to his clever spell work, the Vox spell will be automatic and you won't need to keep casting it. He assures me the spell will last for at least 3 years or so before it begins to fade. Seriously? Lily's eyes widened as she accepted the box. She removed the spell from herself before putting the necklace on. Wow, it feels so much better and sounds much more natural. She looked at the patron, a beam over her face. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, for everything you're doing. You and the other professors, that is. This means so much to me. Professor Snape is one of the most prolific potions masters in the wizarding world. The challenge has been good for him. So if you do have any side effects or experience anything that doesn't seem natural, let him or me know as soon as possible, Madame Pomfrey instructed. Now go and enjoy your Christmas and don't forget. Take your potions as soon as you finish breakfast. To think that the moody, greasy bat of the dungeons had been key in making the potions for transitioning. Lily pondered in amazement as she made her way back to the Gryffindor common room. Snape had been acting unusual since the news came out about Lily's identity. She had even spotted him conversing somewhat civilly with Sirius over the past few weeks, too. She would try harder in his classes as a way of showing her appreciation. Lily promised herself as she walked through the portrait. Hey, Lily, you're looking happy. Neville greeted when he spotted her. He was sat with Seamus, Dean, Hermione, and Ron. I am, Lily agreed, paraphrasing everything that had happened in the hospital wing. I feel so much better already. So, these potions will do what exactly? Hermione asked, curiosity shining in her eyes. Well, the first will stop me from going through male puberty, and the second that they're still working on will give me a female puberty. So, that mean you're gonna grow tits? Seamus asked. Ron and Dean roared with laughter as Lily stammered and blushed. Hermione slapped both of them in the back of the head. Don't ask such stupid questions. What happens will happen, and Lily doesn't need you two acting like prats, she scolded. They both look suitably chastised. Sorry, Ron and Seamus said at the same time. It's okay. I'm just glad I have friends like you guys, Lily said just as an older Gryffindor came downstairs from the dorms. The student shot a glare at Lily and made to leave the common room just as the portrait opened, revealing the ever-observant Weasley twins. We saw that. What's your problem with Lily? George demanded, blocking the way out of the common room. You don't like how she's saved your life before? And everyone else's, Fred added. The student looked between them, almost like he was debating if he could beat the duo in a duel, before he turned to Lily's direction. Sorry, he said, before pushing past the twins and leaving the common room. He will be sorry when he finds his boxers full of itching powder, George grumbled loudly after the retreating student. They gave the near-empty common room a cursory glance to make sure nobody else was going to start trouble before they joined the third-year students. What's new? Fred asked, lounging close to the fireplace. Lily caught them up on her morning and the instructions given to her. That's exciting news. George grinned. If it's okay with you, I'll let Mom know. She wants to stay updated. And, between you and me, she's been stressing about the Weasley Christmas jumper. What? How so? Ron asked, frowning. Well, Mom wants it to fit Lily but wasn't sure if she should make it in the same style as the other girls, or to keep it masculine or even make it neutral. That's so sweet of her, Lily commented, feeling her heart warm with love for the Weasley matriarch. She knows she doesn't have to give me anything, right? You are family Lilykins, Fred reached over and ruffled her hair. "We're all here for you. Plus, nobody can stop Mom if she decides that someone else is going to be adopted into her family circle. I think we must have half of Wizarding Britain now." "No, it's more than that," George interrupted. "Don't forget all of Charlie and Bill's workmates." "Oh yeah. So that means we should have enough quasi-Weasleys to begin to take over the world now, right?" When Lily awoke on Christmas morning to find herself alone in the female dorms, she hurriedly donned her new dress that Sirius had gotten for her to celebrate the start of her hormone treatment. It was high neck, and Lily had to remind herself that she should soon hopefully grow breasts to help make clothes fit better, and after a moment of self-reassurance, made her way to the common room. She saw her friends and Sirius sat in a haphazard circle, some still in pajamas while others were dressed in casual clothes. "Merry Christmas, Lily," Sirius exclaimed when he saw her, a huge smile crossing his face. "Now you're here, we can all open presents." He indicated to the various piles. "Before we do, though," Ron began, clearing his throat awkwardly, "I just wanted to say, well, happy first Christmas, Lily Potter." Lily began to laugh as tears filled her eyes. "Damned hormones." She walked over to her best friend and squeezed his shoulder in gratitude, as everyone else repeated the sentiment. Sirius waved his wand and some banners materialized, each loudly proclaiming Lily's first Christmas. Even the portraits on the walls clapped politely. "You guys," Lily gasped, blushing. "You shouldn't have." "All Ronald's idea," Hermione pointed out with a pleased grin. "It is, after all, your first Christmas as your true self." "Can we please open presents?" Ron asked, his flaming red face clashing with his hair. "Before this mushy stuff gets too much?" Everyone laughed and Christmas tunes began to play from a speaker Sirius had brought with him. He waved his wand again and warm drinks ranging from hot chocolates, milky coffees, and cups of tea appeared. Sipping drinks and sorting out the piles into names, Lily saw a long, wrapped present with her name on it. As the rest of her friends began to unwrap their gifts, she reached for it, looking at Sirius with shining eyes. "You got me a new broom?" Lily asked, grinning as she began to unwrap it. She didn't notice Sirius's frown. "A firebolt?" "Uncle Sirius, this wasn't from me," Sirius said softly, looking suspiciously at it. "Is there a note?" No note." Lily searched the package. "Just the broom." "A firebolt. That's not something cheap. There aren't many people who would be able to afford this, especially as it was just released," Sirius said. "It's a firebolt. A real firebolt. Can I try it?" Ron yelled when he saw the new, sleek broom in Lily's lap.
No.
Hermione cried out. She had been observing from her seat next to Lily. Sirius, what if Remus Lupin brought it for Lily? There is no name, and everyone knows that Lily is the youngest Seeker in a century. Remus? Yes, he could have. Sirius's voice trailed off as he took the broom. He waved his wand over it, but nothing happened. "I'm going to take this, have it stripped down and checked." "Lily, I don't want you to ride this unless we know it's safe." "Strip it down? Are you mad?" Ron sounded indignant. "It's a firebolt. It's not like Lupin could have walked into Quality Quidditch Supplies and ordered it. He's a wanted criminal." "Ron, I think Uncle Sirius is right. As much as I want to fly on it, I don't want any of us to get hurt," Lily said, her voice sounding pained as her fingers itched to hold the new broom again. Ron sighed. "I guess you're right. I'll send it away after we've finished opening our presents," Sirius said as he placed the broom behind him, just out of sight. "Let's not let this ruin the day. So, hurry up, guys. You're all so slow." Later that night, stuffed with delicious food and feeling blessed at the wonderful day, Lily found herself wondering about the firebolt, and if it was from Remus Lupin. He was supposed to be another one of her godfathers, like family, but he betrayed her parents. Why would he be sending her the latest broom model unless there was some sort of nefarious reason behind it? She hoped, perhaps selfishly, that the broom would be curse-free. Nobody would beat the Gryffindor Quidditch team if she could use that in matches. Lily giggled quietly to herself as she imagined Wood's face, not wanting to wake Hermione, who had gone to bed an hour before. Lily hated going to bed at the same time as her dorm mates, both when she was in the male dormitory and now in the female. She felt so self-conscious changing in front of the others. And showering was another challenge altogether. Hogwarts accepted her as, well, her, and that should have eased any anxieties, but Lily still worried that if any of her female friends saw her masculine body, then she would be turned against. She believed herself to be stupid for worrying so much. But now, on the potions, it shouldn't be too long until she felt more comfortable in her body and felt like she was allowed to bathe and change in front of her friends. Despite the early morning and the late night, Lily couldn't fall asleep. She got out the Marauder's map and began to study it. Each time she opened the older parchment, she discovered something new and different about Hogwarts. It was easier to read with less students wandering around and, wait, Lily frowned. A name kept appearing and disappearing, moving rapidly along one of the nearby corridors. But how? Peter Pettigrew was murdered by Lupin. A ghost? But she hadn't heard of any ghosts returning 13 years later. Lily quickly stood up and shrugged on a dressing gown. She grabbed her wand and lit it up with lumos as she snuck out of the common room, map clutched in her free hand. As she reached the corridor where the map last showed the name of the dead man, she frowned at nobody being there. Raising her wand above her head, she saw a flash of orange fur and heard a terrified squeak. Moments later, Hermione's cat came into view chasing the form of a familiar rat. Lily froze Crookshanks and knelt as Scabbers ran to her, rapidly climbing up her dressing gown sleeve and hiding in the hood. "It's okay, Scabbers. I'll get you back to Ron," Lily promised the frightened pet softly. "And tell Hermione to keep a closer eye on Crookshanks." She unfroze the large cat, who gave her the filthiest look imaginable before stalking away. But aside from herself and the hiding rat, the corridor was empty. The map did not show the name of Peter Pettigrew anywhere in the nearby vicinity, but it did show a new name walking towards her: Severus Snape. Lily quickly wiped the map, seconds before Snape reached her. "Potter, what are you doing walking around this late past curfew? Decided to go for a late-night stroll?" Snape scoffed, an eyebrow raised at her. "I was looking for Ron's rat, Scabbers, Professor. He escaped and I wanted to catch him before he was hurt," Lily said, indicating to the quivering lump in her dressing gown hood. "He hasn't been well." "That doesn't mean you get to flout the rules, Potter," Snape said, his nose scrunching at the sight of the rat, who cowered further into the fleece of the gown's hood. "What's that you're holding?" "Parchment. I was doing some homework and had it in my pocket when I noticed Scabbers had left the common room," Lily replied with a shrug. "Homework at this time of night? On Christmas?" Snape clearly didn't believe her, but when Lily opened her mouth, mind scrambling for another excuse, he cut her off. "Why do you think you can be out at this hour, Potter? You are aware that the rules exist for a reason." Before Lily could respond, another voice came through the darkness. "For the first time in my life, I actually agree with Severus," Sirius said from a little further down the corridor. He did not look impressed. "Black," Snape stated, a forced neutrality in his tone. "Snape," Sirius greeted back. "I'll take over from here if you don't mind." "Very well," Snape agreed, nodding once before stalking away. Sirius took Lily's hand, firmly leading her to an empty classroom. As the door closed shut behind the two, Sirius turned to his goddaughter with his face still unusually irritated. "What the hell do you think you're doing, walking around the castle at night? Alone? What if Lupin got into the castle?" "Uncle Sirius, Lily froze up as she tried to think of what to say. "I was looking at a map of Hogwarts?" Sirius pried the map from Lily's clenched hands, smoothing it out with a wave of his wand. "Wait, what? You know about the map?" "Yes, I know exactly what this is, Lily. I'm disappointed you didn't tell me about this, especially given how dangerous it could be if you lost it. If Remus Lupin had found it, then it would be a direct path to you. Did you not think of that?" Sirius demanded. "I know for a fact that this map was locked up ages ago, so how you managed to get your hands on it?" Lily looked at the ground, ashamed. "I'm sorry, Uncle Sirius," she said softly. I was given it to protect myself, to make sure no one could sneak up on me. And if it wasn't for the fact that Lupin is exceptionally dangerous and sneaky, I might agree. But given how dangerous he is, I'm disappointed in you, Lily." Your parents would be too, Sirius told her as he put the map in his pocket. They died for you. Don't throw that away. Map or no map, Lupin escaped from Azkaban. Even if he did show up on it and gave you enough warning to hide, you'd still be in grave danger. I'm sorry. You're totally right. I won't be so foolish again. I don't think it always works, Lily admitted, blinking back the sting of tears. I came out because I saw a name flickering on and off the map, and it was a name of someone I know is dead. Sirius's eyes narrowed. Who? Peter Pettigrew. But you told me he's dead. That's not possible, Sirius whispered, pulling the map out again and activating it without Lily even telling him the phrase to make it work. She saw his eyes rapidly scan the parchment. The name kept flickering on and off, so I wanted to see what was happening, Lily explained after a few moments of tense silence. I couldn't find anything, or see anyone though, well, other than Crookshanks chasing Scabbers. She looked from the map to her uncle, curiosity gnawing at her. How do you know about the map? Do you know who wrote it? I do, Sirius confirmed, but said nothing else. He finally looked up at her. Go back to bed, Lily, and go straight there. If you don't, I'll know and I won't be happy. Keep your wand at the ready and don't go anywhere else alone. As she strode quickly through the corridors back to the safety of Gryffindor Tower, her mind whirled with questions. When the fat lady came into view, looking down at Lily with a disapproving expression, she felt Scabbers scramble to her shoulder. Lily reached up and moved the rat to her chest, holding the bony rodent as he looked around with wide eyes. You're safe, boy, she said gently. Not fond of adults, are you? The rat pushed his way into the folds of Lily's dressing gown. You'll have to sleep with me tonight, but I'll give you back to Ron first thing in the morning. Crookshanks barely stays in the dorm, so you'll be okay. When the fat lady opened, Lily went straight to her bed. Despite the late hour and the busy day, sleep did not come easily. Rats, Quidditch, and Dangers. Chapter 17. Rats, Quidditch, and Dangers. When the next Quidditch match of the season was advertised Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw, Lily had been trying and failing to complete some homework in the library when she saw Oliver would approach her from her periphery. She had a pretty good idea on what he was going to say. Lily, I'm worried about you playing What with the Dementors still nearby. Wood got straight to the point, sitting down on the empty chair next to her with an apologetic, awkward expression on his face. I understand, Oliver, but you don't need to worry, either. I've been learning how to get rid of them if they come near me again, Lily explained with a reassuring smile. My uncle Sirius has been teaching me the Patronus charm. The Patronus charm? Seriously? Even 7th-year students struggle to use that spell. I know you're a powerful witch, but are you sure it'll be strong enough to stop a swarm of Dementors? Oliver asked. Lily thought of the memory of Christmas, her first official one as Lily, and cast the spell. From the tip of her wand, a shape of an indistinguishable animal burst free. It hovered protectively around her. What do you think? Lily inquired. I know I still have work to do, but Oliver laughed happily. You continue to surprise and amaze, Lily. So that means all we need to do is sort out a broom. My cousin, he has a Nimbus 2000 as well. I can ask him if we can borrow it for the time being. There might be no need to do that. I was given a broom for Christmas, but my uncle thinks it could have been sent by Remus Lupin. He's checking it out now, and he's promised if it isn't ready by the time the match comes, he'll sort out a replacement for me, Lily said. What broom? Oliver asked, curious. A firebolt. Oliver's eyes lit up. Seriously? A real firebolt? I mean, Merlin's beard. That's incredible. I'll speak to your uncle and to Professor McGonagall. A firebolt? Please don't. I know they just care about me and they're being careful. I mean, let's face it, if somehow Lupin did get that broom to me, I'd feel awful if someone wrote it and they got hurt or killed. Lily reasoned with a one-sided shrug. Believe me, handing it over before even getting to ride it just about killed me. But I'd rather be safe than sorry. Good point. I'll speak to my cousin anyway. Let him know that we might need his broom. That way it'll be a broom, you know, and you can train with it until your firebolt is tested properly, Oliver said. In the meantime, keep practicing the Patronus and be careful. I will, she promised firmly. Despite her progress with the Patronus charm over the next few weeks, Lily found herself worried about the upcoming Quidditch match. Her dreams were full of the chilling screams of her mother, and she often found herself in the common room when everyone else was asleep, stroking Hedwig. Training with the Nimbus was going well, but as the days got closer to the match, Lily's hope at the firebolt being free from curses was fading. After Friday's lesson had finished, Lily made her way to Sirius's office. She knocked on the door and Sirius opened moments later, showing that Professor McGonagall was also visiting. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not interrupting, am I?" Lily asked. "I could come back? No need. In fact, we were about to come and find you," Sirius said. He reached behind his desk and pulled out the firebolt, looking as good as new. "We had it fully checked, and it's perfect. No tampering of any kind," Minerva added, smiling at Lily. She accepted the broom, looking at it with reverence. "I have a firebolt," she exclaimed, grinning. "The firebolt is a lot faster and incredibly sensitive to changes in pressure. Use it improperly and you could end up severely injured or worse," Sirius said. "Make sure you practice with other teammates, all right? Just until you're used to it." At Lily's nod, he placed a hand on her shoulder. "Get going then. I'm sure your friends will want to see your broom." As soon as Lily burst into the common room with the firebolt held protectively in her hands, the easy chatter died down and eyes turned to her and her broom. "You got it back?" Ron asked loudly, a beam already crossing his face. At Lily's nod, he whooped in excitement and fought with the Gryffindor Quidditch team to reach her and the firebolt first. "It's beautiful," Angelina Johnson sighed happily. "You're so lucky. Ravenclaw don't have a chance in hell of winning," Oliver smirked. "The firebolt are used by professionals. Can I have a go?" Ron butted in. "I'll take good care of it," Lily laughed. "Tomorrow. It's getting late and I'm hungry. Come join us in training tomorrow," Oliver offered to Ron. "After all, there's going to be a need for a new keeper next year, so training might be a good idea." "Awesome, thanks Oliver," Ron grinned. "I'll be back in a minute. I need to give Scabbers his tonic." Lily couldn't get the smile off her face as everyone oh-oh'd and awed at the firebolt, but her grin faded as a scream of horror came from the boys' dorm. Seconds later, Ron came storming back down, dragging his duvet with him. "Scabbers is gone," Ron cried out, flushed with rage. "Look what I found." Along with some specks of blood were long ginger cat hairs. Ron screamed at Hermione, blaming her for the death of his pet rat. He ranted and raved on how she needed to keep a closer eye on her monster of a cat, especially as she had promised to make sure that the mangy beast wouldn't kill my rat. Later that night, Lily heard Hermione crying softly behind the closed curtains of her four-poster bed. As the sun rose the morning after, Lily waited in the common room for Ron, a solemn, tired Hermione next to her. When Ron came downstairs, also looking worse for wear, the Weasley gave Hermione a filthy look before making to walk by without saying a word. Lily stood up and grabbed his arm. "Ron, please, we need to talk," Lily said firmly. "Don't argue or walk away. I need you to listen. I know you're angry, but please, for friendship's sake, listen. Ron, I'm so sorry. I know I've been busy, but that wasn't any excuse to not keep an eye on Crookshanks and keep him away from Scabbers. Hermione started, tears in her eyes. Ron looked at her and sighed. "Hermione, I've sat up all night. I'm angry with myself, more than anything. I know he was old and I'm angry with that monster, but he is a cat and cats, well, I'm trying not to blame you. I just, Ron struggled to say anything. He ran a frustrated hand through his hair. To other, he was just a rat, but he's been my pet for years now. I know it's not the same, but I'll get you a new pet. I mean, it's the least I can do," Hermione offered, sniffing sadly. "I know if I was you, I'd be angry and upset. I was a lousy friend." "No, you're not," Ron snapped, "but not angry this time. It's okay. I mean, it's not, but we've been through too much to let this ruin what we have." Hermione sighed. "I'm sorry about Scabbers. I really am." "I know. Let's just remember him and we can focus on other things. We still need to help Hagrid with Buckbeak," right? Ron asked. You've done most of the research and it's about time I pull my weight. So I'm sorry about that. Thanks, Ron, Hermione said softly. What are friends for? He asked. Anyway, Lily, don't you need to train today? Yeah, and so do you, Lily pointed out. Oliver said you can join in training with the Nimbus I've been using. All right, let's go, Ron said firmly. Before the Ravenclaws reserved the pitch, the fact that Lily had the firebolt seemed to inspire the team. Wood had found it hard to keep his eyes off Lily but was observant enough to tell Ron to try out for keeper the next year. He had flown well on the Nimbus and a position would be opening up for a new keeper due to his graduating. Spurred by the confidence boost, Ron promised he would. When the day of the Quidditch match arrived, everyone was aware of Lily owning a firebolt and not so subtly tried to catch a glimpse of the broom as the Gryffindor team had their breakfast. The best part for Lily was seeing Malfoy's face when he discovered that the broom wasn't just rumors. On the pitch, with her wand in her Quidditch robes, Lily felt more ready than she had ever felt for a game. She encouraged her burst of confidence, settling into the feeling of how her team was going to win. The worried look from the Ravenclaws boosted her feelings. As the match kicked off, the game rapidly became fast-paced and fierce. Not long in the match, Lily saw the snitch and she sped off after it at amazing speeds. The firebolt left the Ravenclaw chaser, Cho Chang, in the dust, but the older girl showed her skill at the game, weaving in and out of players with certainty, trying to cut in front of the fluttering snitch. As they neared the golden ball, Cho suddenly let out a cry of terror. Lily looked down, seeing 3 Dementors on the pitch. She didn't even hesitate. Lily pulled out her wand and cast her Patronus, sending the semi-solid form down towards them. Moments later, she cheered in triumph as she grabbed the snitch, holding it up. She did a lap of victory as Madame Hooch blew the whistle and landed next to a beaming Sirius. That was incredible, Lily. It was incredible, Uncle Sirius. The Dementors didn't even affect me, Lily exclaimed. That's because they weren't Dementors, Sirius told her, leading her to the side of the pitch. Lily laughed loudly, along with the rest of the Gryffindor team, as they watched Malfoy, Marcus Flint, Crabbe and Goyle looking ashen, knotted up amongst one another. They were struggling to detangle themselves from the long black robes they had worn as Minerva yelled at them, deducting 200 points for their dangerous prank. Even Professor Snape looked furious, assigning detention during the rest of the Quidditch games of the year. The celebrations lasted late into the night before the overtired, satisfied Gryffindors finally began to go to bed. Lily had retired earlier and was talking to Hermione, Lavender and Parvati about the game when a loud scream filled the tower. Afraid, all 4 girls grabbed their wands but immediately left their dorms and ran down the stairs. It was already filling up with Gryffindors, a rapid crowd already swarming around a familiar red head. Ron, what's wrong? Lily asked as she pushed her way towards him. Fred and George came in through the portrait with what looked like bags of sweets and some kegs of butterbeer just at that moment. Are we continuing the party? Excellent, Fred said, grinning. Remus Lupin. He was here. Over my bed, Ron shouted shrilly. He was shaking uncontrollably, and Percy came forward to guide him to a seat, demanding to the wide-eyed portraits to get McGonagall. Worried murmurs broke out, Ron repeating, he was there. I saw him. Looks just like the wanted posters. Came out from under the bed when someone tried to speak to him. Minutes later, everyone immediately looked around as Minerva and Sirius both entered the common room. What's going on here? Minerva demanded. I know we are all happy about winning the match, but this is Riddick - Remus Lupin. He was here, Ron cried out, jumping to his feet. Mr. Weasley, that's impossible. How could he get in here? Minerva asked. Sit down, boy. You look like you're about to faint. Ask the fat lady. She'll tell you. Minerva nodded, and everyone listened with bated breath at the exchange. Did you let a man enter the common room before us? Yes, of course I did. He said he was an Auror from the Ministry and knew the password, the fat lady replied. He knew the password? Minerva repeated. Sirius came up behind Minerva and showed the fat lady a photograph. Was this the man? Sirius asked, looking pale. That's him exactly, although he looked a little older, the fat lady replied. He said he needed to inspect the dorms for a pest outbreak, so I let him in. How did he get the password? Sirius interrupted, teeth grinding together. Minerva turned to the fat lady. That was Remus Lupin. If you see him again, alert one of the staff members immediately. He's a wanted criminal. What felt like minutes later, all the students were relocated to the Great Hall to sleep under the watchful eyes of the staff and ghosts. Dumbledore, Snape, Minerva, Flitwick and Sirius began to search the ground. Anxious, Lily hadn't been able to fall asleep, her mind going a million miles an hour. She did pretend to be sleeping when she became aware of Snape, Sirius and Dumbledore returning, talking softly amongst themselves. There's no sign of Lupin. Everywhere has been checked, Sirius said. Lily caught a glimpse of him tucking the Marauder's map into his pocket through her eyelashes. I didn't expect him to linger, Dumbledore commented. I think we can assume he has now left the grounds. How did he get past the Dementors? Flitwick asked, shuddering. Remember, Phileas, he's gotten past them once before when we all thought that was impossible, Snape pointed out. He must know something about them that we don't. That is entirely possible, Dumbledore agreed. He stroked his beard, blue eyes scanning the rows of sleeping students. Whatever the reason, I have sent word to the Ministry to request some Aurors to guard the entrances to the castle. Hogwarts is supposed to be a safe place, and it has been breached far too many times for my liking. Nobody let Lily from your sight, Sirius demanded. I refuse to let Lupin finish what he started all those years ago. She's barely lived yet, and if anything were to happen to her, Miss Potter will be guarded closely, so long as she also follows the rules, Snape said. Her and her posse of friends. They do have a way of getting themselves into situations, don't they? Sirius agreed with a begrudging smile. I'll talk to them in the morning. They are aware of his condition? Dumbledore inquired. Yes, maybe it'll be worth putting a curfew in place on nights of the full moon, Sirius suggested. He ran a frustrated hand through his hair. God damn it, Remus, we are not in control of the choices other people make, Dumbledore began, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. All we can do is offer alternatives, and let them know that the option to change the path they walk upon can always occur. Lupin will never return to the light, Sirius said bitterly. Maybe he never was to begin with. Lily trusted him, Snape reminded him. She had a good sense for people. I thought we all did. But we were right about you, SNA-. Enough, Dumbledore interrupted. People can change. It's what makes us so interesting and so unique. For now, let us secure the perimeters and dash. Lily wasn't sure when she fell asleep, but her dreams were full of evil, red eyes, sharp teeth, coarse fur, and a sense of doom. Since Lupin had entered the castle, security had increased everywhere. Lily had been told that even in Hogsmeade, everyone was on high alert. On top of that, everywhere Lily went, not only was she with Ron, and sometimes Hermione when she wasn't disappearing, Fred and George were following her. Surprisingly, so was Percy, and at least one member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Lily didn't mind the extra security. She found it hard to admit to anyone else aside from Hedwig, but she was terrified. A werewolf, one responsible for her parents' murder and the attack on her as a baby, was after her. She didn't want to let anyone else know, otherwise she knew she'd have even more escorts, and it was annoying enough to be followed everywhere, no matter how hilariously extravagant the twins were in their duties. The two made Lily and Ron lose 10 points in charms for sniggering at them, particularly when they mimed out about Lupin and a Dementor falling in love in a disgustingly overreacted manner. The year proceeded exceptionally well, however, with Lily helping win the Quidditch Cup for the team. It was almost not surprising, her firebolt easily better than the other brooms, but every time Lily saw the cup in the common room, she felt a rush of pride. Things weren't without problems, of course. Hagrid's appeal on behalf of Buckbeak had failed, and the date of the execution was near. Draco Malfoy gloated at every opportunity he could, reminding everyone that he was attacked and how he was making the wizarding world a better place by having such a dangerous beast killed. Hagrid walked around in a near-constant state of tears, and his lessons were being affected. Nobody wanted to learn from him, and the gentle, Loving man's lessons were quickly becoming one of the most dreaded after Professor Binns. The accumulation of seeing one of her closest adult friends being so upset, Malfoy's constant smugness, and the tensions of Lupin's hunting was making Lily angry, so much so that she wanted to give Fudge a piece of her mind. I think that might be the hormones talking, Lily, Lavender pointed out one evening. I get it, I really do, but maybe don't make an enemy of the minister? I won't, Lily promised weakly. I just think he's being a pompous idiot for allowing an innocent creature, who was provoked, to be killed. All I want to do is talk to him about it. Lily's chance came as she, Ron and Hermione finished their exams for the year. Deciding to stretch their legs in the castle grounds, the three saw Cornelius Fudge speaking with Dumbledore near the peaceful lake.
Ah, Lily.
Albus was just telling me of your transition, Fudge said in greeting. Beautiful day, isn't it? Not really, Minister. Why are you killing Buckbeak? Lily demanded. It wasn't his fault. He doesn't deserve this. Hagrid doesn't deserve this, Fudge sighed. Lily, I wish this wasn't the case, I really do, Fudge said, and to his credit, he looked genuinely distressed. Whilst I understand your feelings, this isn't something I have full control of. But you're the Minister of Magic, Lily exclaimed. You can do anything you want. Please, just stop this. That doesn't give me the right to do anything I want to do. Even I must follow the laws and rules, Fudge clarified. When a trial is held, it is up to the jury, or in our case, the Wiesengemot, to decide the case based on the evidence. Lucius Malfoy presented the evidence, and everything, including the injuries of his son, showed the creature as guilty. By law, I have to oversee his execution. But Malfoy provoked the creature. He ignored Hagrid's instructions and was rude to it, which caused it to attack, Lily pleaded. You know Hagrid would never hurt any of us. The case was made that the creature should never have been allowed near a student in the first place. I know Hagrid wouldn't have intentionally gotten a student hurt, and that he understands magical creatures rarely seen since Newt, but the fact remains that, in his lesson, someone was injured. Fudge said. I'm sorry, Lily, I truly am. An apology without change isn't an apology. An innocent creature is going to be killed because of the Malfoy family, Lily said bitterly. Behind her, she heard Ron stifle a gasp. Fudge sympathetically sighed. Maybe you will understand when you are older. For now, try and celebrate the end of your exams, he said. Dumbledore gave the students a wave, his eyes kind and approving, before joining Fudge in their stroll to the castle. Malfoy is nothing but a disgusting little cockroach, Hermione growled as soon as the two men were out of earshot. If he was in front of me right now, I'd punch him. You and me both, Ron agreed, just as angrily. We should go and see Hagrid, see if he's okay, Lily suggested. Good idea. Ron and Hermione concurred at the same time. As they made their way towards Hagrid's hut, the three saw Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. They were standing near a set of stone pillars located on the way to Hagrid's hut, laughing and pointing at the chained Buckbeak. Ah, come to watch the show? Malfoy asked with glee. Hermione responded by punching him hard in the face. Blood spilled from Malfoy's nose and the blonde gagged as it began dripping into his mouth. But your blood is pure, Malfoy, Ron snarled. Surely a nasty little flea like you likes the taste of his own blood? Guys, Lily pleaded, torn between being amused and horrified. Hermione lowered her wand, her hand still tight around it. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle fled back to the direction of the castle. Blimey, Hermione, I never thought you actually would punch him, Ron complimented as they resumed their descent to Hagrid's hut. Lily approached Buckbeak, who looked miserable, and made eye contact with him before bowing. Buckbeak returned the bow and let Lily pet him. Hey Buckbeak, how are you? Lily asked softly as Hagrid came out of the hut, his face wet from tears. I'm sorry, Hagrid, Lily immediately said. We're here for you, okay? Thanks, Lily, Hagrid sniffed. I thought he should see his son once more. This isn't fair, Hagrid, Hermione protested. I wish we could do something. Life isn't fair, but there isn't much we can do about that, Hagrid replied. He stood up, indicating that the three should follow him, and went to a clay pot near the fire. But somewhat good can come of today, he added, opening the pot and pulling out a familiar gray rat. Scabbers! Ron exclaimed, accepting the rat from Hagrid. Scabbers immediately went up Ron's sleeve. I'm so glad to see you, and I'm sorry I accused Crookshanks of killing him. He looked at Hermione. I'd have thought the same thing, Ron. We all saw blood and ginger hairs, Hermione replied. He must have gotten injured. I'll pay for any treatment he needs. I looked him over. He's skinny and has a scab on his him but otherwise in perfect health, Hagrid informed them. Lily let out a yelp of pain. She looked down and saw a stone on the floor. As she felt a second stone hit her, she looked out the window and into the rapidly setting Sunday. Was it that late already? Lily blinked in surprise, seeing Fudge and Dumbledore approaching with a person in black, carrying a deadly-looking scythe. You three better go. You can't let them see you. You're not meant to be out this late, Hagrid warned, his voice thickening with fresh tears. Thank you for being here for me and Beaky. Lily, Ron and Hermione snuck out of the back door, running past the vegetable patch and back towards the school. They caught their breath where Hermione had punched Malfoy, just in time to hear Hagrid begin howling. Before any of them could say anything, however, a large animal came crashing through the nearby forest, running towards them. It was on all fours, furry like a massive dog. Its large, mad yellow eyes were flashing dangerously and was quickly gaining on the students. Run! Ron cried out. They weren't fast enough, though, and within moments the dog-like creature leapt and grabbed Ron's leg. He cried out in agony as the dog dragged him towards the nearby Whomping Willow. Before either Lily or Hermione could do anything, the dog dragged Ron down into a tunnel located near the thick, twisting roots. It took a few goes, but the girls managed to dodge around the flailing branches and threw themselves down the tunnel after their best friend. They could just about hear his shouts echoing in the distance, along with spine-curdling growls. They followed the noises. Wait, is this the Shrieking Shack? Hermione asked breathlessly, as they found themselves climbing rickety stairs into an old, boarded-up house. The what? Lily wheezed, confused, wiping sweat from her brow. It's a supposedly haunted house in Hogsmeade, Hermione explained. You ready? They ran up the stairs in the abandoned shack after hearing Ron cry out, but as they rushed into the bedroom, they saw him sitting against the wall on some rags. He was clutching his leg, the dog nowhere in sight. Turn around. Run. It's a trap. Ron cried out when he saw them. Hermione and Lily turned around, finding themselves face to face with no other than Remus Lupin. Oh my God! Hermione yelped. Lily went to draw her wand, but Lupin held up Ron's wand at the two of them. Please don't try anything, Lily. I don't want to hurt you, Lupin warned. He looked haggard, gaunt, and had long, tangled hair. His face was marked with scabbed cuts, and his clothes must have been held together with magic, with how disintegrated they were. He was trembling, tired eyes wild and nails long and dirty. Don't try anything? You came here to kill me, Lily yelled, her heart hammering inside her chest. Wait, you know my name? Wrong on the first and right on the second, Lupin explained. I've been watching you all year, Lily. You're an incredible young woman. And no, I'm not here to kill you. Any of you, but you escaped from Azkaban, Hermione said, confused as Lupin handed Ron's wand back to him. You followed you-know-who. I'm sorry about your leg, Mr. Weasley. I didn't mean for my conjured dog to hurt you so badly. Madame Pomfrey will be able to help you, I'm sure, Lupin said apologetically. I have an interesting tale to tell you, and I hope you'll listen. Lily kept her wand pointed near the convict, confused. I know I'm angry, but I know Uncle Sirius loved you. I think he still does. As I do him, Lily, Lupin sighed. He nodded to a small cage on the opposite side of the room, where Scabbers was furiously trying to escape. Lupin sat down on a chair, leaning back. The room was sparse but spotless, as if it had been cleaned every day. Please sit down. I have a long story to tell you. You can tell it to all of us, Sirius demanded coldly from the doorway. Lily turned and saw Sirius and Minerva blocking the door, Sirius looking murderous and Minerva ashen. I'm glad you're both here. Please do sit down, Lupin requested, his voice catching in his throat. He was staring at Sirius. Sirius, I've dreamt of seeing you for so long, even after what you did. Remus? Sirius challenged. His wand was steady as it pointed as his former lover. I did do something wrong years ago, but not what you thought, Lupin explained calmly. He sat back in the chair with a small wince. Years ago, when James and I were going to perform the Fidelius charm, I had an idea. You see, I knew Voldemort would go after you or I, Sirius, and so I thought we should throw him off the scent. That we should choose a different secret keeper, one that nobody would expect. You changed keepers? Sirius repeated, mouth opening in surprise. Why should I believe you? We all knew there was a spy in the Order. We had no idea who, though, which is why, when the change happened, only 4 people knew. Me, James, Lily, and the Keeper, Lupin clarified. His face looked more solemn as he spoke. I am naturally more resistant to some magics, thanks to my lycanthropy. It also gives me additional strength and enhanced senses. It would make sense that Voldemort and his followers would go after me. And, truthfully, that terrified me. But I was willing to act as a decoy, so that my best friends, my family, would stay safe. How do we know you're not lying? You killed Peter Pettigrew. Ron spoke up, sounding bitter. His knuckles were white on the hand clutching his leg. Peter is alive. The sneaky little fucker faked his death. You see, Peter was the one we chose to be the secret keeper, and he's here in this room. Lupin began to snarl, pointing to the cage. Scabbers? Ron, Hermione, and Lily echoed, their voices full of disbelief and scorn. Lupin nodded. Have a look at his paw. You'll find one of his toes missing. He cut it off before yelling about James and Lily and caused the explosion in order to make everyone think he was dead. That way, no one would ever believe my story on how he was the secret keeper. And of course, Barty Crouch sent me straight to Azkaban without a trial. After all, I'm a werewolf. Lupin spat. But we've had him for 12 years. Lupin pointed out coolly. I'm not sure why he chose your family to hide at, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps it was random or something, but he made his way there and hid, masquerading as a common rat. If he was a real rat, he'd have died years ago, since they only live 2 to 3 years. Ron stuttered, with Lily realizing Ron had never imagined that before. How did you know where he was? And how did you get from Azkaban? Minerva asked, her eyes on Scabbers, studying him. Well, for the whole time I was at Azkaban, the Dementors had no effect on me. I believe it's because I knew I was innocent, and it wasn't a happy thought, but it allowed me to keep my sanity. The Dementors hated it, especially when I transformed every month, but whilst I was there, I was also able to retain my mind when I did transform, Lupin said. Wait, what? Sirius asked, his eyes widening. You controlled your transformation? Lupin nodded as Minerva frowned at her former student. If what you say is correct, then why didn't Sirius or I see Pettigrew's name on the map? Lupin blinked in surprise. You have the map still? Lily looked at him, aghast. You know of the map? I helped write it. Amuni, your father's nickname for me when we were at school. Peter was Wormtail, Sirius was Padfoot, and your father was Prongs. Lupin explained sadly. As for why Peter's name never showed up, he helped create it. It isn't too far-fetched to say that he knew a way to trick it into hiding his name. Not always, though, Lily said, thinking back to the night that she saw the flickering name. Peter was never too great at the more advanced magics, shall we say, Sirius explained. He was staring at Lupin, his wand slowly falling lower and lower. You were saying about controlling the transformation? How could I retain my mind? Again, just a theory, but I believe that when I transformed, the wolf mind kept being drained by the Dementors, allowing my human mind to retain control. Even since my escape, I haven't lost control every full moon, which has been extremely useful, Lupin stated, shrugging. And thankfully, I was able to procure a wand soon after my escape. It was annoying that the papers revealed my sleep-talking, though. If they hadn't, I'd have been able to capture the traitor a lot sooner and with a lot less panic. Why didn't you tell me? Sirius asked, distress etched onto his face. You could have come to me, Sirius, as much as I loved you. We knew that Voldemort could have gotten to anyone. And for all we knew, you could have been Imperious and not even known it. How do you intend to prove this? Minerva inquired. She looked pale as she stood in front of her students, hands still tight around her wand by her side. Lupin stood up and nodded at the cage. The old rat was frantically throwing himself at the cage, long yellow teeth trying to bite through the bars. Peter, I put an unbreakable spell on that cage, so don't even try it, Lupin told the rat wearily. Minerva, if you would do the honors? The Transfiguration Professor stepped forward and cast a spell at the cage. Before their eyes, scabbers began to grow, shattering the cage into pieces. In moments, crouched before the group was a man. He was shorter than Lupin and Sirius, stubbled and with the gaunt appearance of dropping a lot of weight in a short amount of time. Despite now being human, he was hunched in a way that resembled when scabbers tried to hide from Crookshanks. His small, dark eyes darted around the room, taking in the shocked faces staring at him. Sirius spoke first, his words full of venom and hatred as the true villain and traitor behind Lily's parents' death was finally revealed. Hello, Peter. Revelations and Escapes. Chapter 19. Revelations and Escapes. Lily, Ron, and Hermione's mouths were agape as they stared at Peter Pettigrew, who looked terrified as he looked around the room. Remus, Sirius, my old friends, he said meekly, before bolting for the door. Sirius and Lupin caught him quickly, with Minerva pointing her wand at him angrily. So, the rat has revealed himself at last, Minerva exclaimed. Lily had never heard her so angry before, and the look in her eyes showed how scary she could be. I know I'm not. He's lying, Pettigrew exclaimed. I would never. So why are you here? Why hide all these years if you were innocent? Sirius demanded angrily. Because I knew he'd be after me. He hated me, Peter exclaimed, pointing to Lupin. You were never a good liar, Peter, Minerva said bitterly. Why did you do it? I didn't have a choice. I had to. He was going to kill me, Peter pleaded. Liar. You were passing information to Voldemort for a year before James and Lily died. Lupin finally sounded angry. I heard his supporters in Azkaban. They wanted to kill Peter. They thought he betrayed Voldemort, and that was how he died. You coward! Sirius cried out angrily. Uncle Sirius, please calm down, Lily said. Please don't let him make you angry. Lily, he's the reason your parents are dead, Lupin said, sounding calm again. Maybe, but he can go to the Dementors and go to Azkaban, Lily said. My dad wouldn't want his best friends to become murderers. You are so much like your mother Lily. She would be so proud of you, Lupin said, putting a hand on her shoulder. Remus, I wish I should have known, Sirius said softly. Lupin smiled and took Sirius's hand. It's okay, Sirius. I missed you, Lupin said, smiling before kissing him softly. Lily grinned at the sight. Let's get this filth out of here and clear your name, Remus, Sirius said. Peter, you owe Lily your life. Don't ever forget that, he added bitterly. Please don't. Peter exclaimed, his eyes darting around the room. Let's go, Minerva said angrily. The group walked forward, but as they did, Lupin stopped as he cried out in agony. Remus, Sirius asked. It's a full moon, Hermione exclaimed. As Remus began to grow hair, Peter pushed Sirius down and ran for the exit, grabbing Sirius's wand as he did. Lily aimed her wand at him and fired a disarming spell at Peter, who dropped the wand, but quickly ran, slamming the door closed behind him. Lily ran to the door, opening it, but watched as Peter ran down the stairs and out of the building. She ran after him, followed by Hermione. As they reached the street, they stopped, seeing Dementors starting to swarm the house. Lily quickly cast her Patronus, but it wasn't strong enough as the Dementors shattered her weak shield. Hermione and Lily turned to run back to the shack, but the Dementors were starting to close in towards them, so they ran down the trees as quickly as they could. Racing through them, Lily felt her heart racing, but she and Hermione had to try and hide. Unfortunately, Lily heard a thud and turned around, seeing Hermione fall into the mud. The ground had already begun to ice up, thanks to the Dementors, so Lily ran and helped her up. Come on, we need to keep running, Lily exclaimed, feeling a cold chill run down her back. Hermione nodded, but before they could, the Dementors moved towards them, having circled them. Lily tried to cast her Patronus spell once again, but it failed as she heard her mother's voice, screaming. She saw Hermione fall to the ground, a Dementor moving towards her, but couldn't do anything as another Dementor reached her. She could feel her mind starting to fade when she heard a loud, female voice call out, seeing a large doe striking the Dementors, forcing them back, with waves of white light pulsing around them. Lily, in the last moments of consciousness, tried to see who had saved them and felt her heart skip a beat as she saw a face, one she knew from her photo album. It was the face of her mother, and it was the last thing she saw before everything went black. "How is she?" A familiar male voice was the first Lily heard. "She'll be fine, Sirius, just fine." Dumbledore's voice spoke up. "Right now, she needs rest, as does Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley." "I can't believe he got away," Sirius fumed, as Lily slowly sat up. "Uncle Sirius?" she asked weakly. Sirius turned and smiled, heading over to her. "Lily, are you okay?" Sirius asked. Lily nodded. "I'm fine." Remus was right. He can keep his mind when in wolf form now, Sirius said, smiling. "Where is he? Is he okay?" Lily asked. "He's fine. He's in the castle, isolated, until he returns to human form," Sirius said. He smiled at her. "You were very brave, trying to go after Peter like that." "I needed to make sure Uncle Remus could be proven innocent," Lily said. "I know, Lily, I know. I never expected Peter to move so quickly," Sirius said. "Is Mr. Lupin going to be okay?" Hermione's voice spoke up from the bed next to Lily. She looked at Hermione and smiled. "Are you okay?" Lily asked. Hermione nodded. "Right now, there is some discussion as to what to do. There is some thought by Aurors that Remus enchanted all of you with dark magic, and no evidence to prove otherwise," Dumbledore explained. "What? We were there. How can they just dismiss us like that?" Lily demanded, ignoring the pain in her head. "Right now, Lily, there is a meeting going on. What Remus has done, gotten out of Azkaban, shown that he can keep his mind as a wolf, managed to hide from everyone for so long. People think that's a sign of very dark magic," Dumbledore explained softly. "Sirius, you'll be asked to speak soon, so maybe you should go and get ready." "I'll be back soon, Lily," Sirius promised, before leaving the hospital wing. Ron was now starting to sit up, his leg in a bandage. "Miss Granger, Miss Potter, what Remus needs now is some form of evidence proving his innocence. Perhaps if someone could get something that he was wearing, or perhaps even a hair or two. We would just need more time," Dumbledore said pointedly to Hermione, whose eyes widened. "I think 3 turns should do the trick, and you know the law, Miss Granger, you must not be seen. If you do this right, several lives will be saved tonight," Dumbledore said with a smile. He went to the door of the hospital ward and walked out. "What did that mean?" Ron asked, confused. "I'll tell you later, Ron," Hermione said, as she got up and pulled Lily to her feet. She then took out an unusual necklace with a large chain from around her neck and put the chain around her and Lily's neck. "Hermione, what is this?" Lily asked, confused. "Hold on, Lily," Hermione said, as she turned a small hourglass 3 times. Lily suddenly felt very dizzy as everything began to move around them. In a blue. When it finally stopped a few moments later, daylight was shining through the windows, so Hermione pulled the chain off Lily and put it back around just her neck. "Remember me telling you I couldn't tell you how I was getting to class? This is how. It's a time turner. It allows someone to travel back in time. Professor McGonagall got me permission to use it this year to take all my classes. I had to swear never to tell anyone," Hermione said. "You mean, we're back in time?" Lily couldn't keep the shock from her voice as Hermione led her through the castle. "Yes, and we can't be seen. People who mess with time can end up messing with the timeline, or even killing themselves," Hermione said. "Each turn took us back 6 hours. It's now just before 7. I'm not sure why the professor suggested we go back this far." "Wait, he said we could save several lives. What if he was talking about Buckbeak?" Lily asked. "If we can get Buckbeak out of Hagrid's garden, We can hide him in the forest until he can be found somewhere safe to go. How can we do that? Hermione asked, as they made a beeline for Hagrid's hut. I mean, we're heading there now, aren't we? Let's go anyway, and see what we can do, Lily said, looking around. By the time they made their way to Hagrid's, they had watched Hermione punch Malfoy, which would always make Lily smile, and then outside Hagrid's hut, Hermione had seen they weren't leaving, so she threw a couple of stones at Lily. That hurt, Hermione, Lily complained. Sorry, Lily, Hermione replied meekly. Quickly hiding behind the trees, they watched as their past selves headed to where they had watched the execution, and quickly approached Buckbeak, bowing first and then leading him into the woods. Lily smiled as she saw the executioner cut through a pumpkin in frustration, sending birds into the air. She then looked at Hermione. I think Dumbledore knew we were here, Lily whispered. He would have seen Buckbeak hadn't been there, which is why he told me to do this. Hermione agreed with her friend. We need to get to the Shrieking Shack quickly. Buckbeak can fly us, right? Lily asked. They both got on his back, guiding him to near the Shrieking Shack. We need a plan. We don't have a camera, do we? Hermione asked. No, and we can't tell anyone we were here, otherwise we'll all be in trouble. Lily agreed, watching the house from a spot they knew they didn't go near before. We could try and grab some of his hair, Hermione thought aloud. I don't have my cloak with me, so he'd see us and run, Lily countered. What about a freezing spell? How would we explain that we have Pettigrew? Plus, I don't think we're strong enough to be able to do a strong enough one to stop him, Hermione said. Wait, I have an idea. There's a spell I've been learning in my spare time, the summoning spell. If I can summon a few hairs, then the minister can use magic to prove they belong to Pettigrew. Can you do that? Lily asked, impressed with her friend. Of course, there would be spells Hermione was learning in her spare time, even though he doubted she had many. It's our only hope, Hermione said. They sat and watched, with Buckbeak just inside the woods. It felt like hours before they finally saw Peter emerge from the house. Accio Pettigrew's hairs, Hermione exclaimed. Lily watched with amazement and gratitude, as several of Pettigrew's hair shot away from him as he was turning into a rat, and into Hermione's hands. Hermione, that was bloody brilliant, Lily whispered, as she watched their past selves go running past them. Lily gave chase, keeping her distance from the Dementors. Lily, we need to go back, Hermione hissed. Not yet. Hermione, I saw my mom. She was the one who saved us, Lily exclaimed, smiling. I saw her before I passed out. Lily, your mom. She's dead, Hermione said gently. I know, but she's still there somehow and I need to see her, Lily insisted, racing ahead. She and Hermione reached where the Dementors had attacked and watched, Lily's heart pounding. Lily, are you sure? Hermione whispered. Lily nodded, watching the scene. Any second now, her mum would appear. She took a deep breath and looked at the ground, worried, and then spotted something. A patch of ice that was clear enough to see her reflection. Her eyes widened as she stepped forward, ignoring Hermione's objections. Expecto Patronum, Lily shouted. She felt a warmth rush through her as a large doe appeared, and ran at the Dementors, as did waves of bright light. She laughed softly as she saw the Dementors fleeing, and as she watched her past self collapse, she watched the doe approach them, and smiling before vanishing. Lily hid with Hermione, moments before Sirius and a werewolf Lupin raced towards her past self. Hermione kept silent until they were sure Minerva had left the shack with Ron, before they ran inside with Buckbeak, tying him in the bedroom. Lily, you managed to summon a Patronus, how? That's really advanced magic, Hermione exclaimed. Lily smiled. I looked at a patch of ice and saw my reflection, and I realized I hadn't seen my mum. I'd seen myself. I look like her. That's what everyone keeps telling me, Lily said. So? Hermione asked, confused. I knew I had done the spell before, so I knew I could do it. Does that make sense? Lily asked. Hermione thought carefully. A little, she conceded, as she made sure Buckbeak was secure. Buckbeak, stay here and stay quiet. I'll send help as soon as we can, Lily promised. Buckbeak nodded, and laid down, closing his eyes. So Lily and Hermione raced through the shack and back through the tunnel, avoiding being hit by the Whomping Willow and heading into the school. As they reached the hospital wing doors, they saw Dumbledore smiling as he closed the doors. Hermione pulled out the hairs they got from Pettigrew and handed them to him. "Well done, both of you. Now go inside and get some rest. I promise you, with this I will be able to secure Remus Lupin's release," Dumbledore said. "We'll come and see you after." "Yes, Professor," Lily and Hermione said at the same time. They opened the door, just as their other selves vanished, with Ron bolting up. "What? How?" Ron demanded. "We'll tell you later, Ron. It'll take time to explain," Lily said, grinning happily, with her and Hermione bursting into laughter, leaving Ron looking confused. They were quickly ushered back into bed by Madame Pomfrey, but Lily felt extremely satisfied and knew that they had made a difference, and now she knew the truth. She also hoped that her Uncle Sirius would find some peace and happiness at long last.